The games we play. Exchange. I made it in the nick of time. When I looked out the window at the scene far below me, I saw the battle winding down as more and more hunters began to go on the offensive and the machine's numbers dwindled. Adam was still there in the thick of it, but a glance at my party menu showed that his MP was running dangerously low, and once others began taking over, he started using wilt and blush to keep himself upright instead of to fight. Further away, the man Blake had been fighting seemed to be escaping on a bullhead. I hadn't noticed until now. Blake standing on the rooftop below him, watching him go while looking tense and ready. I put Weiss down, leaning her against the wall so I'd have my hands free to fetch my scroll from my inventory, open it and send her a message. Dealt with my problem. Can see you. What happened? I typed quickly, though she didn't react until the bullhead had retreated far enough. After finally relaxing, she glanced up at my ship, looked around, and quickly got out of sight. Third party interfered. Things got bad. Adam intervened. She messaged back a moment later. I nodded to myself, having figured it had been something along those lines. It didn't exactly tell me much about what had sent our whole plan straight to hell, but there'd be time to discuss the details later. For now, we had bigger concerns. I can see everything from my position, I said. Fight's dying down, but Adam's exhausted and surrounded. Good chance the hunters will turn on him once they realize what he is. Can you make a distraction? Blake asked. If you buy us some time, I may be able to rescue him. Too risky, I said and meant it. There were too many unknowns. So many high-level hunters, each with unknown training, unknown semblances, unknown weapons, and world-famous huntsmen like Ozpin and Ironwood nearby on top of that. It was a horrible idea. There was a reason. Pretty much my entire plan up to this point had been to go around the enemy instead of through them. Maybe it could have worked for all their power. Huntsmen were people, too. They weren't infallible or all-knowing. Today had been pretty solid proof of that. Not one but two different attempts on the white whale had caught them off guard, and though I didn't want to count my chickens before they hatched, one of them seemed to be going okay thus far. More than that, no one was good at everything. That was pretty much the sole reason I had gotten this far. I hit my opponents where they were weak and I was strong. I'd fought the Nevermore on the ground and Weiss in the dark, using my skills and abilities to get every advantage I could and exploit their weaknesses. Everyone had things they were good at and bad at, and that held true of people as much as it did of monsters. Hunters were an elite but diverse group. Not every member was an espionage or intelligence expert, and only a small fraction of even the local hunter community would be attending an event like this in person. On top of all that, there was plenty of chaos all around us, and I was getting pretty good at creating more on demand. Given all that, I'd acknowledged that it was possible to succeed in such a way. Blake and I could have charged headfirst into a large group of higher-level opponents that were already on guard with absolutely no information, and we might have succeeded in saving and escaping with Adam. And after we saved him, we might be able to get back to the ship unnoticed, take off, and make good on our plan without getting caught. It was possible. But it was also possible that I'd win the lottery, and honestly, that seemed more likely at the moment. Already I could see people keeping an eye on Adam, gesturing and whispering subtly to one another as they finished the cleanup. They had him in their grasps for all intents and purposes, and I could recognize something in their movements as the combat slowly died down. They were wary of the unknown, slowly fencing him further in. If we did something obvious, if Adam tried to just run away now, he wasn't getting out of there. I don't think he'd die, but he wasn't escaping that way. If it came down to it, I'd rather risk a rescue operation from whatever hole they threw him into than charge into that fray, because it probably had a better chance of working. We couldn't fight them. Not all of them. Facing down the fullness of their power and overwhelming it had never been an option. The only thing we could do was the same thing we'd been doing. We had to find a battlefield where they couldn't exert that power. I have a plan, I told her. We'll use it if I have to. Need you to monitor what they're saying. Can you get close enough without getting caught? Yes, she said simply, and I clipped my scroll to my waist, gathering Weiss up again as I got into position. Feeling a little guilty, I nabbed her fallen weapon as well as I walked past it on my way into the hallway. If she was anything like I was with Crocia Moores, she would hate to lose it, but I couldn't risk her waking up at an inopportune time and stabbing me, so I stowed it in my inventory as moved through the ship towards the exit. Shifting Weiss so I could carry her over a shoulder, I checked my scroll as it beeped again, thanking him, asking who he is. People suspicious of his power, noting Fauna's traits. Some people familiar. White Fang mentioned accusations of involvement. Blake said succinctly in a pair of messages, probably jolting down what stood out while listening carefully to the conversation. Other messages followed, with short pauses in between. Shli robots used in the attack. Confusion over who did what. Arguing over Adam's involvement. Saying there would have been casualties without him. Raising more questions. Accusing Adam, defending him, wanting to know his intentions. Focus shifting to White Whale, having trouble contacting the pilot. Schneer is missing, causing suspicion. Is there any chance they'll let Adam go? I typed back, scanning the messages. There was only so much she could write down while listening to what were probably dozens of confused, arguing people, but I trusted Blake to get everything important and I'd have to do my best to extrapolate the rest. I glanced over my shoulder where Levant followed silently and considered trying to boost the sound. I wasn't sure she could guide that many different voices that far, especially without giving something away, but I sighed. I knew the truth despite everything I'd done to Weiss. I hoped on one level that it was all for nothing. Maybe that was strange, to want to have made a mistake, but I didn't really believe in the whole sunk cost thing. If I could stop now and not need to go any further, if I was wrong, that would be not good, considering what I'd done, but better than what would happen otherwise. And yet, as much as I wanted it, demands. The civilians are scared, panicking, bigots making accusations, people trying to intervene causing more accusations, Adam waiting, saying nothing, getting ready for us, things getting bad, people trying to reach a compromise, talk of arrest pending investigation. Whatever you're doing, hurry. I already knew what would happen. That was probably the best result we could hope for, and yet, it was still a horrible result. Nothing was set in stone, but even assuming that they found nothing in Adam's background, which I rather doubted, Adam would probably take the fall for this, one way or another. Some of it could depend on who he got prosecuting him, on the judge and jury and biases towards fairness, but just by being a member of the White Fang, he was probably doomed on that front even if the Schnee Dust Company didn't decide to take a hand in the proceedings. With the utter fiasco today, he'd be hung out to dry. The worst part was, given the situation and the unknowns and everything that was going wrong, he'd probably take the heat for this even without a background if nothing was done with the damage caused and the other party escaped, with what I'd done and would do. But I'd known all that, too, and I wouldn't let it happen. I could make plenty of logical arguments, of how Adam's arrest under these circumstances could incite the White Fang, of the risk to innocent people when he struggled against what I am sure he knew would lead towards imprisonment, and many other things. But in the end, something came before all that. He was my friend. I wasn't a fool. I knew that despite his reasons, despite his intentions and the logic within his beliefs, Adam had probably done his fair share of bad stuff. But he was my friend and I don't think that he was a bad person, truly. Besides, I had just learned at firsthand how easy it could be to do the wrong thing for what you felt were the right reasons. Could I have done what Adam did if I'd been in his shoes? I wondered, and now I felt pretty sure the answer was yes. If it was for innocent people or for my friends. So I opened the door and stepped onto the edge, leaning out into the wind that gentled into a slight breeze as it reached me. Far below me, Adam was surrounded, the crowd of people around him like ants from this far away, but just seeing them, I took a deep breath, partially to brace myself. I'd known this was coming, even before I'd first struck at Weiss. Again, I was faced with the question of if I could do it, and again, I knew the answer was yes. I threw my head back and roared. Then, the sound louder than any I'd ever made. Levant stepped up behind me, grabbing fistfuls of my cloak, and the sound got louder and louder still, rising into the roar of a beast that could have shaken the pillars of the earth. Weiss woke with a start, blood beginning to trickle from her ears, but I'd already heaved her forward, leaning her out of the ship into the open air. She struggled at first and may have screamed, but if so it was a whisper drowned out by my voice, and she froze in the face of that sound, in the face of the new nightmare she'd awoken into. She stood, powerless above over 200 meters of empty space as the sound went on for a moment and finally died. I felt Weiss gripping my arm as tightly as she could, knuckles white and fingers shaking, and wondered when I'd stop antagonizing this poor girl. Not yet, evidently. As my air ran out, I sucked in another breath and looked down, my vision impossibly sharp through Lenore's eyes. I saw people looking up at the sound, saw expressions of shock and fear, and, on a rare few people, simple, focused attention. Whatever the case, all eyes were on me, and it was that, if anything, that made me speak again, Levant's power carrying my voice upon the winds. Schnee, I said, my voice calm, even casual. I have your ship, I have your daughter. Let's talk. If I hadn't had their attention before, I'd have had it now. For better or worse, there was no going back, no way out except to push forward. I didn't like it. I knew it would come back to bite me in the ass someday, and yet despite that I did it because I couldn't see another way, not while staying true to what I'd promised myself. But God, I never saw myself holding a girl out of an airship in any of my dreams of being a hero. Never expected I'd be able to find it in myself to do something like this, much less as easily as I was doing now. And, soon, this would circulate, be seen by everyone. The entire world would see me like this. My parents would see me like this, even if they didn't recognize me. The mere thought of what that meant filled me with shame. Yet even knowing that, I still didn't back down. I looked down upon them all and held firm, my heartbeat steady, stable, with one hand on the doorframe and the other holding Weiss into the sky. I kept going, unafraid. This was the right move. Horrible, but the right move. I wasn't aiming for a hostage situation, at least, not a traditional one, for something drawn out wouldn't be in my favor. I just needed to make an opening, give myself options, and keep this from turning into a battle I couldn't win. I'd considered my choices, and in the end this was what they'd all boiled down to. I could lie, of course, and try to misdirect them. Attempt to frame the situation as Adam trying to work against me, like in the movies My Sworn Enemy or whatever. I could have tried to convince people he wasn't involved at all. I could have attempted to get Adam out of the situation with words and avoided terror tactics. I didn't do that, simply because I didn't think it would work. I'd have been extraordinarily surprised if they bought that, and outright shocked if they honestly let him go, even if they did. If nothing else, Adam was a very suspicious man at the scene of an even more suspicious crime. Even if I could somehow convince them all he was blameless and unconnected to the White Fang, they'd still want to bring him in for questioning, if nothing else, and questions were the last thing we wanted, because then something would come up. None of which mattered, because I really doubted I could sell the lie. The situation was too incriminating for suspicions to be allayed that easily, especially with a plan I'm sure half the crowd had probably seen in a million different moves. Starting from the assumption that your enemies were stupid, not human, and flawed and fallible but stupid, was a really foolish thing to build a plan off of within their area of expertise. While alerted to a situation, people could be very smart, very skilled, and very dangerous. I was looking down at a bunch of hunters ready for a fight, and I was kind of doubting I'd pull one over on them unless I could make the lie really convincing. Making a distraction had more potential, but short of actually attacking them with a ship, I couldn't think of anything that would distract them enough to get Adam out of there. Good as he was, I couldn't see him escaping on his own while exhausted, and any attempts on Blake's part would not only have to get past a horde of hunters, but get back out and then away with Adam weighing her down. If I could have gotten closer somehow, restored his MP. But that was impossible, so it didn't matter. It would be a handicap Blake against who knows what. It was too risky. I was pretty confident they'd see through anything but a really solid lie, and while I like to think I was good and I believed in my teammates, operating from the assumption that we were better than a large group of experienced experts we had no information on seemed foolhardy at best. That left me with negotiations and threats. I'd taken stock of what I'd had, and in the end there were only two things that mattered here and now. I had Weiss and the White Whale, and I couldn't give up the latter. That was okay. In theory, at first glance it seemed simple enough to trade one prisoner for another. The reality was more complicated, however, as one could see in the prisoner exchanges during the revolution. There was the issue of relative value, the dangers of setting precedents, attempts to get as much as possible, lies and tricks, political showmanship, and much more. Worse, there was the matter of power. If I wanted to have any chance of this working, I needed to negotiate from a position of strength. I had to force my demands to be heard and obeyed, which was complicated somewhat by the fact that all I had was a good bluff. I could threaten Weiss, or maybe threaten them with the White Whale, but I couldn't kill innocent people. Or, rather, I wouldn't, however easy the gamer's mind could make it. The fact of the matter was, if they pushed this hard enough, there was only so far I could go. So the only way this bluff was going to hold water was if I kept them from pushing. Right now, they held all the cards. If you had all the facts and looked at it from a simple, logical standpoint, they had the hunters and the government of Atlas and the Schnee Dust Company and who knows what else on their side. In truth, what they could bring to bear far exceeded what I was willing and able to. But they didn't have all the facts. They didn't know how far I was willing to go, and, in theory, I thought I could keep them from trying to test it. A good lie was all about circumstance. In the end, it was about painting a picture that held up, and in the right lighting, you could make just about anything seem believable. I couldn't convince them that Adam was uninvolved or unsuspicious because he was obviously involved and extremely suspicious, deserving of at least identification and some investigation. That lie wouldn't hold up any better than telling them the sky was green. It would fall apart at a glance. So I began to paint an image they wouldn't. I started with what I wanted and figured out how to achieve them, taking into account likely responses as I would in any plan. The goal was simple. Free Adam. The method was to trade Weiss for him. There were several issues with this. The first was timing. I couldn't allow this to become prolonged transaction because time was definitely on their side, which was the same reason they would want to buy as much time as possible. Once they realized what I was doing, I needed to instead put them on a time limit, forcing them to act quickly and, more importantly, the way I wanted them to. How could I achieve such a thing? Threats. I had two things to threaten them with. The ship and Weiss' life. I chose Weiss' life for two reasons, each cold as a glacier. The first was simply to save the best for last. That is, it gave me room to escalate if I needed, an ace in the hole. The second was to deal with the first and possibly largest issue with this trade. By its very nature, if I attempt to trade Weiss for Adam, I must consider them to be of equal value. This put us on even footing as a result, wherein I wanted something they had as much as they wanted what I had. I couldn't let them believe that. I needed to have control of the situation, and I began by leaning Weiss out the door as if I didn't care if she lived or died. And the worst part? That was just the beginning. James, I heard President Schnee whisper far below me, the sound distorted somewhat by Levant's power but still clear enough to hear. Who is that? Don't talk to him, I interrupted, Levant angling my voice to appear right behind them, as if I were whispering into their ears. I saw a few twitches from faces and hands, so I assumed it was as creepy as I imagined. Talk to me. And yes, I can hear you. Schnee and Ironwood looked at one another silently for a moment before the latter nodded very slightly and moved back a step, eyes alert. Off to the side, Professor Osborne, a man whose school I had dreamed of going to since I was a child and I had no idea if that'd even be possible now, looked calmly up at me, sipping slowly from a cup he held idly in one hand. He didn't even look off-put by the situation, seeming content to observe. At last, Mr. Schnee took a look, slow breath and exhaled, lifting his eyes to my ship. Credit where it was due, his expression never faltered and he didn't break a sweat. If I hadn't known any better, I'd have thought him unaffected, but I did know better. I could see the emotions beneath the surface with observe, even if much of his profile was obscured. Literally read the anger, fear, consideration off of him like he was a book. I couldn't read his mind, I didn't know him, but I had an advantage because of that and I played it as well as I could. Very well then, he spoke evenly. I suppose you have some way of proving your claim? He was buying time, I saw. I was pretty sure he believed what I said, but he must have already had a plan. If I wanted to make this work, I was going to have to outthink him. Thank God my power was bullshit. I used observe on General Ironwood and thought from what little I could see that, first of all, I really didn't want to fight him. Scanning his profile quickly, though, I found what I needed. Another, more focused observe told me everything I know about the AM-320 implant you have, General Ironwood, I said casually. Rude as it may be, I must insist on having your full attention. Tell Marcy you'll call back later. I saw the two of them pause at me words, the general suddenly looking hesitant, before his status shifted. Thank you, I said politely before reaching around the edge of the doorway to withdraw my Earthmaster from my inventory. As for your question, I'd say the situation rather proves I have the ship, and if you can see it, I'm holding your daughter's weapon. I'd throw it down to you, but so many things break if dropped from a height like this. You understand? She glanced at Ironwood again, who squinted up at me before nodding minutely. It seems we're at an impasse, she said. Have you found anything yet, James? General Ironwood took out his scroll and opening it. I don't think he'd even touched it before now, but it lit up with a picture of Adam's face as he was now and compared it to several other pictures, images from security cameras, maybe, or phones or who knows what else. I make a point of knowing who my enemies are, he said. Oh, I asked. Then who am I? He paused for a moment at that, which I used to check him and Ironwood again, monitoring their emotions and making sure Ironwood didn't try to make any more calls. I needed to handle this right. This faunus is in our records, he said, apparently deciding to ignore my question. I take he's your subordinate? I'd figured there was no real chance of them believing that Adam and I were unrelated, but it was good to have it confirmed. I just smiled at the words, unsure how many of them could see me but not willing to risk giving away the lie. Something like that. Then I assume you wish to trade? I made myself chuckle. I hummed amusedly, removing my hand from the doorframe again to put a finger to my lips and smiled wide. Sure, why not? It seems interesting. But I saw anticipation growing on Schnee's screen, saw him waiting for something. I looked at the crowd around him for a moment and chuckled again. Are you waiting for someone to activate the failsafe? I asked. I'm afraid you'll be waiting a rather long time. I dealt with your security already. This ship is mine. I saw disbelief, stubbornness, and flexed the fingers of my free hand. It was embarrassing how easy it was, I said. It seems some things never change. But while I was busy, so much happened. I put work before pleasure, of course, but you. I directed that last part at Adam, sound of my voice shifting in his direction as I clicked my tongue. Something came up, he answered, and I gestured dismissively. It doesn't really matter, I suppose, I said. Did you have fun? He waggled a hand. That's too bad, I said empathically. Well, it seems things will get a bit interesting now, so be patient. Okay, let's see. I missed all the fun, so I suppose I'll just have to make my own. You mentioned a trade, Schnee. My subordinate for your daughter. Well, that's one option. Good help is so hard to find, after all, wouldn't you agree? And I do dislike the idea of leaving one of my men behind. But I hummed to myself again for a moment, looking around. The skies were still clear, but who knows how long they'd stay that way. I had to move quickly but I couldn't rush, which was both tricky and aggravating. I already have what I came for, I mused aloud, and I shouldn't waste too much time here. Perhaps I should just leave and take you with me, Miss Schnee. We can continue this conversation at a later date. Would you like to fly with me? If I hadn't been holding her over empty air, I'm pretty sure she would have kicked me in the balls. I'm pretty sure I deserved it. But I kept up my act and chuckled again at the look on her face. No, I suppose it's just as well. I'm afraid my associates don't like your family much. You probably wouldn't make it back in one piece. Then What do you think? I asked Adam. I suppose you should help decide, considering. Would you like me to save you as opposed to leaving me here? He wondered confusedly after a long pause. Well, that's one option, I nodded. But since I've taken full control of the ship, I could just open fire. I snapped my fingers and had Crocia Morse flip several switches in the cockpit, activating lights on the underbelly of the white whale, weapons arming. I saw the shift in Schnee and Ironwood immediately, parts of it even making it to their faces. Oh, I drew the word out. You didn't believe me? Well, I suppose you do now. Yes, this ship is mine. And there you are, Mr. Schnee, right in the line of fire. It'd be rather ironic if you were to die to the ship, wouldn't it? I'd be lying if I said there wasn't any appeal to the thought. I could say it was part of the plan, but now that I see the chance. Don't move now, Ironwood. If the pilot is as excited as I am, he might shoot if you make any sudden movements. And at once, my casually spoken words brought silence, stillness except from Adam. He looked around quietly, pondering, thinking my words over. For just a moment, I saw him look tempted. The president of the Schnee Dust Company, the general of Atlas, several dozen hunters, and more. I could understand what he was thinking. But Adam wasn't stupid. He was as cold and sharp as the blade he wielded. He knew I wouldn't be willing to fire, I was sure, but he must have also known what would have followed if I could have. On the ashes and destruction, the next Faunus War would have started the moment I pulled the trigger. Innocent people would have died and children like Adam had once been would have been swept away in the war. I saw him consider it and then exhale. I do not fear death, he said dispassionately, looking relaxed and apathetic as he played along. The decision is yours. I laughed and shook my head again. Yes, I said. Good help really is so hard to find. Very well, Schnee. Your daughter for my subordinate. I will trade with you, then. In another situation, there may have been debate, argument, semantics, but I was pretty sure I'd played my part well enough. They looked tense, but they were still 200 people and no one said a word until Schnee nodded. Where and when? He asked. Here and now, I said. Now's where things get tricky. The games we play transfer. With the deal established, there were still a few problems to be dealt with. The biggest issue in any trade like this, and in this case especially, was the exchange itself. There's an enormous risk in the simple process of handing things over, for several reasons. The most obvious, of course, was that no one involved trusted one another. They didn't like each other, either. Indeed, one might go so far as to say they might wish to see the other die horribly. I didn't have any particularly strong feelings towards Schnee, except in that I hated what his business did to innocent people, but I was pretty sure he was starting to hate me, admittedly with good reason. Given that, it would have been pretty foolish of me not to expect treachery, should I give him the chance, as he had several dozen hunters backing him up, any number of whom could likely have taken me in a fight. That was more than a bit problematic. Luckily, I was aware of that and, hopefully, ready for it. Very well, Schnee said. Come down. I think this conversation will go more smoothly if you don't assume that I'm an idiot, I said, sounding amused. I don't think so. He gestured to the people around him, a stalling motion. As you've said, you have us at a disadvantage, he said. We aren't going to do anything, I swear on my life. But I don't care about your life, I replied. I do, however, care about making it more difficult. No. If he'd been less experienced, less professional, I'm pretty sure Schnee would have been grinding his teeth. Instead, he simply nodded, looking cool and collected once more. Then shall we arrange a location for the trade? He asked. We can each release our prisoners into the grasps of a representative, if you wish, I hummed, smiling as I shook my head. Why waste time? I asked, sending a message to Levant as I braced myself. We're both busy men, After all, let's make this quick and simple. You let him go and I'll let her go. I released Weiss and she fell with a sudden shriek. Weiss, he shouted, jerking forward a step uselessly. I saw several hunters tense, preparing for something, but all of a sudden, Weiss' fall slowed and began to reverse, rising back up to eye level with me. Weiss stared at me with wide eyes, looking down at the enormous distance between her and the earth. Her scream continued for a moment before she seemed to remember to cut it short, but the sound of pure, honest terror in it made me feel nauseous. She was gasping now, horrified as she danged helplessly in the air, but she didn't say a word, didn't beg. Despite how I felt, I looked at her with a smile. Fingers gently splayed in her direction as I made it look easy. Behind me, hidden by my body and cloak, Levant leaned into me, resting her forehead against my back as she did all the work. Her small hands grasped fistfuls of my cloak at the effort, and I sent her a mental apology. "I'm sorry," I said truthfully, to Weiss and Levant both, and then elaborated on it with a lie. "That was ungentlemanly of me. I just wanted to see how you'd react, Mr. Schnee." I dropped my gaze, scanning his face and status screen, and then lifted my eyes to Weiss' own. "Your father must love you a great deal," I said, knowing the words would mean something to her if you could see his face. "But there's still things to do before that." "No, I'll send your daughter down to you now, Mr. Schnee. So keep your end of the bargain and send him on his way." The white-haired man snarled something unintelligible, gesturing sharply at the gathered hunters. When Adam began to move, none of them reacted, and Levant began to lower Weiss, slowing her descent rather than stopping it so that she seemed to be sinking through water. At my mental command, the white whale began to slowly rise again. "I'll withdraw somewhat to ease your worries," I told the people down below as I watched Weiss. She shook slightly as she dropped, but remained silent as she grit her teeth. "I'll even allow you to send someone up here to fetch her, though I encourage you not to try anything funny while your daughter's in the sky. No weapons, no hunters, no dust." Without a word, I saw someone break free of the crowd, rushing towards a nearby bullhead. I checked their level absently and didn't say a word as I went back to carefully watching Weiss. The truth was, I needed someone to come up and get her. Levant didn't have the power or range to get her all the way to the ground, but I couldn't very well admit that. Allow them to see weaknesses, limits, which meant I couldn't force them to do what I wanted. I could, however, make them want what I wanted, and since I wanted Weiss somewhere safe, it wasn't even hard. It just left me feeling sick. I didn't want to do this, not that that meant anything since I had done it, but the truth was, I took a step back, into the cover of the ship, and withdrew my scroll again. "Can you get Adam to safety?" I asked Blake. "Yes," she replied simply. I hesitated for a minute before writing a longer, more personal message. "I'm sorry," I said. "I guess I failed." "Huh? I was supposed to help you prove that methods like this weren't needed, but I couldn't let them take one of my friends or stop us now. I guess I really am." I sent the message without finishing it, and there was a long pause before she replied. "Where are you going to pick us up?" "I'm sorry," I sent again, "but at the very least, I will save them." I closed my scroll and didn't open it even when it started flashing again. I went back to my vigil, looking at Weiss as we moved further and further apart, watching the people far below her to make sure nothing happened, and carefully monitoring the approach of the bullhead, adjusting my speed accordingly to make sure he'd reach us in time. The truth was, I couldn't go down there. It was too dangerous. The moment I was on the ground and Weiss out of my clutches, they'd take action and put me down. That had been the real trap behind his words. They all involved me coming down, and I just couldn't do that. The entire point of holding Weiss hostage and being up here was that it rendered the hunters' tremendous offensive power meaningless. They couldn't strike at me from this range, wouldn't. So long as that was true, it didn't matter that half of them could bend me into a pretzel in a fight. But it should go without saying that the benefits of a hostage faded the moment you let that hostage go. Once the girl was safe and I was close enough for them to bring their full power to bear, none of Mr. Schnee's promises would mean anything. Though, really, I was pretty sure they didn't mean anything to begin with, especially not to him, which was the only reason he'd made them. But the point was, if I landed the white whale, there wasn't a chance in hell of me getting it back off the ground. His second suggestion had a bit more merit on the surface, which just meant there were more dangers in it. If I landed on the ground at a place of my choice and met with a representative, I could check that person's level to make sure they were safe to approach, minimizing the danger from that one person, at least. The fact remained that I would be on the ground, and I felt certain that a bunch of hunters would be just outside whatever they decided was a safe range, ready to rush me the moment the girl was safe. Perhaps even more dangerously, it would give them time to field plenty of other airships to intercept me even if I did get off the ground, and, more likely, to just bomb the white whale to keep it from ever getting that far. It would also give them time, which I couldn't allow, because every minute they had gave them more time to plan, to prepare, to call in more reinforcements. If I dragged this out, if I went along with their plans, it would do nothing but hurt me, and I absolutely, positively could not touch the ground. I couldn't even get near it, really, keeping in mind the powers hunters had. If I did, I'd probably have a few of them jumping up and carving their way inside my ship, and I'd be worse off than before. Which begged the question, If I couldn't afford go near the ground, how could I get Adam and Blake on board? Simple. I couldn't. The same thing that kept any hunters from reaching me would stop them as well. The van couldn't lift someone that far, especially someone at the edge of her power instead of the center. The problem with picking them up here were obvious, and I couldn't get them somewhere else because I knew that enemy aircraft would be on me the moment I was away from here. If I stopped and gave them time to organize and attack, worse, since this ship could fly faster than Blake and Adam could run, if I wanted to pick them up somewhere else, I'd need to slow down or wait, and since the white whale was so big, there was basically no chance of losing pursuit unless I stuck to the original plan. I was leaving them behind. God, I hadn't been kidding when I said I knew how terrifying it could be to be on your own. It's easiest to exploit fears that you yourself do well, and this was one I was more than familiar with. I'd thought I'd gotten over it, stopped being the kid waiting at home for mom and dad, but the thought of this, of being by myself while surrounded by enemies, of facing danger with no help or backup or safety net, without my most powerful allies, it was scary, frightening even from a calm, logical standpoint. I wanted to run away, but I'd meant the other thing I told Weiss, too. Everyone wants to run away at some point. It's those who have the option and refuse to take it that are brave. There were people who needed me and I was going to save them. And I watched the bullhead reach Weiss and closed the doors, turning away. A rush of windows appeared before my eyes, skills improving and being created, bluff, intimidate, that type of thing. In the midst of it all appeared a larger window, however, and I focused upon it. A quest has been created. Elysian Skies, flying solo. Escape from Vale alone in a stolen white whale to continue your quest. Completion reward, EXP 1 million. Failure, capture or death. I was wondering when you'd show up, I muttered, accepting the sub-quest. Stupid quest, telling me stuff I already know. But you're wrong. I'm not alone. The van touched my hand and gave me a reassuring smile, even as a low, almost inaudible tone rang through the ship. My elemental spirits were always with me, but it was more than that. Even though I left them behind, I knew Blake and Adam would be waiting for me to return, and I still remembered, would never forget, the people who had my back, the home I had to come back to, and the things I needed to stay alive to do. I wouldn't give up any of those things. Yeah, I said, I'm getting sick of this place too. Guys, let's fly. We took off before I even reached the control room. Crocia Moore's moving on ahead of me to get things started. The situation was far from ideal, sure, but I wasn't completely unprepared for it. Taking off alone had been the last resort, but it was something that had been on the table from the beginning. It made a few, or a lot, of things harder, but I'd always been the one in charge of getting us to and from Mantle, so this part didn't change all that much. It was going to be more dangerous than I expected, granted, but that was starting to become the story of my life. By the time this was all over, I'd probably be able to write a book about it, or maybe an autobiography. Jaune Arc, it was worse than I expected. Originally, it was supposed to be a little more subtle, or as subtle as you could make the theft of a giant airship, which is probably more than you might think, again because of human nature. I'm sure the empty space where a colossal airship used to be would be noticed in short order, if not immediately, but there'd have been confusion, with most people probably wondering what the hell was going on and complaining or wandering off or whatever, but generally deciding it wasn't their problem. Once it reached someone whose problem it was, questions would arise that needed answering. What was the pilot doing? Can you contact him? No? Then what about the other pilots? The command center? Can someone force the ship to lower safely? When all that failed, the reality of the situation would probably have settled in and they'd have contacted the right people. But at that point there were still infrastructural concerns. Whoever's at the desk needed to take the message, figure out what was going on from who was calling, and odds were there would be a lot of people calling and then pass that up the line to whoever was going to get their day ruined handling the job. Odds were that they weren't already strapped into their aircraft, so they'd need to suit up, get in, and take off. All in all, between time wasted and time needed, confusion and disbelief, I'd have given myself at least 3, maybe 5 minutes before anyone knew what was happening, and maybe up to twice that long before anyone mobilized a response. If everything had gone according to plan, I could have had a 10-minute head start, maybe 15. Even against fighter craft, that's a hard difference to make up. I'd have been out of town by the time anyone figured out what I'd done, and getting dangerously close to the danger zone by the time anyone caught up. Under the circumstances, however, it seemed safe to assume that would not be the case here. In fact, I felt pretty sure that word of my actions had been circulating even before Weiss was safe, and that there were probably several pilots and ships on standby, which meant I'd have company a lot earlier than expected. Hell, if Ironwood wasn't calling in reinforcements right now, I'd be stunned. I'd like to say I had a plan for how I was going to deal with that, but the truth was that it was a bit of a work in progress. The basics remained. I still needed to get out of the city, over the mountains, and into grim territory. I just needed to do it under fire against much smaller, more mobile ships. Easy peasy. I pushed the white whale as hard as I could and felt gratified at its immediate response. I used Crocia Moore's, still deep within the metal of the ship, to monitor it and was glad that everything seemed to be functioning as expected. Nature Affinity's passive boosted dust effects seemed to be functioning as expected, improving the fuel efficiency, speed, and maneuverability of the ship to give me a much-needed advantage. I still had a few of those to rely upon, thankfully my elementals, my skills, my location, and the situation. The latter two were, initially, the most important. What I was doing now, it wasn't something anyone could have been prepared for, not really. Airborne enemies were hardly new to Remnant, but the city's defenses had been largely designed to keep them from getting to the most populated areas of the city, but the White Whale had been stationed in the richer part of the commercial district. I was now flying along its length with buildings far below me, Forever Fall some ways to my left in the residential district, some ways to my right. I had a little breathing room here because so long as I didn't attack, which I wouldn't, I could be relatively sure that they wouldn't try to start a fight, much less bring down the White Whale over a populated area. They tried to get people in position to watch me, monitor me, guide my path towards a place I could be safely disabled if they could, and even tried to bring in specialized ships or even transport hunters if possible, but they wouldn't want to start a fight where innocent people would get involved if they could avoid it. Normally, that wouldn't be an issue because if, say, a murder of giant Nevermore flocked to the area, they'd be seen far off and civilians would be sent into the shelters, but I'd effectively spawned inside the enemy base, and while they were probably moving people as quickly as they could, you can't evacuate such a large area that quickly. Initially, at least, they'd want me out of the city. It's just, they'd want me dead moments after that. And yet I still had the edge, or I thought I might have it, at least, but the logic made sense. Again, I was pretty sure this was a new one for everyone involved, and it wasn't a simple issue to deal with. If it's shooting the enemy down, that's one thing. If it's shooting the enemy down before they reach some location, that's harder but still doable. But forcing a much larger ship to fly the way you want it without attacking or even touching it, that's something completely different. It's a tactic that doesn't lend itself well to three-dimensional movement, because of basic geometry. If you imagine the volume of space above Vale as a sphere for the sake of simplicity, and you considered the White Whale as the center of that sphere, then my path to escape was the sphere's radius aligned from the center to any point outside of the city. I needed to take one of those paths to get out of the city, but I could choose almost any path, ignoring the ones heading in a direction I didn't want. But they had no idea which one I would pick. How could they, when even I wasn't sure? Now to them, I could travel any route within that space, forcing them to guard the sphere's area, its circumference. They had a much larger amount of manpower than I did, but they also had a far more difficult job. They'd want to guide me towards a specific location, but the added dimensions of up and down meant that methods that worked on the ground tended to be completely ineffectual in the air, especially against an opponent as large and fast as me. They could try to predict me or spread out enough that at least some of them would be able to get to me, but in this first move, I had the advantage. For a while, once they could get hunters aboard crafts that moved fast enough, they could literally just drop them on top of the White Whale and let them claw their ways in through the hull to get to me, or sabotage the ship, or both. It didn't really matter, because I'd be pretty screwed either way at that point. I twitched once and then sighed. Speak of the devil. Crocia Morse continued to hum a warning, spotting something through his eyes in the ship's hull and alerting me of incoming ships. I closed my eyes for a moment, suppressed the urge to swear, and decided on my path, turning my behemoth of a ship a bit further south. There was no way of telling if my pursuers had hunters aboard, but the way my day, week, and life was headed lately, it seemed like a safe assumption to make. Given that, and seeing as they were the greatest danger to me, at least until I left the bounds of the city, there was only one this I could really do. What they didn't expect and what they feared. Yvan placed a hand over mine and felt Crocia Moore's hum beneath my fingers. The former gave me a reassuring smile as I closed my eyes and drew in a breath. I felt that same air in my lungs, felt more on my skin and beyond it. Beyond the ship itself, I felt the ship humming beneath my feet, felt the parts and pieces that caused that feeling deeper yet, engines and tubes and more bright to my senses. My aura, my soul, flowed through that immensity, guided along the certain paths towards my decided purpose. It had tried this before, several times, hadn't been able to make it work the way I wanted to, but necessity was the mother of innovation. The design was different and so was the purpose, but it was easier to gather because I wasn't focused on making it small or focused or deadly. In fact, it wasn't anywhere close to what I'd been trying to make, but close enough, I muttered as the seconds passed. And then I pulled back hard, bringing the White Whale up into a turn that must have shocked anyone watching. I didn't have the time or patience for a larger turn, so I made it narrow, barely wider than the ship was long, pushing it beyond what its makers probably intended. As I reached the top of the circle, I couldn't help but absently note that I could literally see my house from here. The moment passed and I pulled the trigger. Fragoric, I named it as I unleashed the incomplete attack, A rush of air and steel combined clumsily into an attack that flashed across the sky, a mostly unsuccessful attempt to combine two affinities in one spell. A single bullet from the white whale lashed out, curving in midair in a burring arc that lashed past and just above the wings of a ship before continuing its turn to approach another before puttering out. The first ship wobbled roughing and began going down, while the second shook for a second, as if facing turbulence, before steadying. I watched the falling struggle for a moment, spinning, before recovering enough to hover in place for a moment, apparently a close save. I glanced at its fellows as I completed my turn, shifting my gaze to my map to keep track of them. Prototype, I added with a sigh. The games we play. First interlude, James Ironwood. What weapon was that? He demanded at once, eyes focused on the feed they'd brought up. One of his assistants quickly flicked through a scroll, but he'd already cross-checked it himself as the white whale flew on. It's not one of ours, sir, Pike said hesitantly. Perhaps they modified the weapons? Ironwood didn't even bother pointing out the flaws with its statement that they wouldn't have, or at least shouldn't have, had the time to do such a thing, much less unnoticed, and simply focused on his flying target. One of his more experienced aides brought up a copy of the unknown weapon being fired without needing to be prompted, and he shifted his gaze to scan over it. It was a normal round. Well, normal may have been a more accurate description, given the enormous weapons the white whale used. However, it was standard fare for the ship itself, but for the whirlwind that seemed to follow in its wake and cloak it. A gesture changed the screen to display another image, this one of the round's effects on the pursuing craft. The ship's hull had been damaged by mere proximity, yet not enough to explain its sudden fall. It was almost like, "What do you think?" Osborn asked, returning. He'd broken away to direct evacuation and security, as well as to make sure the two VIPs were seen to safety. Coming back, however, Ironwood couldn't help but find his demeanor grating. He didn't expect the man to be shaken, really, for rare were the times when he'd seen the head of Beacon less than unflappable. Indeed, he and countless others had drawn strength from that, over the years. However strange things got, however dire, Osborn would always be the center that held. And yet, sometimes he wished the man would react, at least a little. With an investment of countless leans stolen, with one of the heads of the White Fang humiliating them with his escape, with a very important child having just been held hostage, even still did Osborn stand, casually drinking his coffee. With the amount of caffeine the man consumed on a daily basis, you'd think he'd be a tad more excitable. Still, situational irritation aside, he trusted and respected the man, so he answered the question even if it gave him the bizarre feeling of a child being called upon in class. "It's a Monacus round," he said, somehow bolstered with a wind-based enhancement. When it hit the FM, the damage had nothing to do with its sudden descent. It'd hard to tell with just a glance, but I believe it must have altered the wind speeds above and below the craft's wings, directly interfering with its ability to fly. Generally, I'd assume it was making use of some kind of green dust, but they shouldn't have had access to the ship long enough to make any major adjustments. Osborn stated the obvious, peering at the screen. And yet the ship itself seems rather more agile than I anticipated. Ironwood grimaced, unable to argue the point. The ASWW was the first of its class, a cutting-edge ship meant to introduce a whole new world of aerial travel. Despite its tremendous size, it was capable of speeds matching Vaco's at seas, could carry hundreds of passengers from Vale to Vaco in less than a day, and was armed enough that it should have been the safest way to travel between the kingdoms. But there were things it wasn't equipped for, things that should have been impossible for it from a pure mechanical standpoint, and yet also things that it was doing regardless. Before his very eyes, it was far surpassing even the top speeds it had achieved testing, and when the pursuing ships managed to approach close enough despite that, they were attacked with weaponry the ship shouldn't have had. More alarming than that, however, was the maneuverability of the ship itself. Revolutionary technology or not, The white whale was a gigantic monstrosity ill-equipped for the stunts it was now performing. As one of the men who'd had a direct hand in its development, if you'd told him yesterday that the ASWW could perform a bell-tail slide at high speed to cause its pursuers to overshoot, he'd have said it wasn't possible, and then maybe shown them the math for why it was literally, physically impossible. But he also couldn't argue with what he saw, and he'd seen it, followed by another loop and a wing-over and far too many other things that should have torn the ship apart. It left him uncertain whether the hunter-bearing ships following it were honestly unable to approach, or if they were just wondering what the hell they were looking at. It was hard to imagine something with the size and shape of the white whale to be so graceful, yet here it saw, flying through the sky as easily as a leviathan claimed the seas. And it worried him. As a general and a huntsman, he knew the worth of knowledge, which is why he'd participated in the Wonder's construction, had seen it pushed to its limits. He'd wanted the machine to be as good as they could possibly make it, and it had been to push the machine past that until it could do this. He didn't even know how it could be done. Literally didn't know. They, the best minds in Atlas and from around the world, hadn't found a way, had thought it impossible with the technology currently at their disposal, but it was obvious someone had disagreed. And yet, to do this, bare minimum, it would have taken massive adjustment to the engines, jet, and converter, extensive internal adjustment to the ship's structure to withstand the strain on such a scale, or perhaps additional dust converters situated throughout the design to aid in maintaining the ship, something to shield it from the G-forces involved. At the very least, it's most likely need a better computer to assist with the calculations that would no doubt be required, too, and much of the storage space might need to be requisitioned or removed entirely, and it was all guesswork, theoretical. He couldn't say anything for sure what would be needed because he couldn't be sure what would be needed. No one could. They couldn't build anything like that, yet not without an even more exorbitant amount of money, at least. But obviously someone could. Someone had. Worse, they'd done it without them knowing, to a ship they owned, in a time frame they could only speculate on. It should have been impossible. He wanted to say it was impossible, but the evidence was all but laughing in his face. How big of an operation was this? If this was the result, how could such a thing happen without them knowing? He'd checked the ship himself just this morning to make sure everything was in order and everything had been normal. How? It didn't matter. In the end, no matter how much it bothered him, it didn't matter. He knew that sometimes he got hung up on the technology side of things, on the desire to learn, improve, but there was a time and a place. Here, now, his concern wasn't how the ship was flying, but how to make it stop. He could look through the wreckage later, if so needed. Do we have anything like a positive ID on that man yet? He asked his more experienced assistant. Pine shifted the scroll in his hands and shook his head. Nothing yet, sir, he said. He must have been laying low until now. We've never seen him before, or if we have, we can't tell through his disguise. He hated unknowns, hated them, but that also wasn't his concern right now. If he could be captured alive, they'd figure things out. If that wasn't possible, well, he'd live without knowing, he supposed. In this case, all he needed to know was that there was a powerful member of the White Fang involved with what must have been a major operation. Unknown powers, unknown goals, unknown man. It didn't matter, because what they did know was that he had to be stopped. Aren't you forgetting something? Ozpin murmured as he raised his cup to his lips once more. At a sharp glance, the headmaster of Beacon gestured vaguely at a screen with his cane. Who's flying the ship, and, perhaps more importantly, how? It was a good question, he acknowledged, and one he'd skimmed over. The trained pilots and backup pilots were all accounted for, though they'd found their pilot of choice thrown out with the trash. Whoever was now flying the ship was an unknown, someone they hadn't trained. No mean feat, because the sheer size and complexity of the ship was such that they'd had to build a specialized cockpit for it. Later models were intended to have a more streamlined design, but it was difficult because of the simple amount of things the pilot needed to be able to control and the number of situations he had to be able to address. They'd barely managed to keep it flyable with one pilot, and strongly recommended two. Even when controls were the same, were still commanding something very new and very large. It wasn't something just anyone could hop into and expect to fly this well. That hadn't really stood out to him, though still didn't, really, because it was a minor impossibility, relatively speaking. If they could rebuild the entire White Whale, then it wasn't hard to believe they could figure out how to fly the thing. Although, they'd need to know a lot about the ship, he mused aloud, both how to fly it and modify it and to disable the security on it. Of course, to do that, he didn't bother finishing, instead sending a message to the SHI Company headquarters in the Science Division in Atlas, looking for any thefts, any leaks. Ozpin waited silently as he worked, watching the skies. In the end, he snarled in annoyance. Nothing? Ozpin asked, probably guessing what he'd done. Nothing, he confirmed, annoyed. No reported thefts of anything related to the White Whale, here or abroad. He wasn't surprised, honestly. If something big had happened, he'd have been informed, after all. But not knowing you've been robbed isn't the same as not having had anything stolen, Osmond noted. I know, but they covered their tracks well. Whatever they did, he replied. We'll conduct a more thorough investigation later. For now, though, it's a dead end. Still, he frowned, watching the ship on screen again. Several ships were arranging themselves around it, or at least, were trying to win between more of those air shots. One tagged a nearby ship, causing it to fall suddenly behind, creating an opening for the white whale. Before anyone could do anything, it rolled to the side, spiraled in the air for a moment before turning so that its belly faced the direction it had formerly been traveling. The aerial behemoth banked, flying downward as it turned hard to go a completely different direction. The whole maneuver had barely taken a breath, and the mechanics of it made his head hurt. The Faunus boy we let go seemed to be the muscle, he said aloud. And there was evidence he sabotaged some of our ships. Then there's that man with the Nevermore mask, who we assume is the leader. There must be a pilot and a programmer and maybe someone to steal the information about the ship, though that could have been one of the other ones. And an engineer, even if I still don't understand how they could have done this. Osmond said nothing, causing him to frown. Don't agree with me all at once now, he said. Anything you'd like to add? You always get wrapped up in your work, James, Osmond said, though not really chidingly. Because it was Osmond saying it, he wasn't sure if it was even connected to what he said next. They're flying towards my cliff. What? He focused on the screen again to see the white whale flying on a collision course with the cliff beacon was built upon. It sped towards it fearlessly, angling down sharply as it crossed over the river towards the towering cliff walls. Outside the limits of the city proper, its pursuers had already begun their attack, rounds hammering against its surface, and for an instant he wondered if they'd hit something, if the white whale was falling. But no, the rounds didn't seem to do any meaningful damage. The FMs in pursuit seemed as confused as he was, but continued the chase as the airship drew closer and closer to the cliff, most likely expecting a trick. But when the white whale didn't pull up, for a moment, he wondered if this was their goal, to cause damage to Beacon's foundations, to topple the academy. With everything else they'd done, they couldn't assume anything. It was heavily reinforced in the case of natural or unnatural disaster, but maybe they knew something he didn't, had figured out a weakness they'd missed. And yet, for all his concerns, Osmond didn't so much as flinch, calmly watching the proceedings. As they drew closer, the pursuing ship ceased their fire and pulled up, evidently realizing the white whale wasn't going to stop. Was this an attempt to drag them down with him? Had they given up hope on escaping? Or, no, was this a... At the very last second, the white whale spun on its axis, momentarily exposing its belly to the sky as it pulled down so close to the cliff wall that for a moment Ironwood thought they were touching. Instead, however, the ship pulled away into a wide loop facing the direction opposite the way it came and then up wide until it hung upside down just barely above the cliff. It spun smoothly on its axis again, righting itself as it rose up behind the ships that had formerly been on its tail. Now, however, they were in front of it, having chosen to go over the cliff instead of following to the rocks. The glow of its weapon systems was ominous, a reminder that the hunters had become the hunted. A trick, he completed the thought, staring at the maneuver. Even if the ship had been capable of withstanding the forces of the act itself, to fly that close to the wall, the students will be disappointed. Osmond almost seemed to sigh. Had he hit the cliff, I could have cancelled tomorrow's classes. He would have turned to stare at his friend if the white whale had not opened fire, more of the strange rounds flashing out, even hitting ships. He saw shapes leap away, hunters carrying pilots as the ships lost control and span down to earth. One smashed into the courtyard of the school and another into the grass, but a pair of ships smashed into one of the school buildings. Ah, he said, taking another sip of his drink. Never mind, then. Not for the first time, he wondered who had put his friend in charge of a school and what the hell they had been thinking at the time. Sure, his record of producing skilled hunters was undeniable, but how far out are reinforcements? He demanded from his assistant instead of progressing further down that train of thought. Pine tapped quickly at his scroll, moving to a map-like screen with a number of glowing dots. The group positioned at Forever Fall began to move in as soon as we confirmed the white whale's trajectory, he said before hesitating for a moment. They'll be in range shortly, but none of them have any hunters aboard, sir. He knew what his assistant was saying, however much it grated with the maneuvering capabilities the white whale was displaying, with its unknown weaponry, and with the serious possibility that it had more tricks waiting up its sleeves. It was quite possible that aircraft alone would not be enough to take it down, even beyond the city limits. Their best chance, as before, was to get hunters in position to infiltrate the white whale and take it down from the inside. Once doing so wouldn't endanger lives. He could bring up the schematics, pick out all the places to target, and though he couldn't be certain of anything given the likely changes to the ship itself, he was pretty sure that he could tell them how to bring it down once they got into position. But he didn't want to send them out there. He didn't hate hunters, not even remotely. Hell, he was a hunter, had fought in countless battles to protect people and happily sacrificed parts of his own body for the sake of his duty. He respected everyone who shared that same courage, that will to put everything on the line for the sake of their people, their world. Anybody who went through the training and stood against the terrors that faced humanity was a hero. But heroes tend to die. He'd seen it countless times in the line of duty, men, women, and even children at times, draw into the conflict when things got bad. He'd seen some of the greatest hunters he'd ever known disappear without a trace, just leaving one day and never coming back. Sometimes, they'd been sent out on his order, dying to try and obey his commands. Sometimes he'd sent them out in full knowledge that they wouldn't return. He'd seen what he'd thought were the most brilliant lights in the world fade, one by one. He'd watched as each year, the numbers of his former students dwindled. Class reunions were rare among hunter academies for good reason. All they really did was show how many people had fallen. If he somehow got his own class back together, a group that would have once filled a lecture hall would now leave it all but empty. That's the secret of being a hunter. You swear to protect people even if it kills you, and eventually it does. That's why he dedicated his life to removing soldiers from the battlefield as much as possible, equipping them as best he could when that wasn't possible. Yet it seemed that no matter what he did, he always had to send people into the fight, to risk their lives. Hunters were their best bet for taking down the white whale, but there was no way of knowing what they'd find in there. They had no way of knowing who or what was inside that ship. But based on how the Sierras had seemingly been easily defeated and based on the skill the faunas they'd let go had displayed, there was a chance, as ever, that whoever went in there would not come back out. And, as ever, there was someone who had to make the decision. With your permission, I would like to request the aid of Beacon's faculty, he asked his friend, polite but tired. Ozpin tilted his head in acknowledgement. It will delay your ship somewhat, he warned. He didn't reply, busy writing and sending off a message to the soldiers and teachers in question. They'd be ready, he knew, turning to keep watching the screen as the white whale flew on, rising easily above the beacon that was the Academy's namesake and flying into the forests beyond. For a moment, it flew unmolested as its followers stopped briefly at beacon, several small figures leaping up into the ships before they continued their pursuit, approaching the ASWW at a steady pace as the minutes passed. And then the stolen ship surprised him again by opening fire, not with the strange wind rounds it had used before, nor even at the ships closing it, but upon the forest below, carving paths of destruction with anti-Grim weaponry. Perhaps fittingly, the Grim responded. They rose in a sudden, startled cloud, countless black shapes rising from the trees at the destruction and noise. Nevermore, terror birds, and other types of flying Grim took to the skies as they were disturbed. The white whale simply flew right past, moving quickly through the skies above. Some of the figures gave chase anyway, the largest and fastest species, but most turned their sights on the prey that was approaching, rather that would sought to run away, and moved as one to intercept the approaching aircraft. The response was thankfully immediate, dust rounds firing from the ships, hunters moving into position as best they could. Storm clouds even seemed to gather above the ships, growing as they flew into the dark mass and spitting thunder and hail upon the monsters. Black shapes fell from the sky, slain quickly by the spells and arms of hunters. It was a testament to the power of humanity's defenders that monsters fell by the dozens in seconds. And it was utterly pointless. As the ships were distracted, the white whale sailed on, and by the time they dealt with the hindrance, it had gained precious ground. As they approached, the massive ship nearly tore more Grim from the forest below, forcing those on its tail to waste time putting down the demons it had called up. When they got too close, despite that, they drew the attention of the larger fell creatures of Grim, such as the giant Nevermore that had given chase. And each time, it got that much further away. Where is it going? He demanded, gritting his teeth. It must have a destination, but the way it's going, it's flying over the mountains, Ozpin said easily, stating the obvious. The white whale showed no sign of shifting its course away from the mountain peaks. But if it does that, it will. If it does that, it will be beyond our grasp, Ozpin cut off. Or at least beyond those chasing it. As escape routes go, it's rather unorthodox, but the effectiveness in that regard would be undeniable. An interesting choice, I must admit. The man sounded bizarrely like he was grading one of his students' tests. He could acknowledge the truth in the words, that beyond a certain point he would have to withdraw his men because it wouldn't be worth the risk. But that's like charging into a deathstalker's den so the Beowulfs will give up the chase, he replied. You'd have to be desperate or insane to try that. What are they planning? the games we play. Escape, as was becoming a staple of my life. My plan was a work in progress. Thus far I had escape with my life down as my end goal and a fair number of question marks between here and there, but I figured that the important part was that I had my priorities straight. Get out of here, get to Atlas, save the people, survive it all. I knew what I wanted to accomplish, and all told, I'd say it was going pretty well, in a relative sort of way. Using their reluctance to fire over the city against them had gotten me to the limits of Vale, and then some strategic thinking and careful flying had shaken them off my tail and given me a chance to take them down. I wasn't worried about firing at them over beacon, because I knew the people on board the ships would be fine thanks to the hunter passengers I'd confirmed were on board with Observe, and the crashed ships themselves were unlikely to do any harm to the hunters in training down below. That had bought me a fair amount of time to fly into the Emerald Forest before anyone else came along to continue the chase. At that point, well, bringing the Grimm into the equation had been a calculated risk. Beacon had been built on the edge of the Emerald Forest long ago, a defense for an early Vale against the hostile creatures that lurked within, which was also why it was situated so close to Forever Fall. That wasn't to say the other untamed places that surrounded Vale weren't dangerous. It was an untamed place on Remnant and therefore extremely hostile, but the worst breeds of Grimm had come from over what had long since been nicknamed the Dread Mountains. Since then, however, years of predation by hundreds of people training to be hunters, as well as by the staff and alumni keeping things in order, had diminished the threat. Not enough to remove it by any means or even make it less than extremely dangerous to the unprepared, but in comparison to the beasts that had once stalked Vale's borders, these were nothing but an annoyance. Which is good, because an annoyance was exactly what I needed until I could get far enough away to throw myself into horrific danger. I'd fired on the forest, carving a scar across it to disturb its inhuman inhabitants, and watched as the dark creatures had taken to the skies. It was often debated just how intelligent the Grimm were, and no one could say for certain. Sometimes they showed almost senselessly suicidal behavior, while on others they seemed to organize extremely intelligent, simultaneous attacks on vulnerabilities. Whatever the case, though, they were definitely predators, different from any other kind, to be sure, with no fear of death or danger, but predators nonetheless, and, as such, given the choice they would strike at the weakest link, the isolated, injured, small, and alone. They'd fearless strike at the powerful, too, but only if they didn't have something more fragile to devour first. And while I couldn't be certain how they'd react when I drew them to battle, because I was being chased and I was weak compared to those who followed me, they didn't know that even though they had hunters aboard, the pursuing craft were vastly smaller than the White Whale, and I had displayed my power by wreaking havoc on their home. Given that, I figured they'd consider them a smaller threat, and, sure enough, much of the dark flock directed its attention toward my hunters, buying me precious time to get further away. And then I rose above the peaks that separated Vale from the horrors beyond and got my first, true glimpse of a world still untouched by man. Without so much as a glimmer of industrialization, of things shaped by muscle or machine, I saw an almost impossibly long slope of pure white snow, until it gave way at last to land in the distance. My first thought as I flew beyond it for the first time was that it was a beautiful, remote place. But it wasn't empty. As we came over the peaks with shrieks and fire, we drew the attention of the beasts that lurked beyond civilization. Tyrant scales rose from the mountainsides at the noise, taking to the air around us. Massive beasts, at least as big as giant Nevermore and even more dangerous. I'd seen them before, if only in my parents' gallery, but these creatures had scales of pure white grim bone without a trace of black flesh. Some of the beasts exhaled a mist-like fog that left ice forming in the air around it, while others breathed fire that turned stone to slag. I felt lucky for the fact that I didn't see any with multiple heads as I flew past as quickly as I could, hoping not to give them time to regain their bearings. Okay, I admitted, my plan at this point was to just run away really fast so the monsters couldn't be bothered to wreck my shit. I didn't even use any tricks or stunts or anything, but simply flew straight on with all the speed I could muster, trying to keep ahead. Not the bravest or most ingenious plan ever, but it seemed to be working for the moment, and I was glad to stay out of the fighting if it meant getting the hell out of here. All the while, however, I watched my map carefully and kept an eye on my pursuers through my elementals. Most of the ships on my tail had apparently decided to continue the chase a bit farther, with only a scarce few drawing back and away, withdrawing from the danger. I was a little disappointed, but sadly not surprised. I'd expected to need to go deeper into the Badlands to escape from hunters. I was lucky, at least, in that the creatures swarming about me still seemed to find them a more appetizing target, and I drew out others with chaos and noise as I flew boldly onwards. Between the passive bonuses of my flying skills and the boost from my nature affinity, I think I did pretty well, gliding over the snow-covered fields while maintaining a steady distance from those chasing me. From here on out, so long as I aimed well and made sure any Grimm that rose did so closer to them than me, I should be okay, but I still needed to figure out a way to shake them off. I paused mid-thought, looking at my map carefully before looking back in front of me. Geological structures were etched accurately onto the screen, Though the two-dimensional view wasn't ideal for a three-dimensional flight, that was mainly just me being greedy, though, and I compensated for the weakness somewhat with Crocea Moors and Levant. It was undeniable that my map was a godsend when it came to stuff like this. It let me keep track of how many people were chasing me, where paths were, kept track of landmarks and notable things, and, when I needed it to, it could even draw me the fastest route between my current location and a destination. It was extraordinarily useful and I trusted it a great deal, which left me a bit confused, because according to it, the mountain I was flying towards was a lot smaller than it appeared to be, half the size, if that. I looked up everything I could about the Badlands before this mission, had drawn on pictures and paintings and everything I possibly could concerning it, just in case. I was flying towards the Anzu mountain and it looked the same now as it had in Leopold's drawing over 100 years ago. There was nothing wrong with it, that I could see, and I wouldn't have paid it any mind if not for the attention I had paid to my map. I wondered for a moment if it was simply wrong and immediately dismissed the thought. I'd gotten to the point that I trusted what my power told me above my own eyes or even 100 years of history. Besides which, I was nowhere near lucky enough, for there was nothing wrong to be a remotely plausible explanation to me anymore after noticing something was strange. Indeed, it seemed fairly safe to assume that if my power told me something didn't add up, it means something bad for me. I frowned down at my map for a moment, looking for any clues in the limited data it revealed to me. It didn't tell me anything about the structure itself, whether it was somehow an enemy unit, some kind of hologram, or what. But after a moment, I noticed that the Grim which had once been harrying my pursuers were swiftly breaking away to hover at a respectable distance, almost as if they were waiting. Suddenly shifting to flat-out worried, I ignored the ships that were now closing in and squinted at the mountain, observing it. What returned to me was almost entirely hidden from my sight, but what little I could make out left my mouth slacken and my eyes wide. No, I thought. Please no. Lightning struck at my ship and hail rained down on it, jolts and impacts that briefly sent my heart hammered, not in fear of the attacks, though Levant and Crocea turned their focus to defense in my stead, but of what they might cause. It shouldn't have been an issue, not if at least 100 years had passed to no effect. But I could feel dread rising in my belly even so. As I drew close, I began to sense danger, windows appearing to helpfully inform me of the skill's increasing level. Please no, please no, please don't. I heard thunder rumble as Levant deflected lightning bolts, heard explosions and gunfire and shrieks of air. I didn't turn my gaze away from the mountain, already shifting my course as best I could without letting my pursuers gain too much on me, hoping that I wasn't this unlucky. Predictably, I was. Stone suddenly cracked, a sound that dwarfed the thunder from before. Fields of snow fell loose as things shifted, an avalanche rushing abruptly down the mountainside, or rather, down the side of what we'd thought for so long was a mountain. Wings spread suddenly, flapping wide in an irritated stretch as we disturbed their owner's slumber. Before, they'd been curled around an actual mountain, leaning against the massive structure in their sleep, but now I could see what had, for perhaps hundreds of years, been hidden. A beast of Grim that I hadn't seen in my parents' gallery, but recognized nonetheless, a creature lost to the tides of history, recorded but unseen for so long it was thought half a myth. Some thought that it must have at last been killed by some great warrior, a feat many had claimed but none had proven. Others thought it was an exaggeration, born of fear superstitions in ages long past. Believers thought it might linger to the north, on the fallen continent where so many horrific creatures gathered. In truth, it must have just been sleeping, right in front of our eyes. Ziz, the lord of all the things that fly, said to be a beast that could stand with its feet in the sea and scratch the sky with its brow, whose breath ended nations, whose wing beats tore away forests. It stood before me now, a horrific amalgam of creatures, a head perhaps like a twisted, scaled nevermore, the wings of a tyrant, scale-ridden, possibly large. Both features slid down into a body that was at once furred, scaled, and leathered, patterned white and black. Here, I could see a resemblance to the insect monsters to the west, from the blood flies to the sky weavers. There, a strange resemblance to a Nemean. But all of it was massive, dangerous, unbelievable enough so that even the 20-story Goliaths that stalked the edge of the kingdom would have seemed tiny and insignificant in comparison. I was looking at a reminder of how unforgiving the world we lived in truly was. I was looking at a creature that had once been worshipped as a messenger of God, carrying word from on high. Just one word, really. Or so the story goes. Begone. It rose sluggishly from its mountainside, dwarfing it easily as it stretching its wings wider yet, and then flapped them once, just once, and a tornado erupted in the midst of the mountains and the plains. It wasn't aimed at me or my hunters or anything at all, really, but simply created in its wake a terrifying cyclone of wind, a column of air that stretched from heaven to earth, and then it opened its mouth, fire erupting from its gullet to ignite the storm. such heat and light arising that I thought he'd set the sky aflame. I must have been nearly 2 kilometers away and still I felt the heat, saw steam and smoke rise in torrents towards the sky. I stared for a moment at that casual display of power from a beast that didn't even deign to fully rise from its resting place. I wondered if it was luck or luck that had resulted in this meeting. In a certain light, I was bearing witness to something unseen for generations, a display of godlike power that begged our description from a monster straight out of myth and legend. I was unspeakably lucky just to see it, from that perspective. In fact, just thinking about the probability, it was like I'd stumbled across a 1-in-a-million secret boss on my first trip outside the kingdoms. I must have beat some pretty damn long odds for this to have occurred. I considered that for a moment, marveled at how unlikely it must have been to encounter such a rare opponent on accident, especially given my grim quest, or perhaps that played a role in this meeting. It wasn't uncommon to find enemies that couldn't be encountered unless you'd activated a specific quest. Perhaps that was what this was, my power telling me to slay another specimen of Grim and retrieve its mask. God no, I said, turning my ship to run like hell. Those perusing me evidently agreed and had given up the chase to flee as Ziz rose from its mountain throne, scattering in every direction in the hopes of improving their chances. But before I could even fully turn the ship, I knew it wouldn't make a difference. After all, it wasn't after them. I felt the white whale shake in a sudden bout of turbulence and had to struggle to keep it steady as Ziz took to the air, but I already knew it was too late to escape. With speed that was unfair for a creature so large, it closed the distance between us with a single flap of its wings, its 10 massive eyes gleaming with intelligence. There was something strange there, something familiar to what I'd seen in the Beowulf before, and the sight of it almost made me wonder if. But I suppose it didn't matter, I thought as the white whale shuddered, still groaning as Ziz plucked it up in a single claw. It was over now. Or maybe not. Why did I even bother investing in luck? I muttered to myself, sitting back with a sigh. Should have just keep the damn points. I could have had Baihu's next technique by now, but no, I had to push my literal goddamn luck. Shit. It seemed that after snatching me up, Ziz had decided to stretch its wings a bit in a display that had filled me with terror. Despite how far I'd flown from Vale during the chase, we were all but in spitting distance of it for a creature of Ziz's size. If I'd woken the beast up, if I'd set it upon my town, I'd never forgive myself. I also probably wouldn't have had to worry about it for very long, granted, because I'd have probably died shortly thereafter if it had attacked Vale. I'd have crawled out of the ship to face the beast, even knowing I'd probably accomplish nothing. I sent off praises to every god I had ever heard of when it didn't fly in that direction, appearing apathetic to everything around it. I didn't even care, in that moment, that it had chosen to fly off with me instead and had felt nothing but relief when the ship was rocked by the thunderous sound of its wings. It wasn't until later, after I was cut off from the light of the sun and plunged into darkness by the creature's titanic body and even larger wingspan, that I'd considered resisting and contemplated ways to try to run and escape. I didn't dare risk it until we were far enough away from the city that it wouldn't go search for more prey if I succeeded, but when I thought it safe to try, nothing I'd done had made Ziz's grasp so much as budge. When I put the whole of the ship's power into trying to slip loose and escape, it had accomplished nothing but making Ziz tighten its colossal grasp, causing the ship groan and warp. I'd considered unloading all of my weaponry at the beast but hesitated, completely certain it would do absolutely nothing but maybe convince the creature to kill me that much more quickly. Purely out of a desire to prolong my life, I'd waited and waited and waited. In Ziz's clutches, I watched the world go by beneath me. Despite its size, or perhaps because of it flew impossibly quickly, faster than anything I'd ever even heard of. In what seemed like minutes, land turned to sea, though it should have taken me an hour or two to get that far. I spent a while staring down at the shifting depths of the ocean, at the waves below, and it was boring, surprisingly peaceful, perhaps even beautiful, but after a while, really dull. The gamer's mind kept me calm in any situation, so fear was never anything more than a momentary distraction, blunting the terror of even such a creature's presence. Even beyond that, though. It sounds odd or maybe even impressive, but it's like knowing someone is out there and any minute he could come in and kill you and there's no way for you to stop him or reason with him or do anything, but he's taking his sweet ass time about it. The first few minutes of that were really nerve-wracking, even calm as I was. The simple knowledge that my life was a toy in someone else's hand, to be crushed and discarded. Even if that didn't fog my thinking, didn't make me panic, didn't get to me directly, it was a fact that I knew, considered, and had no way of refuting. Then half an hour had passed and still nothing had happened. I distracted myself and found things to do. I wrote a few things on my scroll that I realized I'd never gotten around to doing. I wrote a will, though I had no way of making it official and it was unlikely anyone would ever find it. I wrote letters, too, just on that off chance that someone did, Apologies and last words to my friends and family. I sighed and ruefully wrote a list of the things I regretted not doing, just to keep them in mind, and then a list of things I would do if I somehow survived. Then an hour had passed and still nothing had happened. Levant stayed by my side through it all, gaze more curious than frightened, whilst Crossiamores was unshakable as ever between them and the gamer's mind. It's really hard to be worried while feeling calm and being surrounded by friends who just weren't. I browsed through my scroll even though I was far out of range. I read my emails, mostly stuff from Blake after our last exchange, and then played some games on it. None of them took me very long to complete, sadly, because of my enhanced intelligence and wisdom made the solutions rather obvious once I got the hang of it, but it was a good distraction. I kinda regretted not downloading any books onto it or anything but the built-in games, really, but what can you do? Live and learn, I guess, though I wasn't sure that was applicable to this situation. I looked up after the third hour, saw that I was still over the sea, and sighed. I probably should have abandoned ship the moment Zeus had seized me up and just walked back to Vale or something, but I'd been resolved, hopeful, stubborn. At first I hadn't wanted to do anything that might cause it to shift its attention, and after I was sure that wasn't an issue, I'd still wanted to save those people so bad I tried to wrest the ship free instead of abandoning ship. Well, it had probably been too late even by that point, since I'd already been out at sea, and now, maybe if I climbed out I could swim somewhere? If I could get to shore or something, I should be able to contract with a water elemental with some effort. The mission would be a failure, but there was a chance I'd get home alive. Of course it was more likely I'd just be eaten by water-faring Grim, but I checked my map again to determine where we were and then looked to my world map to try and make a rough guess as to where I was going. Southeast, roughly, though that could lead anywhere at the speed we were moving. With a sigh, I decided to wait in the hopes Zeus would hit land again and hopefully not attack anyone. I considered going to sleep, but no, I'd rather be awake for this, especially since there was an off chance of there being an opportunity to escape, however slim. I waited, relaxed as best I could, and watched the world go by. And then we abruptly made landfall. Zeus set down suddenly on a shore I didn't recognize, walking inland with steps that must have shaken the world. I was about to rise, ready to leave and face whatever was coming, but was knocked back into my seat before I could even do anything. The entire ship shook as a horrible ripping sound tore through it, and I held my breath as if he might hear me. There was a long moment of silence, a tense moment as if I was being judged, and suddenly, I was flying. Not like Zeus had taken to the skies again, or like I was flying the ship, like I'd been thrown, tossed aside like worthless trash. I lost my balance for a moment and slammed first into the ceiling and then a nearby wall before calling upon Levant's power to hold myself steady. Even then, it took me a moment to realize that was exactly what had happened, and I scrambled for the controls, trying to control my flight and, more importantly, my descent. Half my controls didn't seem to work and the rest seemed sluggish to respond, but I managed to turn a chaotic tumble into a wobbling, uncontrolled landing and survive it with an exhausting use of or a crash. I was smashed around a fair bit as the ship tumbled and felt my MP drain as I tried to keep it together despite it all. When at last the ship settled and rocked to a halt, I just sat for a moment, stunned and amazed that I was alive. Then I got out of my seat to figure out what the hell had happened. Figuring that one out had turned out to be pretty easy, because it became evident the moment I walked out the door there was a giant hole in my ship. I stared at it disbelievingly for a moment before lunging my way up through the exposed bowels of the craft so I could take a look around outside. Several kilometers away, Zeus rose into the air and flew a ways before diving into the sea in a move that flooded the beach he'd been on. I watched for a minute, but when he didn't emerge I turned my attention back to the mildly pressing issue of the hole in my ship. Swearing to myself, I knelt down and put a hand to the hull, feeling Crossiamores within it. I felt her map out the damage in my mind, compared it to the blueprints in my head, and was torn from my thoughts as Zeus erupted from the sea with a deafening shriek. Clutched in its talons was a bleeding blue creature that would have been large if it hadn't been in Zeus's hands. It took me a minute to realize what I was looking at. "Oh, you've gotta be fucking kidding me," I snarled quietly, in fear that it might actually hear me. "You dragged me across the fucking world because you were hungry? You don't even need to eat." Zeus casually tore off the whale's head, scarfing it down absently before slicing the creature neatly open to draw out the softer, squissier bits. I wasn't sure why it was bothering, since it couldn't possibly need it even beyond the usual Grim thing. There was no way a creature that size, or any of the larger Grim, survived on conventional biology. Maybe it was bored, or it was an or thing, or it just liked watching large things die. I didn't know. What I did know was that I was pissed the hell off. "Hey, here's an idea. Maybe you should have checked to make sure you liked to taste of steel before carrying me off to." "Where the fuck am I?" I snarled again and stomped on the ship's hull. "You flying feathered fuck. We're gonna have words about this when I'm level 100. I growled to myself as I conned unnaturally, well aware there was nothing I could do about the Grim right now. For its part, Ziz had finished scarfing down the rest of its snack and was preparing itself to dive back into the ocean for more. I looked around and had no idea where I was. I looked down at my ship and had no idea if I could fix it. And then I sat down on the hull of my ship and put my head in my hands. Fuck, I said, trying to put all my anger and frustration into that one word. I gave myself a moment and then I got back to work. The games we play on track. The situation could have been a lot worse, I grudgingly admitted, ignoring everything even remotely related to Ziz. I was unbelievably lucky, not because of the ship. Even if things weren't as bad as they could have been. The ship was horribly damaged, Ziz having skewered it with its beak to see if it was worth eating and punched a hole most of the way through it in the process. It had thankfully missed a lot of stuff that was really irreplaceable, but it had still ripped through wires and metal and more. You couldn't inflict that much damage on an airship and not hit something important. It hadn't eaten the engine or anything, but it was still pretty bad. Not really because of where I was, either. I was on Mandal now, which might have seemed lucky, but as a continent, Mandal was kind of, big. I was on one of the frigid islands to its west, which I wasn't even sure counted as part of Mandal proper, even if my quest had apparently accepted it, though I didn't even get a level out of it, which was making me start thinking I wasn't getting paid enough for this shit. I mean, I was used to annoying, dangerous quests for pretty shitty rewards, but that was in actual games. Given that I was taking my life in my hands here, I figured I should get more meaningfully compensated. Regardless, I was on Mantle, but though there were plenty of worse places to be, I was still hundreds of miles away from my destination, and without a ship I'd have to trek across an ungodly amount of ice and snow to reach my destination. So that wasn't the reason, either. But the saving grace was that my power, as always, was bullshit. Because of it, I'd figured all of that out in less than a minute. With it, I thought the situation may not have been completely hopeless. It was pretty much built for situations like this. Honestly, situations where I had few solutions but a lot of time, because it's not like I was going anywhere without the white whale. The ship itself, I'd quickly realized, was fucked. I didn't have the skill to fix it and I didn't have the parts. It was beyond my ability to completely repair, or rather, beyond my current ability to repair. Since my power boiled the issue down to my skills being too low, however, I was better off than pretty much anyone else in the world would have been. I had the blueprints in my head, a full understanding of how the ship should have worked, and I had some of the materials and a way of actually working with them. I turned everything off to keep from wasting power, gathered up some of the new scrap metal, and started grinding my crafting skill, making simple things at first, then more complicated things, building them up and melting them down with crocea ores, again and again. The sun rose and set several times, and the skill improved until I could apply it roughly to my purpose and started repairing some of the damaged portions of the ship. A good amount of the damage was beyond me regardless of my efforts, for I simply didn't have the materials or a way of working with them, but the metal portions which made up most of the huge hole in the ship that I could do something about, and I did. By noon on the third day, the obvious damage, the huge hole, primarily was gone, though parts lay exposed for later repairs. I'd accomplished the work of heavy machinery and hundreds of men with just my brain, aura, and crocea ores. Fixing it up, it wasn't the prettiest patch job ever, but that was fine because I wasn't trying to win a beauty contest with it. But it still wouldn't fly. I'd mended the superficial bits, but airships, like beauty, were more than skin deep. I couldn't fix all the damage on the ship by twisting metal alone, not with the damage to the wiring and various systems within it. Getting the ship in the air again would have been, for anyone else, a hopeless prospect. I wasn't anyone else, though. I was the gamer and I was stubborn as hell. As another point of dubious luck, Ziz had chosen a more or less empty island. I'd explored it during my first day here and hadn't found any sign of human civilization, past or present. As far as I could tell, there were no Grim on the island, Either if there ever had been, they'd either left or ran away after Ziz's arrival and hadn't come back even after it curled around another mountain and went to sleep again. That was both good and bad. No Grim to fight meant I couldn't level up, but it also meant I didn't have to put up with the constant distraction of attacks, allowing me to focus on my current problem and maybe, just maybe, a possible solution. I'd kept Levant and Crocia Moors manifested and by my side at all times. Part of that, of course, was to continue to train my elemental skills, but a larger part was simply so I wouldn't be alone on this island, immediate danger or not. Either way, it was for the best, because of what I needed to do next. I'd meant to do this for a while now, but had never had the time. The last few weeks had been a constant rush, an effort to get so many things done in too little time. But now, thanks to Zia's airline's horrible flight, I had all the time in the world and a pretty pressing need. I, Jaune Arc, call upon the ancient contract of ages past to summon thee, I said, standing before a trio of prepared circles, readying myself for one ritual after another. I wasn't certain this would work, but nothing ventured, nothing gained, right? I hope that you heed my call. Come, fire elemental. The makeshift fire I built on the first circle erupted suddenly, blazing higher than it should have. A small figure gathered at the center of the flame, bronze skin and blazing red hair. He was a diminutive figure but somehow cut an image of nobility despite that, garbed in cloth of shifting patterns in reds and blues. The cloth left half his chest bare in a fashion that seemed dimly familiar, and he looked up at me with eyes that glowed like coals. But I wasn't done yet. I, Jaune Arc, call upon the ancient contract of ages past to summon thee, I spoke again, voice rising. I hope that you heed my call. Come, water elemental. From a bowl I had crafted and filled with sea water rose a small, beautiful figure. A formal gown of deep blue was trimmed in the white of sea foam, the same color as her hair. White trailed down her back like a waterfall. Her skin was light blue, darkening as it dropped lower to royal colors by her hips. Below that, her legs were amorphous, calling to mind both the liquidity of water and the scales of a snake or fish. Her eyes were solid black, like the depths of the ocean, glimmering slightly in the light. I, Jaune Arc, call upon the ancient contract of ages past to summon thee, I spoke once more, exhaustion beginning to set in as my power was drained away. Nonetheless, I was determined to continue, and it would have been rude to stop now. Besides, I hope that you heed my call. Come, lightning elemental. Lightning fell from the blue sky, reaching down to strike the circuit I'd made out of a few spare parts on the ship and some yellow dust I'd set within the last circle. I hadn't been sure it would work, with the ritual predating the discovery of dust, but lightning was vital to my plans. Hell, I was glad this was working. I'd prepared for it by meditating on the elements beforehand like I'd done with Crocia Moors, but even with my nature affinity, I hadn't been certain I'd succeed. I'd been relieved and overjoyed when I had developed the necessary affinities. Nonetheless, I was extremely glad when no thunder followed the strike, though I was performing the ritual as far from Ziz's mountain as possible. Instead, the bolt gathered, congealing into a final figure. The only way to describe him was bright. His flesh, his clothes, his hair, the entirety of his form was colored as if someone had trapped lightning in a human form, which, I suppose, I had. White cloth, white skin, white hair, white eyes. He seemed solid but only momentarily, shifting slightly between blinks of an eye. At times, he would flicker, momentarily facing another direction before facing me. I couldn't make out precisely what he was wearing, because it seemed to shift, merging with his body for an instant before tearing itself away in bizarre, twisting shapes. You call upon the sea, the storm, the flame, fire finished. Why? I knelt and bowed, putting all the respect I could into the gesture. Whether because of their natures or my proficiency with summoning elementals, they seemed more eloquent, intelligent, and dangerous. I'll begin in accordance with the ancient rituals, I replied. My name is Jaune Arc. You have heard my name. Please tell me yours. The three figures looked at me, tiny but judging, and for a moment all was silent. I wondered if I'd erred in summoning more than one, if I'd made a mistake or insulted them. There hadn't been anything about it in the knowledge I'd gotten about summoning elementals, and I was pressed for time, but suddenly, I was gone. I was torn away in a storm, drowning, burning, falling, and flying all at once. I flew apart in a million pieces and gathered, flashing into existence and fading. I grew and devoured, growing larger as I moved, wiping away all in my path. I covered the world, flowed through it, a power that was everywhere, enormous, and yet somehow unseen. I saw myself and I was unraveling, coming apart in light and sound, unable to control where I was going, unable to remain. I lived and died between moments, and yet in that moment I lit up the world. I saw myself and I was burning, being devoured even as I devoured in turn. I grew, expanded, ignited, and consumed even as I lost my figure, my form, and became nothing more than heat and light, and I shared both with the world. I saw myself and I was melting, liquefying in an instant and falling to the ground in a splash. I felt my pieces separate and recombine, was immobile even as I shifted and grew to be everywhere, in everything. Abruptly, I was not alone. Three figures stood with me, or rather one figure did from 3 different perspectives. Even as I unraveled, I came together, racing through the sky to return to my body. Even as I burned, I found myself centered, the brightest flame at the core. Even as flowed away, I returned, rising from the earth and falling from the sky to return to the shape I knew. I felt them and they felt me and we felt free. My name is Volturnus, the storm whispered. I am Jaune, said the sea. Know me as Suryasta, spoke the flame. We are one as the ancient contract dictates. Our souls are one, I agreed. I am Volturnus. I am Jaune. I am Suryasta. I am Jaune Arc. Until our souls meet their ends, we will be forever one. Then know. Should the skies be torn through with light, should the land fall beneath the sea, should the whole of your world burn to ashes, even then I will protect you. The moment they finished speaking, I was gone, dropping into a deep sleep. I wasn't sure how long I slept, but the sky was dark when I woke. My dreams had been at once bizarrely joyous and troubled, of a world that was burning, drowning, and fading away, wrecked by titans of fire, water, and thunder. I stood amongst them, beside them, within them as they fought and felt at once like nothing but an insect and all but a god. When I opened my eyes, I was not alone. I felt Crocea Moors humming in my gauntlets and Levant curled up at one side. Jaune rested at the other and Suryasta and Volturnus at my head and feet respectively. Far enough not to shock or burn, but close enough that I knew they were there. They didn't need to sleep, I knew, but they didn't want to leave me alone while I rested and somehow, I'd held on to them even while sleeping. A skill has been created through a special action. Through practice with many elements the skill Elemental Mastery has been obtained. You've obtained the title Elementalist. I huffed out a quiet breath as I sat back and waited, not wanting to wake them up. I'd let them sleep for now, and then, we'd see if I could make a broken ship fly. Later, I sat in the cockpit of the White Whale, my eyes closed in meditation as I felt rivers of power flow, converge, and then separate in the world around me. The whole of the White Whale was revealed to my senses as were my elementals within it. Each stood at a different position within the ship, serving a different purpose as they sent tides of power flowing through the White Whale. As ever, Crocea Moors moved through the ship itself, refining, hardening, and compensating for things around it. He made some parts harder, others more flexible, and strengthened the engine so it could hold up to the strain it was being put under. Suryasta and Levant stood within the belly of the ship, power mixing within the engine in a cooperative effort working to fuel, empower, and breathe life into the ship itself. Levant drew an air end, together with the ship's normal processes. Suryasta heated it, aiding the ship in generating thrust. Turbines spun while hot air expanded, aiding the White Whale's superjet. The two of them focused the result, keeping a hold of the expelled heat and air even as it fed directly into the energy converter. There, Volturnus was waiting. As wind energy was converted into electricity, he took a hold of it, bolstered it with his own strength, and feed it back into the system and back into the engine itself. More than that, he guided it through the ship and possibly, sometimes between broken wires that I still needed to connect. I was already considering what alternatives I could make with Crocea Moors' help. Safer and more efficient replacements, if ones that wouldn't function without the aid of someone capable of manually controlling electricity. But for the moment this was just a test, a practice run to see where I stood and if it was possible. And so far, it seemed to be working. Lights that should have been cut off from power turned on. Parts of the ship that should have been inactive responded, taking advantage of the systems already in place within the ship. Of the loopholes and tricks a structure as massive as the White Whale used to soar, I thought I could do the same despite the damages. I wasn't powerful enough to make the ship fly solely on my own power, not yet, at least, but by combining my power and control with the processes the ship was designed around and the dust it used for fuel, it was possible. It was possible. I was absolutely certain of that, even without rising from my meditation, because I could still feel it despite all the reasons it shouldn't have been able to. This broken ship was flying, hovering just above the ground. It was hard. I could feel my elementals focus, their concentration on their goals. I'd minimized the costs as much as possible to make it easier during my brief moments of lucidity, cutting corners where I could to save us all the effort. Systems that were unnecessary for now were checked once to confirm whether or not I could use them and then deactivated. I'd stored all the perishables on the ship in my inventory and shut off the lights, the air conditioning, everything else I could to conserve power. With nothing but the bare essentials, I focused entirely on the ship, stretching my power through it as I pushed myself to the limits. We had been at this 4 days now. I'd scarcely broken my meditative vigil since we'd begun, so I wasn't entirely certain how much time had passed, but I was certain at least that much time had gone by. Jaune stood beside me, using her power to aid me however she could, whether to heal me or help restore my strength, but even with her help the first long time had been hard, like an impossibly vast weight I couldn't put down. Even with the restorative power of my meditation, I'd quickly found my clothes soaked through with sweat. A distant, only mildly distracting sensation on my physical form, away from it as I was. The exhaustion that had caused it, however, was something I'd been extremely aware of with my enhanced perspective. Raising the ship off the ground required constant, precise use of my different elementals. The only reason I had been able to maintain it at all in the beginning was because of Soul of the World, of precisely how it worked and how far I'd leveled it. When I had first gotten the skill, all I'd been able to do was fall into a deep trance to see the flows of energy through the world around me, focusing carefully on a precise flow to make it function as I wished. I brought the energy up through my body and back out, a careful, measured, controlled change to the natural world as I became one with it. And, really, that was still all I could do. While meditating, I had to focus almost entirely on a single, repetitive pattern. It's just that in this case, the pattern was a little different. I'd summoned up all my elementals in their immaterial state before falling into my trance, and then I had focused on exactly what I needed, narrowing my view of the vast world. I'd imagined exactly what would need to happen, every shift in the engine, the motion caused by heat, every movement of the wind, every flow of electricity, every part of the process that governed the ship. I blotted out everything else until I was a machine dedicated to that single cycle, of imagining that one thing again and again and again to the exclusion of all else. My elementals felt those thoughts through their link to me, and through them I'd made it a reality. The result was amazing even to me in the moments I could spare it attention. Something only made possible through a number of different factors lining up. If my elementals had not been capable of so accurately making my thoughts reality while immaterial, I couldn't have done it. If not for the MP regeneration my wisdom granted, I wouldn't have had the power for it. If not for the tremendous focus I had while meditating, I couldn't have even successfully thought it. And even with all of those things, I wasn't sure if it would have been feasible without my new skill and title. Elementalist, the title I'd obtained by gaining 5 elementals, simply increased all my elemental affinities by 10 while I had it active, greatly increasing the power of all my elementals as a result. Elemental mastery, the skill I'd received for apparently the same reason, was a bit more complicated in how it worked but even more valuable. The first effect was similar to my physical mastery skills. A percentage increase to attack and defense and such. Both seemed based on my affinities as much as the skills level, though, producing some interesting results and implications. I couldn't be sure, but if I got the skill to 100 and an affinity to 100, would I be immune to the element in question? The multiplier I received towards attack was much greater than the damage reduction, but gaining immunity to specific elements wasn't unusual in games by any means. Generally there was a bit more balance, except with really powerful, hard-to-acquire items. But with my ability, well, I really wouldn't be surprised. Between that and physical endurance, I just had to shrug. Maybe I'd be immune to harm if I could get all my defensive skills maxed out, maybe not. I'd know the truth someday, probably, but I had a long way to go before then. Its other ability, however, was what made it truly powerful. Elemental mastery affected how the skill which had produced it functioned, improving Summon Elemental. Summon Elemental worked in a very specific way as it leveled up. Rather than a percentage-based increase per level, roughly every 5 or 6 levels I became able to summon another elemental. For example, when the skill had been level 20, I'd been able to summon 3 air elementals. Instead of doing that, however, I could also just summon one, and it would have the power of all 3 combined. While there were situations where quantity surpassed quality and a small number of carefully positioned elementals might be preferably, I generally just made the strongest ones I could because of the expansion to range, versatility, and power. Summoning different elementals worked rather similarly, dependent on my pool. That is, when I summoned Crocia Moors and Levant to aid me with the White Whale, I'd had a pool of 8 possible elementals and had split it between them because I'd needed the skills of both. Generally, I made each level 4, though depending on the situation I could go all in for one or the other or any combination of the two. But elemental mastery changed that. Because of it, I could maintain completely different spells for individual elementals, using multiple summons that each allowed for a full pool, up to a limit determined by my elemental mastery. I couldn't choose multiple castings to summon many versions of the same elemental, but I could summon Crocia Moors at full power with one spell and then Levant with another, paying the cost to maintain them separately, an added cost, perhaps, but one far below the additional benefit. It was an amazing increase in the skill's power. Originally, I'd planned to use them while they weren't manifested, channeling my own power through them to use their elements instead of summoning them to fight independently. I'd have split my power 4 ways between metal, air, fire, and lightning, calling each with 2 elementals worth of power. Summoned that way, they would draw directly upon my MP, of which I had a great deal, to hopefully overcome their individual weakness. But it was an inefficient use of a skill, at least for something this prolonged. While they didn't draw power except when in use while not manifested, they required MP proportional to that use and focus to control the result. If I channeled my power through Suriasta, for example, and used it constantly for high-performance stuff like this, the cost in power and concentration would quickly become overwhelming and wasteful. It was the difference between a maintained skill and an active one, with the former perhaps having a higher base cost but the latter needing to be paid with each and every use. Depending on what I was doing, one could be a better idea than the other, but for something of this magnitude, Just lifting the white whale like I was doing now costs well over 200 MP a minute and I couldn't do anything else. I'd figured that, honestly, that had been the real reason I had summoned a water elemental. The truth was that I'd been all but completely certain splitting my power that way wouldn't be enough to accomplish anything. 4 elementals at 2 points most likely wouldn't have even been enough to make the white whale fly like this again, much less accomplish anything with it, but I'd wanted to be able to say I'd done everything in my power to try and succeed before returning home a failure. If that had happened, I'd have put my power in Jihai and tried to sail for land. I'd probably have tried to get to Atlas and then figured out a way home from there. But 5 elementals with the power of 10 or more? That was something else entirely. I grinded my skills relentlessly the moment I figured out how they worked, trying to raise elemental mastery as high as possible, so as to increase the number of summons I could use at once. In the process, maintaining multiple elementals had improved my summoning skill, especially as I had done literally nothing but meditate, maintain, and use their power for literal days. The constant meditation had been good for training Soul of the World, though that skill insisted on being slow as all hell in improving, and it seemed that even just hovering helped improve my skill as a pilot. With the latter's passive bonuses affecting the performance and efficiency of the ship, I could feel my power growing, just as I could feel their power doing the same. My elementals strengthening as the days wore on, growing as my skill increased and then faster when I was able to maintain their existences. I wasn't certain how that worked exactly, if they were growing with me, if I was reaching out to grasp power that I couldn't touch before as represented by the summon skill, but it didn't matter. One spell became 2, then 3, then 4. I guided them fully with my mind at first, directing their power through the white whale as we reached higher together, submerging myself in the flows of the world until I was nothing but a recording, playing the same image over and over. I concentrated wholly on that one goal to the point that I left my physical body completely in Jihai's care. I all but abandoned the material world in my concentration, and it worked. The strain that had at first seemed unbearable had lessened and become something we all lifted together. I empowered my elementals and they supported me until what had seemed impossible was in my grasp. My power grew as I struggled, stretching out to my allies, my friends, and I knew if it was like this, I could do it. If it was like this, I wasn't alone and together we were strong. I could still complete the mission and I would. It was too early to give up, too late to turn back, and time to move forward. We could do this, I know we could. I took a deep breath and slowly drew myself from my trance, opening my eyes to watch the sun set far in the west. As my concentration eased and then faded, I felt my friends stepping into place to take up the burden. The ship shuddered but did not fall. The games we play. Contact. I give myself a few more days of practice to be sure and then begin to move. I was at once hesitant and eager. I wanted to get this done now, both to save the people I came all this way for and to get back home, but wisdom tempered that desire with caution. Whatever I wanted, I wouldn't help anyone if I screwed things up, and I didn't come all this way to do this wrong and make everything that had happened pointless. I still had the advantage in that everyone must have thought I was dead. I'd turned the tracking device off long ago, after I'd resolved to keep going with the mission despite the unexpected detour. I'd left it on before then, so that people might know where Ziz had gone if I died, though it wouldn't have surprised me if the monster had flown us out of range. Regardless, I was pretty sure the whole faking my death strategy had been pretty successful, and as far as I could tell, no one had seen fit to follow Ziz, or, at least, to come close enough to risk bothering it if they had. Everyone probably thought I was long gone. I made a point of not dwelling on that too much. That had been the plan, of course, to vanish into the wilderness, lay low, and make it seem as though the white whale had fallen before making a surprise reappearance, but I admitted that I hadn't planned for it to be quite this convincing. I was sure that the footage of my robbery and, more importantly, of Ziz had been shown all around the world, and I cut off from civilization as I was. I could only speculate over what a mess that must have been causing. What I did know, however, was that I didn't have any way of contacting Adam or Blake, and they'd probably last seen me flying off in the talons of a fairy tale monstrosity we'd made contingencies for. Well, for what we'd thought at the time to be the worst-case scenarios, but getting tossed aside on some distant island hadn't meshed well with any of that, and I hadn't been able to contact them yet. That didn't bother me. Well, no, that was a lie. It bothered me quite a bit because I figured they'd be blaming themselves for this, but soon they'd find out I was back. I'd underplay it and act smug about how they'd thought they'd seen the last of me. We'd maybe argue, probably not mention a lot of stuff, and it'd be okay. My parents, on the other hand, I'd already broken one promise to them, I was sure, because they'd probably rushed back home when word about Ziz got out along with every other hunter. In all likelihood, my whole family had probably come back to Vale to find out that I wasn't there. Worse, I hadn't come back or sent word or anything for days, a week, maybe longer, with no word, no explanation. I told myself I'd deal with it as I came to it and tried to ignore that I had absolutely no clue what I was going to do about that. But I would deal with it because I would come to it. I promised myself that. And even before then, still, there was too much on the line to rush in and just hope for the best. Even if I hadn't lacked any backup but what I could summon, discretion would have been the better part of valor. It just probably would have been Blake doing all this stuff. Circumstances change, though, and plans had to change with them, and it was up to people to notice and respond correctly. I could probably assume a few things safely, given Ziz's supposed awakening, and really, just the reminder that the world we live in is hostile to a degree that beggars the mind. Odds were that border security had likely been increased, just in case it attacked or was spotted or whatever. At the moment, I may well be the only person aware that it had gone back to sleep, and even I wasn't sure that was a comfort. It was still an enormous super monster that could wake up again, and if at that time it did feel like attacking, so border security had probably gone up from the already impressive usual, that is, because even when there weren't creatures out of legend flying around, Grimkiden would take advantage of any opportunity they could to attack. There was a sincere risk of being spotted the moment I went over the line in the White Whale, which I'd need to in order to get to the company town. It was near the outskirts of the Kingdom of Atlas, set in an area found during one of its most recent expansions, but it was in Atlas. Given that I was flying a unique ship that had been stolen in what must be an extremely high-profile incident at this point, it seemed likely that there would be a response once I was noticed. Between the fact that I was flying a stolen Schnee Company super ship and the fact that I'd last been seen in Ziz's claws, well, I'd need to move quickly once I started, because I was sure there'd be a lot of heavily armed men and women who'd want to speak to me, and I just didn't have the time. The town itself probably wasn't changed much by the situation, relatively speaking, though they might have increased production. Statistically speaking, that's what dust mines did when there was a national or international emergency, and, yeah, if I'd seen Ziz and I was the Adlesian military or whatever, I'd probably want more dust, too. But while there may be some additional personnel and perhaps adjustments to security, I doubted there had been time for any major changes yet. Infrastructure was hard to change quickly, and I doubted a specific dust mine was the first priority, though dust mines as a whole were probably up there. Still, before I did anything else, I needed to know what I was getting into. Adam and Blake had people inside, but even if I wasn't temporarily cut off from them, well, trust but verify, which was why I set the White Whale down about 100 kilometers outside the border and ran the rest of the way there. I probably could have gotten closer if I was careful, but there was no sense in taking chances this early, especially when I didn't need to. The security out this far was more for detecting larger threats than small fry, because the simple truth of the matter was that if the entire military robots included was dedicated solely to border control, they'd probably be spread out to the point of utter uselessness. Defending the kingdoms was more about applying what they had in the right places, with certain, careful lines of defense to protect important areas, rather than trying to constantly defend everything. That's why an army trying to invade would be noticed pretty much instantly, but a single person like me could go border hopping. It didn't help that the peacetime defenses weren't designed with the intention of keeping people out of the kingdoms. I crossed into Atlas, at least, the area known as Atlas on a map, with no trouble at all, simply by walking over it. Inside the kingdom, I ran for a bit and used my elementals to search for what I knew would be somewhere nearby. After a while running back and forth, I found the military base, still looking pretty new, which made sense, as I was pretty sure the most recent breakthrough for Atlas had been 3 years ago. The base couldn't have been in use too many years before that, assuming it hadn't been built afterwards. As a kid, I'd always thought of the breakthroughs as something amazing, the forces of humanity pushing back the grim in great battles to seize more of remnant from the monsters. Now that I was older and literally wiser, I was left with the depressing thought that it actually had more to do with infrastructure. Building roads and supply lines, getting power to new places, setting up communications, and so on, which must have been a pain when there were a bunch of monsters liable to come along and start breaking your hard work. The world sounded so much cooler when I was a kid. Military bases like this mainly existed to keep it from happening and partially to act as first responders, delaying a major problem that somehow got this far until the hunter showed up. Thinking about it that way, it sounded like the type of job that was usually tedious and annoying, with rare bouts of utter terror. Most of the time you're probably standing around making sure no stupid monsters chew on your wires or something, and then once in a blue moon, a death stalker comes along. As someone getting used to experiencing shit like that, I empathized. I also didn't want to hurt any soldiers just trying to do their job, so I didn't. I did, however, swing by the back of a truck when no one was around, pop it open with crocea Moors, and steal its spare uniform before slinging away. I ran the rest of the way to the mine in about 3 hours, found a good position, and just watched for the rest of the day, through the night, and into the morning. I stuck to the shadows, to the trees, and remained as far away as I could while still watch, which was pretty damn far. I saw faunus workers as they moved through the town, noted where they lived, where they went, and in what order. I watched the human employees as well, noting names, faces, roles. Liberal application of observe told me the purpose of each of the different structures, and crocea Moors, Levant, and Volturna spread throughout the town, slipping through their respective elements to see what was hidden, to tell me exactly how things worked from both an infrastructure and personnel standpoint. Several times, I had to move to get a better look, and I noted everything that I thought might be important as I went: exists, communication lines, names, faces, numbers, weak points, and more. Because it was a faunus town, activity did not stop during the night, so I didn't get a chance to enter the town itself and examine things directly, but everything I could do, I did. And then I left and ran the rest of the way to Atlas. Between my elementals and how quickly I recovered from exhaustion, I got there only shortly after nightfall, found a place to take a bath with Jai's help, and then found an alley to meditate in for the night. When dawn came, I changed my clothes, disguised myself, and calmly walked into the CCT to make a call. Hello. Welcome to the CCT. How may I help you? Communications room, please, I requested. Absolutely. Could you please place your scroll in the terminal to verify your identity? I withdrew my scroll and scanned it casually. Being terrorists made a lot of things more difficult for the White Fang, as one might expect. ID checks, for example, did not mesh well with terrorism, and anyone who wants to make a cross-continental call needs to have a scroll registered to them and have it scanned. The location of the call also needed to be stated, so who you were calling was an issue as well. Luckily, the White Fang had long since adapted to such difficulties, and as I was sort of with them for the time being, they'd showed me how both in person and in the security books Blake and Tucson had fed me. The scroll that Blake had given me was registered to a false ID, though it was a bit more complicated than that due to what it took to keep things that way, both in the hard and software of the scroll and in terms of the infrastructure that supported them. The long and short of it was that if you knew how and you had a few things in the right places, you could make your scroll say what you wanted it to. An invaluable skill, if you knew how to use it, due to how much relied on scrolls nowadays and what you could get on and off them with the right equipment. And I'd gotten pretty good at doing it, as part of my disguise and theft skills. Perfect, the automated voice said once it was finished. Thank you, Mr. Yunus. I waited patiently as the elevator took me up, a pleasant smile on my face. When the door opened, I walked up to the hologram manning the desk. Welcome to the Atlas Cross-Continental Transmit Center, she said, giving me a gentle smile. How may I help you? I need to make a call to Tucson's book trade in Vale, if possible, I said. Certainly, she replied. If you could head over to Terminal 4, I'll patch you through. Thank you. I nodded at her politely. Have a nice day, ma'am. You too, sir, she replied as I walked away. I couldn't really take the credit for this next bit. Most of it was having friends in the right places. A fake identity can get you through the door pretty easily, but once inside, all CCT transactions were recorded. This was an obstacle when you were, say, wanted criminals communicating across the globe, but only a minor one if you're properly prepared. Odds were good that Adam and Blake had changed IDs already, if not their scrolls, but that wasn't too uncommon among White Fang operatives on their level. It could make them hard to reach in an emergency, however, because if something happens, suddenly there's someone else. For that reason, the White Fang had a number of go-betweens who would take such messages and pass them up whatever line was needed to reach their destination. Tucson served such a role, at least in part, and Blake had told me to reach them through him if the mission went badly enough that we got separated and sent on the run. And yeah, it was yet another way spying was ruined by practicality. Secret messages, encryptions, and ciphers may have been cool, but it was amazing how far you could go with an answering machine and some common sense instead. The screen beeped several times, trying to get the message through, but no one answered. I wasn't surprised, given the time zones involved, and it didn't matter. When it prompted me to leave a message, however, I spoke. Hey, it's Jonah, I said. Sorry I couldn't make it. My flight got delayed and something came up. I just wanted to tell you I'd be there as soon as I could. I wanted to thank you and be again for the books. Can you tell the others I'm bringing back something? Just tell them to call the moving guys. Okay, talk to you when I get back. I hesitated for a moment, finger hovering over the button that would end a message. He'd get the message, I was sure of that, and Blake and Adam call their friends at the town to help get things in order. That's all I really needed to do here, and it'd be wise to leave not because of any danger, but because of the temptation to do something unwise. I looked at my reflection in the table, watching as my smile faded, and wanted nothing more to make another call. There were a lot of reasons that was a horrible idea. At this point, my mom, assuming she wasn't in prison for murdering my dad and hadn't escaped, must have been tearing Vale apart looking for me. If I sent her, or anyone else in my family, a message, I didn't doubt for a second that they'd do everything in their power to hunt me down. It'd be easy to figure out that the message had come from Atlas, and I didn't put it past her to come over here in person, or, assuming the situation didn't allow for that, calling in all the favors she could to have me hunted down and express shipped back to Vale. I love my mother, but she could be terrifying when she was angry, and I was 5,000,000% certain she was. There was no situation in which calling my family was going to result in anything but more complications. The smart thing to do was say absolutely nothing, send the message, and walk away. I tried to imagine how my family must be feeling right now, no idea where I was or if I was even alive. How my dad must feel knowing he might have facilitated my death. How my mother must be terrified and enraged. I closed my eyes and remembered all the times I'd been on that side of things. When mom didn't call back at night, when everyone left on missions and patrols, when duties and obligations had to come before family and convenience. I hated it, been worried and scared and mad and sick, even with my babysitter's attempts to calm me down. Being alone in a house that just seemed to get emptier and emptier. Before, it hadn't been so bad, but the descendants of Julius were invincible, unstoppable warriors that would never fall, never fail to return. I knew that, had believed it with every fiber of my being since it had first been whispered to me in warm arms. How could I not believe it when I had told it to myself 1,000 times on 1,000 nights? If I didn't, I wondered what my family would tell themselves and tried to imagine it before heaving a sigh. Maybe. Also, if you get a chance to call my parents, tell them sorry I'm late. I hope I didn't make anyone worry. Things are taking a little longer than expected, but I'll be home soon. Tell everyone I love them. Please don't ground me forever. It's not an emergency, so. Well, you know, I guess, I said, wondering what I was saying. I'll try to be home in a day or two, but you probably won't be able to reach me for a bit. Just call the guys and don't have to move everything myself and be fine, though. So yeah, see you later, alligator. I sent the message and leaned forward, elbow on desk, mouth on hand. I hope that wasn't a mistake. Tucson was smart. He wouldn't send the message while the mission could be jeopardized, even without my urging. Maybe he wouldn't send it at all, or he'd send it while I was flying home, or I don't know. That wasn't the point. The point was that I'd spoken the message, had given it to him. It was a compromise between wisdom and guilt, and I knew it. But, yeah, I'll be home in a few days, I murmured, rising. I thanked the hologram again as I left the tower and walked back into town, towards the edge of the city and, beyond it, the edge of civilization. As night fell, the white whale glided across the border, a monster swimming in the night with its captain at the helm. If there was a response, I paid it no heed as I flew past. I'd always believed there were some lies you could make true. If so, there was no stopping me now. The games we play. Invasion. The white whale flew smoothly through the night air, all but completely restored. I'd reconnected wires that had been cut, the metal parts, at least, though there was little I could do for the insulation. Volturnus dealt with it regardless. Not much to say for the broken glass, either, though I'd cleaned up the shards, and Levant used her power to shield the ship. After over a week of preparation, we were strong enough for it. Nothing stopped me at the border, but then, I hadn't expected them to. I'm sure I was spotted pretty much instantly, though. I'd considered trying to make cover of some kind, like a massive sheet of mist, but given the effort it would take to create, maintain, and move such a thing such a vast distance, it just hadn't been worthwhile. And really, were they going to be less suspicious of a giant cloud of mist covering vast distances while staying together in a climate that didn't really fit it? Probably not. I'd considered my options and had eventually just settled on flying as fast as I could. With any luck, I'd get in and out before anyone figured out where I was going and got to me. And because, whatever my status screen claimed, I didn't have any luck, I came dressed for a fight. Lenore covered my face even as my body was cloaked in dreary midnight, of course, but I'd also cleaned and redesigned my gauntlets with my higher craft and Crocia's increased power. My elementals were ready beside me, now so used to the ship's processes that they didn't even need to be on the spot. Together we watched the world roll by below us, and after the time we'd spent together, it was a familiar, comfortable silence. But as the white whale rose over my target at last, I spoke. Levant, Volturnus, Jihai, I said, and the three raised their hands. What happened next was something even I couldn't see, an invisible play of molecules in the air to begin a process that Volturnus assisted, or, perhaps more accurately, which assisted him. A moment later, lightning fell from the clear sky. Two more followed in quick succession, each directed towards a different place, a different weak point. Even as the white whale began to lower, the few remaining lights in the town flickered out and died. Here, on a clear night away from the city and light pollution, a million stars cloaked the skies in a display of natural beauty around the crown jewel of the moon. A cloudy night would have been more convenient, but I couldn't deny it was breathtaking to look at. I doubted the human inhabitants of the town agreed, whichever ones were still awake. Even with the light of flickering stars and a waning moon, the night got dark this far from civilization in a way that was hard to describe unless you could see it. People mocked others for being afraid of the dark, something easy to do in cities like Vale and Atlas where it never got dark. Not truly. There were always lights on in buildings, lamp posts, towers and beacons. However childish people claimed it was to fear the darkness, we did everything in our power to distance ourselves from it, to escape it. After all, it wasn't that long ago when we couldn't, when we didn't have dust and hadn't pushed the darkness back. And in a world without that, when the grim were so at home in the night, darkness was something to be feared, something synonymous with danger and death. It still was, really, once all the lights went out. I looked at Volturnus, who flickered and flashed beside me, looking in every direction, watching everything and everyone. He didn't look at me or even twitch at my attention, but I felt his shifting presence at the edge of my thoughts, and there was an image drawn in it, made of sparks and circuits of light. There are still many sparks, Volturnus spoke into my head, a hum to the not words. Shall I snuff them out as well? Kill any other lights you find and cut any communications that are still working, I said. I'll meet you there. There was a flash of glowing teeth in Lightning's changing face, and then he lost form entirely, dematerializing, and rushed out of the ship. The few lights that had been on, mainly the ones near him, flickered out. Suriasta and Levant handled the landing, and the ship immediately died as they pulled away their power. Crocia Moors withdrew into my gauntlets as the others dematerialized as well, returning to a completely spiritual form. It was a questionable move, tactically speaking, but also one I had thought about extensively. Unless I absolutely had to, I didn't want to reveal I could summon elementals, because there was more at stake than just a battle. Part of that was, yes, because if people saw them while I was disguised, I'd never be able to summon them in my normal life. But that was honestly a relatively minor reason, simply because I wasn't sure I'd be able to summon them normally anyways, because of the attention it would draw as a power out of a literal fairy tale. I was still unsure how I was going to make all my powers fly in my normal life, especially since after this I wouldn't want people to ask too many questions about me. I could get away with a lot as a scion of the Arc family, but if I went crazy, people would eventually start going, wait, what? Since he was subtle while materialized, I could pass off most of what Crocia Moors did as a result of pure skill. Levant, Suriasta, Volturnus, and Jihai represented wind, fire, lightning, and water, the four basic types of dust, so I could pass off most of that as a talent with dust while they were dematerialized. But if things out of a famous fairy tale followed me to school, well, people would ask questions I couldn't or wouldn't answer. I was fine with my friends knowing about my semblance, and I'd tell my family once I got home, but random people, my enemies, no thanks. If my mother didn't murder me when I got home, she might be able to think of a good explanation for what I did or cover for me or something, but for now, so it wasn't really a desire to keep them from being seen, per se. A better reason was the element of surprise, to keep an ace in the hole. Inaccurate information, much like poor communication, tends to be bad for one's health, which is great when it's happening to your enemies. That was a pretty good reason, and was why most people didn't advertise the precise nature of their semblances. But the truth was that I just didn't want my friends known as terrorists. The fact that I wouldn't be able to use them as easily came and distantly second to that, a minor issue in comparison. I knew it probably wouldn't bother any of them in the slightest what people thought of them, but I shook my head, reaching up to tap a finger against Lenore. If I didn't know any better, I'd think it had something to do with how I got while wearing it, but it didn't matter, I thought as I left the ship. Striding out into the night air. My arrival hadn't gone unnoticed by the faunus of the town, and I saw people moving hurriedly as I stepped into the open air and floated down from the white whale. I got a lot of strange, fearful looks as I glided to the earth, as did the monstrosity behind me, but no one ran as I landed. I guess they thought the promise of a new life was worth the risk. I cast my gaze over the crowd, scanning titles more than faces, and stopped on one in particular. "RWBY," I murmured, using Levant's power to make my voice carry. I tilted my head at the White Fang member I'd seen a few days ago and gestured him forward with a finger. He was already dressed in a hood and mask, but he hesitated for a moment before approaching, probably off-put by how easily I'd identified him despite his state of dress and having no memory of me. "I see word reached you." "Yes, sir," he confirmed, uncertainty in his voice. "Just in time. We were about to, pull out because of the video. I mean, we'd thought that I was dead," I answered with forced boredom. Yes, sir," he replied. "You were." He dropped his voice, as if afraid to be overheard whether by those around him or the beast in question. "This is," he whispered. "Was it really?" "Yes," I replied, tone unchanging. Then, he looked at me and then at the ship, the broken windows, the lightless depths, the superficial scars I hadn't wasted metal on repairing. "How?" I huffed out a shallow breath and smiled very slightly, which made him fall silent. "This will not be an issue for the time being," I assured, gesturing dismissively to put a halt to his questions. "It's all about image, about avoiding questions, about making people think you had the power and were in charge. Now, if we may proceed." RWBY stared at me for a moment, eyes hidden but probably widened, before bobbing his head. "Yes, sir," he replied. "We were contacted this morning and told everyone to get ready. Most of them didn't have much to pack, so well, here they are." I scanned the crowd quietly for a minute and went down the mental list I'd made previously. My intelligence was high enough to memorize something after seeing it once, and I was pretty sure I'd seen most of the town. The list dwindled quickly as I looked over the crowd, but a few names remained. I waited for a moment as a few other people gathered near the ship, late arrivals, and struck them off the list. "Where are Nairai, Eden, and Samuel?" I asked. I saw surprise and confusion flicker across RWBY's face, along with even more hesitation, but he swallowed once and replied, "I think Eden asked her brother for help cleaning up, RWBY. The other two may have come along to help." I was busy getting everyone in order. I clicked my tongue once and felt Levant reaching outwards into the dancing air. What she sent back to me was a strange image, things seen through the air there displaced and breathed. I lifted my head and spoke. "You four, stop wasting my time and get back to the ship." "I'll handle the town," I said, voice reverberating strangely as it stretched out to distant ears. I felt them stop, saw them speak through how it moved through the air, and, finally, obey. I nodded to myself and looked back for RWBY, who swallowed again. "All of you," I said, and though I didn't lift my voice, I made it carry far. "You are free. I am here to take you away from this place, to the kingdom of Vale, where you can start new lives, better lives. Come with me and I will give you a chance." As speeches go, I don't think it was very impressive, and it probably would have been better if it hadn't come from a dark figure standing in front of an even darker looking ship. But while I didn't get any applause, no one ran away. I called that a success. "Lead them to their seats," I said to RWBY. "There are signs on the walls." Then Levant lifted him suddenly into the air, raising him up to the ship's entrance as he gave a sudden yelp. Sadly, I didn't have any hydraulic stairs, so I had to make do. "Form a line," I said to the crowd. "We'll leave as soon as everyone's aboard. Emil, keep things in order." The other White Fang member, who must have been new because his title had been different a few days ago, started at being addressed but nodded quickly. He wasn't wearing the outfit or anything else indicating what he was. I saw him look at me, open his mouth, and then close it. He wanted to know, but didn't want to ask. I watched for a moment to make sure everything was in order and then walked past them into the town, leaving an invisible Levant behind. I already knew where the humans inside it were hiding in their houses, mainly, but I ignored them, uninterested in cleaning up. I was here to save the slaves, not punish the master, whatever their crimes. Maybe they did deserve to be punished for what they'd done, but I'd done my fair share of horrible things these last few weeks, and I didn't really want to add murder to the list. I was pretty sure Blake wouldn't have wanted that, either, even if I had probably ruined her plan already. So instead, I found my way to the top of a large building, wondering when things would go wrong. I watched the skies with my 4 eyes, on the lookout for approaching danger, my elementals stretching out their own senses to assist me. Volturnus returned and joined me in watching the skies, Jai sitting down beside me while Suriasta stood with closed eyes. Even with the occasional startled scream coming from the ship's direction, It was almost peaceful. Then Volturnus turned his face to the north and ruined it. I see more lights. I followed his gaze and then rose with a sigh. Yeah, I said. Me, too. A little faster than expected. But oh, whatever. I wondered, in Levant's general direction, how the loading was going inside again at the image she returned. I'd need to buy some time, it seemed. 7 lights, Volturnus said as the ships in the sky continued their approach. With more inside. More machines? Well, we were in Atlas. If anything, hopefully we'd face nothing but machines. I glanced down at Jai inquisitively and she blinked her shiny black eyes at me before shaking her head. Empty. Is it actually my lucky day, then? I wondered. That could be right. What else do you see, Volturnus? The elemental watched the ships, surprisingly focused. He didn't shift or move, but watched it with interest. Something bright inside, he said before pausing a moment as if searching for the words to explain. In the end, his expression flashed into a frown for a moment which I took as a failure. And something bright inside. I don't understand, I admitted. He paused for a moment before giving up on words and showing me, letting the world unravel into circuits and charges, actions and reactions. I saw what he saw and understood. There was something bright inside and it was bright inside. Still not my lucky day, I guess. Shocking, I murmured. Just shocking. I snapped my fingers and a flash of lightning blew away the night. Don't fight enemies that have control of the skies. Just don't. If it's even remotely possible to avoid, do so. You do not want any of that action. There are a lot of reasons for it. Tactical and strategic. The advantages of mobility, supply lines, transportation, the conducting of otherwise impossible operations, information gathering, and many more. Most importantly in the immediate sense, however, is that a group who controls the skies can shoot a lot of shit at a group who doesn't. Whether bullets or bombs, it didn't really matter. You weren't going to enjoy it. If you had any way of dealing with it, I suggest you employ it as quickly as possible, before they can get into position. Which was why I shot them with lightning. Well, that's not quite true. The amount of energy required to create lightning is, well, large. I could probably do it, but it'd likely be a, no pun intended, charged attack and a very costly one. When I had time, I'd practice it and see what I could do on that front, but in the meantime, I cheated. This was another occasion where I was grateful for high intelligence and wisdom and grateful for the fact that I studied a lot to increase the former. See, while it was difficult to create lightning directly, doing so indirectly was another matter, if you knew how. It's a matter of charge separation, the collisions of water molecules in the air, and other facts. The many things that came together to create lightning in nature. With the power of Levant and Jai, I drew water into the air, stirring it, cooling it, and occasionally heating it with Sirius's aid. Volturnus wielded his power at its most basic level, manipulating charges by repelling them or attracting them. Volturnus and Levant can together to ionize air and create a conductive path in pretty much the opposite way that I'd once used Levant to defend against lightning. I wielded my power carefully over the air, over my target, negative here, positive there, linked thusly, and lightning was born. A flash of light that cut through the air for an instant before fading away. It would have been better if it had been a cloudy night or, even better, an already stormy one, and my creation was only a fraction as fierce as it could have been. But it was still lightning, and in its wake rumbled the thunder. Worse yet, it was lightning controlled and directed by a human mind. I singled out the most dangerous ship, the one that ferried something which shined so brightly, and I created a path to vulnerability. Like any aircraft nowadays, it had lightning protect, built to deal with the almost inevitable strikes they would create or receive over their course of use, but that was mainly designed to deal with the results of luck and chance. For something meant to strike out and sabotage, that takes something else. Sadly, it didn't seem like Atlas had created any robots able to directly use yellow dust yet. Lightning struck the ship and lights flickered as the thunder rumbled. I saw, through Volturnus' eyes, lights die out throughout and within the ship as it began to wobble before starting to careen towards the earth far away from me. Yet as I watched, the light that shined brightly within it did not so much as dim. I guess that was too much to hope for. I didn't even know what it was, but I was pretty sure I wanted to keep it far, far away from me, and told myself to be satisfied when it crashed in the forest, out of sight. Of course, being out of sight and surrounded by much taller objects made striking at it vastly more difficult, but I didn't need to win, I just needed to keep them at bay. Closing my eyes, I took a deep breath and shifted my focus to the next ship. There were 7 in all, a fairly major assault for what must have been short notice, but given everything that had happened I guess they were on high alert. Or maybe they'd just gone above and beyond to make me feel special. Either way, I pointed a finger at the next one and focused, my elementals, even distant Levant, doing the same. Air and water gathered and shifted and collided, heat flowed, charges repelled and attracted, electric field strengthened, air ionized, water, fire, air, and lightning, the 4 basic types of dust, came together towards one purpose, a display of nature's power. I tracked the ship's course as seconds passed and power gathered, and then, with the twitch of a finger, it was falling. I paused for a moment to breath in the scent of a storm on the air and moved on the next, clearing the skies a ship at a time while the seconds ticked by and jagged lengths of light writhed in the skies. It wasn't fast, but it didn't have to be for this. One by one they fell, none even reaching the edge of the town even though they'd advanced fearlessly through the lightning I'd conjured. I watched dispassionately as the last crashed to earth nearby, falling with an echoing crash of groaning, tearing steel. I saw sparks, broken glass, and smoke, and glanced at Volturnus with one set of eyes. His head flickered between watching the ship in sight and staring at something in the distance, so I shifted my gaze to match. There was a rattle within the box-like ship, followed by another groan of abused steel as a door came loose. A robot, one of the Adlesian Knights, walked from the wreckage, dragging a ruined leg behind him, and slowly his remaining fellows gathered, in similar states of repair. In the darkness of the ship, I could see twisted, broken forms laying still, but the defenders of Mantle had been created as fearless as they were relentless and were intent on completing their mission, however reduced their numbers. I watched them for a moment before sighing slowly, scratching a cheek with my left hand before leaping down to the ground and walking slowly out of the town. I stopped when I stood before them all, 19 total, and remembered my first real fight, the first time I got involved with the White Fang and fought these same machines. Looking back at it, it seemed like such a long time ago, but it was only about a month back when I was level 2. Intruder, spoke the nearest machine. You are under arrest for your crimes against the Schnee Dust Company and the Kingdom of Atlas. Surrender. I cracked my neck and looked at the head I held. The fingers of my right hand curled over its face. Behind me, its body crumbled to the ground with a dull rattle of steel. I mused at its head before letting it fall from my fingers and roll across the ground. Around me, the robots shifted at my sudden movement, some limbs responding more slowly than others. For a moment, I just stared back at them speculatively. These things had been pretty dangerous when I was level 2, I recalled, but I'd come a long way since level 2. Limbs shifted into guns and opened fire, but I was already gone, reacting the moment I sensed danger and lunging away. Crocea Moors made their steel brittle at the touch, Volturnus making machines fry, but I barely needed it. Even if I could wield my power easily over these or less machines, it made no real difference one way or another. It was almost refreshing, really, to fight opponents that were legitimately, objectively far weaker than I was, and I tore into them as I had with the Grim during my training. It was short and brutal, blurring motion, torn limbs, disemboweled circuitry. I tore them apart and brushed the remains off my hands when I was through. It was short and brutal and easy, a reminder that however many horrible situations I got into, however many powerful opponents I faced, I had gotten stronger. It felt almost like fate throwing me a bone. So I felt rather justified feeling suspicious. Not because of my horrible luck though, I admit it, that played a role, but because it didn't make much sense for Atlas to respond to a major threat with Adlesian Knights. They were meant to defend areas, fight minor threats like Beowulfs or mob things like Ursa, combating the little threats to buy time, protect low-risk locations, or assist greater forces. Given what I'd done, what they had last seen of me, who I'd attacked, and what I stolen, it didn't make sense for them to respond to me as if I were a minor or even middling threat. Or perhaps what I'd originally thought of as a major operation was in fact the opposite. Could they be understaffed? It would make a sense, given what I already suspected about Ziz's recent appearance. Hunters would have been called back to Atlas and sent to reinforce and defend key areas. The larger machines, like the spider droids and such, would have been positioned similarly, layers of protection around places and people off import. The gamer's mind had muted my fear, but I was sure many people must have been in a panic at Ziz's reemergence, so there was also the matter of placating the public even in ways that weren't necessarily effective. Even if a droid placed near some district or town wouldn't so much as slow Ziz down, having something to look at and remind people of Atlas protection could go a long ways towards keeping down panic. But even more than dedicating its forces to border control, that would stretch their forces thin. Given that, if something unexpected happened at a location that wasn't major, I suppose it wasn't that strange if they'd had to cobble together whatever they could on short notice. A bunch of cannon fodder to assist a heavy hitter may well be all they could spare until they rearranged their forces elsewhere. Frowning, I checked the ship and took count. Adding to the 19 outside, there were about 50 of the machines in this one ship. 7 ships makes that over 300, which I suppose was a pretty major investment given the situation. But I directed my attention to Volturnus, who was once more focused entirely on the forest, and felt his mind slide over my own as the world dissolved into a portrait of charges and light. I saw some of those lights, other robots that had survived the crashes I assumed, coming towards me with variable speeds, but I focused my attention on the brightest of them all, the shining beacon of light that illuminated the elemental senses. Whatever it was, Jai hadn't sensed enough water in its form for it to be human, which meant, I don't know, trouble. Probably even if they were stretched thinly, they'd send something big. If possible, I'd rather not find out what. Levant. I reached out to check her progress. With nearly 1,000 people needing to be transferred one by one into a small opening, it was slow going and not really something to be rushed. But I sighed at the image she returned and prepared myself. All my sustained skills were up and running and all my elementals were out. I opened my status screen with a whisper and glanced over it, wondering if I should distribute my points now and, if so, how. I was very close but I still hadn't leveled up, which really seemed kind of unfair, but I could distribute my points to take 2 of my physical stats above 50. I'd gotten some mild training in this last week, running to and from Atlas, but the truth was that I didn't know what I'd get or what I'd need. Should I go for strength, stamina, or dexterity? I had no idea what skills my physical abilities would give me. Stamina would probably be something defensive, strength would probably assist damage, dexterity could go either way or something in between. Without knowing the specifics of them or my opponent, though, I decided to be patient and wait for my enemy to appear. When they stood before me, I'd observe them, decide what I needed most, and make my choice, assuming I didn't die before I could, of course. So I closed my eyes as the seconds passed by, feeling Levant moving passengers in the back of my mind as I watched the world through Volturna's eyes. I slid out of sight, into the shadows of a building, fists ready beneath my cloak even as the light reached the edge. For a moment, there was silence as she came into sight. A girl, my age or a bit younger, with short and curly orange-red hair, about half a foot shorter than me, maybe a little more. I saw freckles on her skin, beneath bright green eyes, a blouse and overalls, a collar and matching stockings. She looked not at all like I expected, but I didn't relax even as her eyes scanned the periphery and focused on me easily, though the shadows in partial cover. She smiled brightly at me and lifted a hand, but it did nothing to disarm me. Salutations, she greeted. I have been sent to apprehend you. However she seemed, appearances meant little to me, for floating in the air above her head, a real girl. LV-59 Penny Palandina. The games we play. Choice. Well, I was fucked. I was pretty sure of it when I saw her sign and just about certain of it when I observed her. The difference between us was tremendous, whether based on levels, stats, or whatever else. In fact, going by pure physical abilities, she was by far the strongest person I'd ever been capable of observing. This wasn't like Fight Grim or even like fighting the Nevermore. This was an intelligent, presumably trained individual with skill and versatility to back up her tremendous power. Even so, I stayed calm. I'm not gonna lie, I owed that fact entirely to the gamer's mind, but I did stay calm, analyzing the situation as I searched for a way out, a way through this. I recalled what I already knew and reminded myself that I didn't need to win this battle. I just needed to buy a little time. Even if standing in front of a level 59 opponent made it suddenly seemed like a lot of time. I considered my options quickly, but before I even knew what I was doing, I'd stood up and walked fully into sight, standing before the young-looking girl beneath the moon and stars. A moment later, my brain caught up with my body and I almost nodded to myself. My cover had obviously been ineffective anyway, and if the point was to buy time, this was probably my best bet. I'd have preferred to run, but even beyond the issue of defending the white whale and the people being loaded into it, when it came to people significantly more powerful than me, my prospects for escape tended to be uncertain at the best of times. No, this was smarter. I was, well, doubtful I'd be lucky enough to make it through on this alone, but it could do nothing but help. Penny Palandina, I said clearly, thankful as always for how broken Observe was while I scanned her profile. The first synthetic person capable generating of aura. Dr. Palandina's daughter and masterpiece. I didn't expect to meet you so soon, but nonetheless, it's a pleasure to make your acquaintance. Most people would have probably been off-put by someone reciting hidden or private details of their life, but Penny just waved. That's me, she said brightly. I'm afraid I don't know your name though. I tend to avoid introductions, I'm afraid, I replied demurely. You see, surrounded as I am by so many amazing individuals, I feel rather embarrassed doing so. Who could possibly recognize my humble self? I'm sure that's not true, Penny said kindly. I've heard a great deal about you. You must be a very skilled criminal to have taken the ASWW. People all over Remnant know about you. It's kind of you to say so, I thanked her in the same tone. Nonetheless, this is a good opportunity. Before the situation degenerates needlessly, may I speak with you, Penny? Penny tilted her head to the side and blinked at me with bright green eyes. You seem very polite, but I'm not supposed to talk to strangers, she said, shaking her head. And also, it's very important that I apprehend you and return what you've stolen. Strangers? I asked. But didn't you just say you knew a lot about me? She blinked and nodded. So I did, she agreed. But I don't even know your name. And part of what I do know about you is that you are a criminal, which, considering it, I believe even trumps being strangers, though I am uncertain. That seems a fair assumption, Penny, I conceded politely, eyes narrowed considering as I began to find my stride. Yet I would argue that circumstance forced my hand. In return for a moment of your time, I would explain. As for my name, however, I'm afraid that may still be an issue for you. See, I am wearing a mask, and I don't meant to conceal one's identity. A task I would be subverting if I then simply revealed it to you. I could remove the mask, but you see, it is much akin to military uniform and it would be tasteless, perhaps even insulting, to remove it in the line of duty. I can assure you that despite my fame, you would not recognize the face beneath, nor even my name, so I'd ask that you allow it to remain in my possession. Okay, Penny nodded, watching me. You wish to confess then? I believe that's allowed, though I will still have to take you into custody afterwards. I gestured at her noncommittally before continuing. Are you aware of where we are? Betcher, a mining facility owned by the Schnee Dust Company in Southern Atlas, 7th Ring, she answered promptly. Or do you mean in terms latitude and longitude? That won't be necessary. However, perhaps I should rephrase my question. Do you know what this town's purpose is? It's a mining facility owned by the Schnee Dust Company, Penny answered, blinking owlishly at me. Presumably, it is a facility meant to mine dust for the Schnee Dust Company. Couldn't argue with that. But are you aware of the process through which this occurs? I asked. I assume it is mined by miners, hence the name. Perhaps with the aid of mining equipment, also hence the name, she said, and if she was being sarcastic, she hit it tremendously well. That's entirely accurate, I allowed, but paints a false image. For you see, this is a company town, if you are familiar with the term. Everything in it is owned by the Schnee Dust Company, including, for all intents and purposes, the people. You may not be aware of it, but this mine is run almost entirely on faunus labor, and they are paid solely in company scrip, a form of currency that only holds value to the company that possesses it. They spend this scrip to buy their essentials from the Schnee Dust Company, but its value is entirely controlled by their employers, for it has value nowhere else. They determine what can be purchased, when it's available, and how much it cost, determining not only how much their employees are paid but the worth of what they receive. Due to the state of faunus on Mantle, they can get away with a great deal in this regard, and it is effectively a legalized form of slavery. What? Penny asked quietly. But that's horrible, I finished for her. And the reason why I am here. The situation, you see, forced this result. I'm sure you would agree that I had to act, but my options were limited. I needed to transport a large number of people a vast distance, you see, and I had no means of acquiring an appropriate vessel except through the ignoble means of theft. Nonetheless, I had no choice but to act. You, if anyone, must understand why. I was getting wordy, I realized, and it strangely brought back memories of school. Trying desperately to hit the word limit on an assignment at the last minute by bloating things, meandering on the topic. Sadly, it also brought back another memory of presentation day, when I had found myself nearing the end of my speech with way too much time left. I could feel Levan working in the back of my mind, raising figures into the white whale one by one, but God, it seemed to be taking forever. We'd practiced this and I knew she was keeping an amazing pace given her task. But what? Penny asked, looking surprised. What do you mean? At the risk of sounding cliquey, I think you and I are rather similar, I said, refocusing in an instant. I honestly wasn't sure where I was going with any of this, yet. I was just doing my best to make the leap from thought to thought, to keep talking without sounding foolish or mad. As I came to an idea I thought had potential, I seized it and pressed onwards. In the eyes of others, we are naught but an animal and a machine, not people, just tools to be used. Look around us. I gestured, encompassing at the town, at the machines broken on the field, at the world. Could there be a more fitting place for us to meet? A town where faunus are enslaved and forced to work for human masters. A field of broken machines, set to be destroyed by those same masters. It was my hand which ended them, and I did so thoughtlessly, for which I must apologize. apologize, but it was they who sent them against me. And what does that mean for you, Penny? They don't even deserve to be compared to something as amazing as you. Of course, please don't take the comparison as an insult. You are so much more than a machine. While these are simply programmed to act in defined ways, they aren't alive, and I felt no guilt in destroying them thusly. But faunas are alive and yet still used, perhaps even treated worse than simple machines. What can we expect, then, of those who might follow you, Penny? Of your brothers and sisters, of your children and kin? Will they be treated like us? Will they be forced to act as their masters desire, programmed to do so instead of being given life, choice? Will they ever get a chance to live like you, Penny, or will you be left alone? Penny seemed to shrink into herself at my words, a figure of tremendous, unbelievable power, looking abruptly frightened, hesitant, confused, and I tried not to let that bother me, but I failed. And yet, as with Weiss, I stood firm. You're wrong, she said. I'm not a real girl. I'm not alive. If that's what you believe, then you are wrong, or else you've been lied to, I answered after a moment, looking her over. I can see it so clearly. Emotions on your face, in your eyes, innocence and uncertainty in every line of your body. I can see the light of aura burning within you, Penny, the light of your soul. Only living things have an aura, Penny, and that means you're alive. It's plain to see that you are a real girl, and anyone who disagrees is blind. She tried, taking a step back, a step forward. We aren't enemies, Penny, I said soothingly, or we don't have to be. Let's not fight. I haven't killed anyone. The humans are still huddled quietly in their houses, waiting for this to be over. Just let me take the faunas from this place and I'll leave, just like that. There's no need for senseless violence. I can't, she said after a moment. Would they punish you, Penny? I asked. If you let slaves go free? What does that imply, then, for us and you, for whom living and letting live is a crime? If that's how things truly are, perhaps you should question the world you know and the people you think you do. Penny, you aren't anyone's property. You aren't owned or owed to anyone. You are a living, thinking being, a miracle of life and innovation both. And if they would punish you for that, try to control you, and then they are wrong. She was silent for a moment, blinking at me rapidly, lips forming silent words, but I kept going. After only a moment's pause, I wondered a bit about my words, at how swiftly they could turn from a lie to buy time to something else, something I could put passion into. Or was that part of the lie? Either way, I continued. Penny, you don't need to be afraid of anything. You're strong, and if you wished, I could take you away from this place. I could take you wherever you wanted to go, anywhere. If you wanted to escape and be free, I would do everything in my power to make it possible and protect you. You can come with me, if you want, or you can stay and go home. Whatever you want, it's your choice. But let's not fight for them. I don't want to be your enemy. I'd rather be your friend. I saw emotions on her face and more in her status screen: uncertainty, wonder, hesitation, fear, curiosity, worry, sadness, and realized how innocent this enormously powerful girl must have been. About life, about the world, about everything. Really, she was very much a child, hypocritical of me as it might have been to call her such. And maybe that was where I'd made my mistake. Or perhaps, it had simply been inevitable. She was a child, uncertain and innocent and curious and afraid and everything else that could mean, and faced with all of that, she did what any child would do. No, I can't. This is wrong. She shook her head. Something's wrong. There must be a mistake. You shouldn't have to. They shouldn't need to. Something must be at work here. My father, he would know what to do. She turned to her parents. I saw my only real hope dwindle before my eyes. You love him, I said, abruptly tired. He's my father, she said simply, extending a hand. He and General Ironwood built me, and he's my father. I nodded, understanding what she struggled to put into words. It didn't make this any easier. He told me to bring you in. There's an emergency. The white whale, Ziz. It's important, she said. But we still don't have to fight. I can take you to him, let you explain. I'll vouch for you. I still want to be your friend. But I have to. You have your duty, I finished for her. I understand. And I still want to be your friend, too. But I can't go with you. I have my duty, as well. There are people relying on me, counting on me, and I won't let them down. I'm sure you get that. Are you sure you can't let me go? If it's about Ziz, I can tell you where it is. She looked down. Don't understand what's happening. I know I don't understand what's happening, but I trust my father. He's not a bad person. Whatever's happening, I trust him and I know he'll understand. So, I have my duty to the people of Atlas and of Remnant. Even if I want to be your friend, to believe you, I can't make any mistakes. I have to protect everyone. Please, come speak to my father, tell him what you told me. And I was silent for a long moment, more in an attempt to delay the inevitable than anything else. I couldn't go with her. Even if I had some way of know that her father could do what she wanted to believe, even if I knew he had that much power and was a good person and would listen to me, I had too many lies that could be uncovered and too many enemies. She, at the very least, would. I can't, I said at last. I'll miss my flight. We have to do this, then? Penny looked down at the ground and nodded shallowly, looking miserable. I inhaled deeply. A pity, I said and meant it. Such a pity. For me, I couldn't help but think. "I'll make this quick," she said, and I barely saw the first attack before it hit me. I heard metal scraping and saw starlight gleam of a razor edge as a sword unfolded behind her, held by nothing and multiplying abruptly with a sharp sound, and then I was sent flying back. The white tiger's hide held under the impact for a moment before shattering, tearing apart with a rush of sensation that I felt against my very being as the blades bit further inwards. I felt my MP drain as my aura took the hit, soaking it in place of my body, but didn't have time to check on any precise numbers as I was hurled back into a wall, or, more accurately, through a wall, and the one behind it and the one behind that. I felt cheap wood breaking under my body, and I was flung into what seemed like a small workroom, over several small desks or tables that I only noticed peripherally, out the other side into the street, where I was sent for a rough tumble into the dirt, hit something like a curb, and was sent flying into a thin metal shutter of some kind. The door crumbled beneath me and I went rolling across a warehouse floor. It hurt a lot, but only for a second before the pain faded, swept away by the gamer's body. Still, for a moment all I could do was lay there, stunned by the pain and the confirmation it had carried with it. I was strong and I had trained hard, and I'd layers my defenses. Between me and any attack was the white tiger's hide, which soaked a large amount of damage before failing, my metal aura which reduced any damage by a large fraction, and my aura which made damage roll over to my MP before touching my HP, to say nothing of my physical endurance, which also reduced any source of damage by a large fraction. It was a powerful effect, taken altogether, especially with how highly I'd leveled all my skills. For someone my age, for someone who'd only trained for a month, it was an amazing defense. And if not for all of that, this fight would have ended in that one blow. Penny had hit me with enough force that even with all of that, she'd still stripped away nearly half my MP, and I was pretty sure she was holding back, especially since I'd felt the blade draw away from me a second after impact. I wasn't surprising, really. I'd always known about the difference between me and some of the ridiculous opponents I fought. Hell, just earlier, I'd killed a bunch of robots a little less than half my level effortlessly, and the difference between Penny and I was a fair bit larger. Even if I hadn't gotten to experience it firsthand, a hit from an opponent nearly 40 levels above you would hurt like a bitch, went without saying. So I wasn't surprised, really. I wasn't even scared, really, even ignoring the effect of the gamer's mind. As I lay on the warehouse floor for a second and just stared at the ceiling, I just accepted it. She was vastly stronger than me, and she had the speed and versatility to back it up. She was, in every sense of the word, above my level. But I got up because that didn't change anything. I still had a job to do, I still had things to fight for, and I was still going home. Somehow I tried to think of a plan. I considered trying to fly away, or at least out of range, but there were more than a few problems with the idea. The van could lift and hold a single person fairly easily now, allowing me to walk on air or even carry me around. But that wasn't quite the same as being able to fly myself. Ideally, the van would be materialized and holding onto my back as she had during our practices, at which point I would either relay instructions to her or let her do what she thought best, and either way, the result was amazing but not ideal for a fight. In the former, there was a delay between thought and action, like telling someone how to drive in your place. It was a short delay since I could rely on Levant for most things, but if there was something precise or if I needed to dodge something fast, the fact remained that I wasn't doing it the moment I thought about it. I was thinking of it, telling someone else to do it, and waiting for them to. Levant was amazing, but adding steps to a process like that was going to cause delays no matter how good you were. Leaving things to her was better, a lot smoother, certainly, but it had the problem of someone else being in control of my movements. Even if Levant didn't need to focus on evacuating the faunus and could manifest and guide my flight, having another person effectively controlling my legs while I fought was not going to make this any easier. And if that first hit was any indication, if I made a mistake once, there were decent odds I wasn't going to get a chance to make another. All of which was a moot point, I supposed, because of the situation. I couldn't be certain of the range on those blades of hers, but they hit fast and from what I'd seen, could be used without her touching them. Given that, I pondered what I would do if I were designing such a thing and figured they probably had a pretty huge reach. Being able to hit at a distance was rather the point of a ranged weapon, after all. Even if I could afford to draw Levant's attention away from evacuation, dealing with the effect splitting her power would have on both my mobility and the time it meant I'd have to buy. Whether it'd be enough to save me was, ironically, up in the air. If I was just trying to run away, maybe, but for this, no. Stealth, perhaps I'd leveled it up some, though it had never been a focus given the plan. Still, I might be able to lead her on a chase for a bit while remaining unseen, assuming that no one involved with the construction of a super robot had considered the numerous advantages of sensors and enhanced vision, which seemed rather unlikely. If you were creating a combat robot for whatever reason, why would you stop at normal human capability for such a major thing? I wouldn't have. Hell, If it was me, Penny would have been able to see ultraviolet light bare minimum, and as much of the rest of the electromagnetic spectrum as I could manage. I didn't know the limits the top scientists in Atlas might have in that regard, but hell, they'd created life. Assuming they'd had fun thinking of ways to ruin things they sent their robot at seemed reasonable. Can't talk, can't fight, can't run, can't hide, which kind of left me out to dry. No matter how I looked at it, I couldn't think of anything that had a real chance of stopping Penny or slowing her down or doing more than momentarily inconveniencing her, which was worrisome, since I could feel her approaching. I looked around, prioritizing quickly. Right now, I needed to survive long enough to figure out how to keep surviving. I scanned the warehouse for a way out or anything useful. I paused, suddenly realizing where I was. All around me were neatly arranged crates, boxes, and various other storage containers, all looking ready for shipping. Given this town's purpose, it wasn't hard to guess what was inside them, and a quick check with Observe confirming it. Regardless, I was in a storage warehouse surrounded by tons and tons of dust, all of it carefully stored and prepared, but no less potentially explosive for that fact. If something happened to a warehouse like this, well, assuming whoever was responsible for looking over my remains gave me a funeral, they'd be able to bury me in a petri dish. There was enough dust in here to wipe away this whole town easily, maybe even enough to take down an unbelievably strong android. A cold or maybe just frightened part of me whispered before I hushed it. That was a horrible strategy no matter how I looked at it, for many reasons. From a practical standpoint, while it may well have been enough to defeat even someone as powerful as Penny, uncontrolled close proximity explosives did not lend themselves well to survivable strategies, and there were a lot of people who could be caught up in one as big as this. I would be endangering the very reason I came here on such a desperate strategy, and I'd probably die pulling it off. Besides, just as importantly, if it could take down Penny, it may very well kill her in the process. Desperate attempt to buy time or not, I'd meant the things I said, and I couldn't do that. It seemed kind of unfair that I had to worry about the safety of my opponent as well as myself, but I couldn't endanger her like that. If I had a lot of time, full knowledge of Penny's abilities and limits, and had a lot of experience with using dust in such a way, maybe, but setting of a bunch of explosives and crossing my fingers? No. Although it gave me an idea. Not a very good idea. Unfortunately, it would have been more honest to call it a fool's hope, but this seemed self-defeating. But as the gamer's mind kept me calm and all my other options had run dry, Volturnus, I reached out to my lightning elemental and he was by my side in an instant. Though he was immaterial, I couldn't keep a shiver from going down my spine as I saw him standing in a room full of dust, imagining it exploding. Volturnus didn't even look at me at first, gaze focused towards where Penny must have been. When I told him what I wanted, however, he shifted to look at me. The uniform color of his entire body made it hard to tell, but I'm pretty sure he was staring at me in disbelief. "You're my only hope," I told him seriously. "Go." He remained as he was for an instant, and however long that must have been to a lightning elemental, and then was gone. I felt him in my mind, crossing my senses like the element he represents as he flashed towards Penny, and as he moved right past her, leaving he untouched and unaware of his presence. "I will return," he whispered back as he stopped near the edge of my range. "Don't fade away." Then, with a sound almost like static, he fell silent and my awareness of him slid to the back of my mind to join Levant. I tried not to feel any less confident than I did already, but with Volturnus gone I had one less elemental by my side and I'd gotten used to their constant presence and support. Still, he'd be more useful where I'd put him than by my side, even if he was one of the best choices for facing this situation, which had probably been the reason for his unusual focus until now. He and Crocia Moores had the best chances of hurting Penny, after all, but they wouldn't let me win this. If Penny was something else, if she was a spider droid or even a super spider droid, I would have any reason to fear her. If she was just as strong and a normal robot, I'd tear her apart regardless of our level difference. It might be difficult in a few ways and a tad dangerous in others, but I was almost certain I'd win such a fight. Crocia Moores could let me tear strips of metal from the white whale's hull with about as much effort as lifting a bedsheet. Volturnus could reach into and cause havoc on any electrical system, tearing up the power and letting it run loose. Between the two of them, I was certain that if I had to face a spider droid or two or even three, I would win. Not so much because I was powerful, but because I could literally just reach inside them and turn them off. But Penny wasn't just a super advanced robot. She had an aura, a soul. She was a real girl, and that changed things. I couldn't reach into her and mess with things, even if I wanted to. I could sense her, the metal and electricity that made her run, but I couldn't control it, or at least, not like I did with everything else. It was a matter of my aura and hers, and it would mean a clash that she'd almost certainly win. If I could touch her, fight it directly, and hold on for a while, maybe I could do something. But I was pretty sure what would actually happen was that my body would be introduced to realms of physical discomfort previously unheard of. There was a serious risk of me dying, in fact, now that I thought about it. Though I had no desire and limited ability to hurt Penny and doubted she really wished to injure me, as far as she'd be able to see, her attacks would seem ineffective because of the gamer's body. It was possibly that in her attempts to take me down, She might instead drive me to the grave because nothing would happen until I lost my last HP point. I briefly entertained the idea of explaining that to her. My power was strange enough that I was sure I could buy a fair amount of time with that explanation, but no. There was a better than good chance that anything I told Penny would find its way to the people above her, one way or another. It might save me from dying here, but if I was captured and they knew about my power, I'd take my chances risking my life. Besides, seeming invulnerable gave me a psychological advantage, if one probably lost on Penny. Instead, I tore open one of the boxes and palmed one of the dust crystals, a yellow one, reminding me of Volturnus. "I'll buy you some time," I murmured to myself even as I opened my status screen in preparation. Soulforge Restoration. I felt power and vitality flow into me on the wings of strange sensations, a crispness to the air, a scent of the wind, hair standing up along my arms, water on my face, and the distant rumbling of thunder. I felt my HP and MP return to me and exhaled slowly, looking at the window that appeared before me. The status effect, haste, has been created. Duration, 20 seconds. God, I hope this worked. The games we play. Timed battle. The basic premise of my plan was simple and time-honored. I was going to heal myself liberally at the vaguest hint of danger to try and stay alive in a situation where I otherwise shouldn't. Countless fierce opponents had been slain through such clever and careful use of items and abilities to restore the brave warriors who fought them. In games, that is. I'd done it myself a fair number of times, tackling much stronger enemies with a loadout of potions and other restorative items to keep myself going while I whittled them down. It really was a time-honored strategy in that regard, and I'd beat a fair number of, in my opinion, amazing things that way. Granted, I usually died a few times before I did it right, which was the type of thing that did little to reassure me when I couldn't push a button and go back like nothing happened. Whatever I did, the fact remained that Penny had kicked my ass with what amounted to a casual backhand. If I managed to survive more than 2 of her attacks in a row, I'd be absurdly lucky, especially considering the way she'd kicked my ass, knocking me down and tossing me halfway across the town. Once this battle really began and she realized that one hit wouldn't be enough to stop me on its own, or if she put in more of an effort, if I went down again. The margin for error here was very, very slight. Too slight. Basic probability and simple observation made it pretty obvious that the odds were not in my favor here. I'd barely noticed that first attack, much less reacted to it. Now that I was on guard and had some grasp of the attack's nature, I might be able to take advantage of the brief warning sense danger gave me, but never get hit. That seemed unlikely. The skill would strip away the advantage of a surprise attack if I kept my wits about me, but that wouldn't matter if she could still hit me anyway. So I turned to my power, bullshit as it was. Beyond healing, Soulforge Restoration had a few other powers when used with the Dust Crystal, and restoration of MP among them. Because I'd leveled up the skill a fair bit, I could restore enough to make that very useful and to get me out of a sudden predicament, in the eventuality that I found myself in yet another bind. Arguably just as useful were the variable effects it could produce. A mere side note: in the profile I had seen a month ago, I hadn't been able to test it until I'd begun training with Adam and Blake, but when I did, I'd understood. Soulforge Restoration was, in the end, all about the transfer of aura. It was more complicated than that. It took a great deal of precision, precise control, and careful direction to achieve the desired result, and many other things, but the base concept was that a person's aura would attempt to protect and heal them, or, arguably, to keep them in their normal state or return them to it. A person's aura is an expression of their soul, and a person's soul is an expression, or maybe reflection or embodiment or a number of other theories, of that person. If a person was wounded, their aura would try to heal them back to normal, whatever normal happened to be. It was for this reason that healing was a relatively rare ability. You can't simply pour your aura into another person to top them off and assist them at healing, because the answer to the question, who is Jaune Arc, was different than, who is Adam Taurus? Or, who is Blake Belladonna. In a fashion very similar to different blood types, I transferred from one person to another rarely took. The odds of it ending badly were far lower because people usually just shed or they wouldn't choose, but there were rare cases that, well, hadn't ended well. For a transfer to occur, one of two things had to be true. The target and recipient had to possess the same aura, that is, be the same person, in which case there was no problem. When I healed myself, it was simply a matter of directing my aura to its purpose. Especially easy in my case because I didn't actually receive physical damage, I just lost HP. I just cast the spell and didn't even need to direct it to important areas like someone else might need to if they hurt themselves. If you are capable of healing yourself effectively or like the aura to do so, however, you're probably out of luck barring tremendously strange and unique circumstances. People were unique, which meant you weren't going to stumble across a person capable of giving you a magic blood transfer easily. I was type Jaune and I was the only person who was type Jaune. Healing, however, remained possible. If you thought of different auras as different blood types, you could think of healing as producing type O blood, stripping away all the things that would cause another person to reject it and rendering it into a pure state that could be consumed and processed by anyone, reducing it to a blank slate, effectively. And using it with dust was like shining light through a crystal, drawing up all the power within to color that energy, but not in a way that would cause a reaction. Tricky to do, but aura seemed to react with dust in a number of unique ways, and it would accept things from it that it wouldn't take from another person. And because aura was all about trying to protect and maintain, if you added the power of yellow dust of lightning to your soul, well, suddenly the answer to the question, who am I? Became, in small part, lightning. I felt myself grow faster as the effect took hold, my heartbeat feeling steady even though it pounded thunderously in my chest. The world around me seemed to actually slow as I moved, sharpening into sudden clarity as I quickened. I wasn't the only person who could do something like this by any means, but using it directly on oneself was a rather archaic method of enhancement. Most people capable of it, like Weiss, channeled it through a weapon or some other item instead, but this was the only way I knew how to do it. I drew out 3 other crystals, red, blue, and green, for all 3 basic types of dust. They were by far the most common types of dust as well, at least in terms of what formed naturally, which is why they were all I found at a glance. Odds were that there were a few natural examples of other types somewhere in here, but I was in a rush. The status effect, firepower, has been created. Duration, 20 seconds. The status effect, regeneration, has been created. Duration, 20 seconds. The status effect, Featherfall, has been created. Duration, 20 seconds. With each casting of the spell I felt more of my power returning and new power growing and leaving me feeling mighty and strong. Of them all, firepower was probably the least useful as a general offensive boost. Haste's effect was obvious, as was regeneration's, quickening me and improving my healing ability respectively. Featherfall mainly just meant I wouldn't take damage from falls, but it worked on being thrown into stuff, too, which I thought would be depressingly handy soon. All told, though, they were tremendous boosts to my power and left me feeling almost giddy. Beyond the quick tests I'd done, this was my first time really using this technique. This wasn't a tactic I made use of regularly. I couldn't afford to. There was no deeper meaning or moral explanation to that. I just literally couldn't afford to. Dust crystals were expensive, selling for anywhere from over 1,000 to 5 or 10,000 yen a pop, depending on size, weight, and type. The dust form was cheaper, but my power needed crystals and I didn't want to draw attention by dropping a huge amount of money to empty out a shop, much less rob it. And for a 20-second boost for a single use, I wasn't made out of money. The White Fang had gotten me a set of crystals on short notice that I'd been saving for a particularly awful day. Given that all this dust had been mined with faunless labor and slavery, though, I figured it was fine to steal some of it to help save them. I lifted the box with a sudden heave and poured it straight into my inventory and considered going 4 seconds, but time was running short and I had another thing to do. I'd come back for more later, if I could. I turned to my status screen and, with a series of rapid button pushes, raised both vitality and dexterity above 50. The skill Iron Body has been created through VIT rising above 50. Iron Body passive LV1 EXP, 0.00%. An ability given to those rare few born with surpassing vitality. The user possesses a body with great resistance to harm and unending strength to endure. 50% increase to stamina recovery rate. 20% decrease in damage from physical attacks. 10% increase to total HP amount. 10% increase to total stamina amount. 30% increase to VIT-related skill effects. The skill Amazing Grace has been created through Dex rising above 50. Amazing Grace passive LV1 EXP, 0.00%. An ability given to those with tremendous mastery of their own bodies. The user possesses refined control and coordination, displaying elegance in everything they do. 50% increase to movement speed. 30% increase to attack speed. 10% increase to evasion. 30% increase to Dex-related skill effects. I shuddered as the windows appeared, feeling my body shift and change as the power took hold. before suddenly relaxing with an exhale. Flexing my fingers, I looked down at my hand as I abandoned the improved defense of my metal aura and replaced it with air. With Lenore, Dreary Midnight, and my elementalist title, my air affinity was at 45, far higher than any of my others, but I'd gone with the reduced damage from metal at first for the damage reduction since I didn't know what to expect. But it wouldn't be enough to reduce damage against Penny. I needed speed, needed to stay ahead if only for just a little while. With my aura drawn around me, my body and hands, and the power dust giving me strength, I was as ready as I'd ever be. Although, it really seemed kind of unfair that even with all of those advantages, I was still going to be fighting an uphill battle. I was breaking out everything I'd kept up my sleeve just to try and stay alive for a little bit longer. I suppressed a sigh before taking a deep, resolving breath and turning to face the entrance my body had made, for all appearances waiting calmly. Only seconds having passed since my impromptu entrance, but even that short pause meant Penny had taken her sweet time waiting for me, and I wondered if she was dragging her feet or if she just knew I wasn't trying to run. Or perhaps she was just letting me stew in my thoughts, allowing the tension to build and wear me down following a display of her tremendous power. It seemed a bit manipulative for Penny to do consciously, but perhaps she was doing it without thinking, trying to get me to stop fighting without hurting me too bad. When she stepped around the corner a moment later, I met her eyes, gauging her with my 4 eyes as she stared back at me. If not for my mask, the moonlight would have shadowed her figure and the silence lingered for a moment. I wonder what she saw when she looked at me, and I smiled at her widely for lack of anything else to do, touching a hand to my chest. A fair first blow, I said with confidence I couldn't feel. But perhaps a bit more care would be in order. What if I'd hit one of these containers? Dust can be quite volatile. Slowly, she turned to face me, expression a mixture of sorrow, revolve, and surprising ferocity. Do you surrender? Penny asked at last. I rushed her by way of replying. She reacted quickly, the swords floating behind her whirling into place at a speed I'd scarcely been able to track before. But that was before. They were still fast now, faster than I could move, but not too fast for me to perceive, and there was more to battle than speed, however advantageous it might be. Distance, for example, was always a factor. Even if the blades could strike faster than I could, I needed to cover less distance. As the blades struck like a many-tailed scorpion, I danced back a step and jumped slightly to the left as the first sword bit deeply into the concrete. As it did, I caught sight of a glimmer in the air, light reflecting off of something very slight as it extended from the blade towards Penny. Wires, I realized before abandoning the thought and continuing my evasion. It was good to know and something to keep in mind as another thing to navigate, but I was too preoccupied at the moment to take advantage of it. A moment after the first blade landed, the others adjusted, angles shortening even as tips turned. I crouched slightly to let the second flash past my face and skated a pair of steps back to let a third dig deeply into the floor in front of my feet. A moment later, I rose, a quick hop letting me plant my foot on the blade's pommel, and I dodged the fourth and fifth with lunges, a step taking me to rest neatly atop the first blade and then up into the air above. In an instant, unblinking green eyes were on me, all but glowing as my danger sense rang out in warning. In an instant, her remaining blades came together like a whirling star set to cut me in half even as my left hand rose in defense. I couldn't hope to deflect the blow, I knew that, but I didn't have to as long as I wasn't hit. At the last second, air gathered in my hand and around my body, turning me and possibly in midair as it changed my angle of descent. I watched as a spiral of blades rose past me just inches from touching my hand's guiding fingers. I lunged again as I touched the ceiling and hit the ground hands first. A rush of air pushed me into a true handstand as Penny drew all her blades back to her, cutting edges going by just beside me as the handstand turned into an assisted flip. The moment I was back on my feet, I lunged after the returning blades, closing what distance I could to the android. The blade stopped to hover beside Penny again, and I had another moment of warning before a larger pinwheel of swords came hurling towards me. I went to my knees instantly, dropping into a slide as I leaned back as far as I could, watching the blades go by and focusing once more on the strings I had caught a glimpse of. I wondered for an instant if I might be able to cut them somehow, strip away her weapons, and so used observe before abandoning the notion with a grimace. That wasn't happening. I hauled myself back to my feet with carefully controlled wind and felt another flash of danger a moment before Crocia Moores alerted me to the source. I flipped over backwards as hard as I could as the pinwheel suddenly halted and reversed, the claws of my left hand just barely scraping along a blade's edge. I used the force to turn my uncontrolled jump into something with direction, and, with another touch of air manipulation, came back to my feet with barely a stumble. Tossing myself forward, I kept my eyes on Penny even as the pinwheel broke back into 10 blades and rushed at me in unison. Now that I was focused, I could see the strings by the aura Penny channeled along and through them, and I memorized their locations before leaping hard into the midst of the blades. As they came down upon where I'd stood, I was already past them, rising into the air above Penny. I kept an eye on her all the way through the leap, even as I felt my hands grasp the upper edge of the broken shutter door and swung myself down and up, flying high into the air as my abilities came together. In the end, I wound up upside down in the air, looking back even as I held myself straight and flew high. It was an awkward position, but I let my elementals guide me so I could keep my attention focused on the real threat. But Penny merely turned her head to look at me over one shoulder, drawing her blades back around her but not attacking even when I was forced to turn myself right side up to land. The moment I touched the ground, however, I wish I hadn't. My senses rang out that I was in danger as the black pack on Penny's back flashed open, two more blades emerging and unfolding from within. I managed to rise out of the way of one, but at the price of taking the other to the chest. My hide shattered again as I was knocked back into another building. The good news was that secondary impact didn't hurt, nor did I crash through the wall as I had before. Despite being hit by the same amount of force, feather fall meant I all but bounced off the wall and back to my feet. It saved me from the additional damage of plowing through the town, even if the hit itself had still taken its toll on me. The bad news was that the blade I dodged had sunk into the ground and anchored itself as Penny jumped back and reeled herself in, coming to land far too close for comfort. I summoned my hide again as she came close, drawing it around me even as I swept a hand through my open status screen, palming another dust crystal in an instant. In the brief moment I had left, I drained the crystal for life and power, resetting Haste's timer in the process. Penny came at me an instant later, closing the distance with stunning speed, moving even faster than before. Her blades rose again, but did not fire at me, instead floating just out of reach of her fingers. They trailed one another such that a single swing could mean many blows, and I was pushed back by her first attack as the individual blades reached out further until the last struck out nearly 4 times as far as the first. I suddenly found myself being forced to retreat with each attack, because evading just one would leave me open to many others. Yet as I fell back, she just pushed harder. When I leapt away, she extended a pair of blades after me, driving them deeply into the ground before reeling herself after me with the rest of her blades. She struck at me from a distance, raining blades down on me to keep me occupied dodging. It wasn't just the blades I needed to avoid, but the wires, which were thin and strong enough to serve as weapons all their own and which could curve and cross to almost make a maze in the air. I wound up wasting time trying to maneuver through it, giving her precious moments to catch up and force me into personal combat. And I couldn't dodge everything I tried. I even did well, but as we fought she began holding back less and less, coming at me harder because she thought I could take it. But I wasn't so sure I could, at least not for much longer. Even with my keen eyes and my hastened speed, keeping track of all of her blades, the strings, and the superior opponent was more than difficult. At first she struck at me with sweeping gestures, attacking with a dozen blades of variable length and leaving me no hope but to get out of the way. But then she started playing hardball. It began with her dual wielding, splitting 12 blades into a pair of 6s. She struck at me with both arms, then one set of blades reaching out further if I dodged the other, until the only way I could keep from getting hit was by lunging away as fast as I could, reducing this from a defensive fight to full-on running for my life. I managed to stay out of her reach, mostly, until what did get through, so she'd changed things up again. Now I danced back one step for the first 2 swords and a second for the next pair, 4 eyes watching closely, and hopped back a third to get away from the last one. Then she brought around her right arm and 4 more blades were swung my way, these ones stacked like an elongated staircase, the tip of one blade level with the hilt of another. I lunged straight back to avoid them, already knowing what would happen. 2 blades flashed past me, missing but leaving strings to either side. The 2 remaining blades came my way a moment later, lashing towards me with quick, alternating jabs that reminded me bizarrely of someone typing. Now that she'd had time to take my measure, dodging in mid-air it got harder. It wasn't a matter of truly evading harm anymore, but of deciding which hits to take, what I could survive. After having been forced to do some testing, I determined I could take 2 hits in a row by soaking one with my height and aura and the other with my HP, iron body, and physical endurance. Since Soulforge Restoration gave both HP and MP when used with Dust, I could stretch things out a bit further by carefully switching between them, but the fact was I had to, just to stay alive. I pretty much always took at least 1 hit after the longer sweep after she sent me running, hedged me in, and then started attacking. If I managed to dodge them, however, it scarcely mattered because she used the first 2 swords to pull herself right after me, shoving me straight back into melee, where she'd go back into her sweeping turns and attacks, blades following her limbs like sharpened after images. The worst part was that I could see the exact pattern, knew it all by heart, and there was still nothing I could do about it. Sure, sometimes she'd throw surprises in there to try and catch me, kicks or thrusts instead of sweeps, bladed pirouettes, more of those whirling stars, but on the whole she kept to her steps because she had no need to deviate from them. She was scoring blows, pushing me back, and there was nothing I could do to stop her or contribute. I knew the dance but I couldn't match her pace and I was steadily being pushed back. It grated. I wondered what the hell was taking Volturna so long and wondered even more if it was hopeless. I couldn't ignore the fact that it was completely possible that he just couldn't do what I needed. If so, that wasn't on him, but on the situation. Despite his power, if the pieces weren't in place, if there weren't enough guys left over, I clamped down on the thought. I couldn't think that way. If he couldn't and I'd do something, I guess. But until I was beaten, I'd hold on to hope and faith and believe I just needed to buy him a little more time. But I wasn't going to manage that this way. I couldn't last just by playing defense, because so long as she had no fear of a response, she could just wail on me until she battered through all my defenses or got lucky and she'd do one or the other soon. I was sure she was getting better as this fight went on, learning to match me even as I tried to match her. Blows came closer with each cycle and she was quicker to respond, to pursue. Eventually, well, I guess she'd cut my strings. I needed to keep her at least a little wary, lighten the assault, but I only had one method I thought might actually work and it could be risky. My back wasn't exactly breaking under the weight of my options, though, so I did it anyway, reaching into my inventory to withdraw a blue dust crystal to consume and a red one that I held tightly in my left hand. I looked up as I heard Penny zipping towards me and tried something. For much the same reason I hadn't gotten to train much with my buffs, I didn't have much experience with using dust. I couldn't very well train the ability up when it would take thousands of castings to do so and dust crystals were so expensive. There was a surprising amount of difficulty finding training manuals for the more archaic methods. Too, there were plenty of books about dust, about how it was first used in its raw form, and so on, but ones that actually taught the art were uncommon, possibly because it was so dangerous and easy to lose control, possibly because of the relatively quick shift to using rounds. I wasn't sure. All I knew was that of the 3 books Tucson had possessed on the subject, 2 had been about the theory, 1 had been a historical account, and none had qualified as skill books. Given the odds of blowing myself up, the noticeable nature of such a skill, and the severe expense, I'd laid off the skill. But hey, I was already living dangerously, why not play with fire? So that's exactly what I did. Fist clenched around it, I focused my will into the crystal. If I was honest, I'd wanted to try this for a long time. My mana, nature, and elemental affinities, my elemental mastery, and even my title all seemed built to help me with this, to make it stronger. I'd held back on using the crystals for anything but healing here, since if I ran out before I got a chance to get more it'd be the death of me. But, well, if I didn't do something I'd die regardless. Firepower was my least useful buff though. Actually, it might help with this, so I pulled out a red crystal, gathered my power, and called for help. Suryasta, I said, please don't let this kill me. Thanks in advance. You're awesome. And then I unleashed the power, up at an angle to strike at Penny. I'd hoped for something like a stream of fire and I'd gotten that sort of, but the power, it didn't go out of control, per se, but mostly because I never had it in control to begin with. It lashed out in a jagged burst towards the android, sprayed back at me through the gaps of my fingers, and quickly began to deteriorate from there. I felt Suryasta step in, calmly placing his fingers over my own, and helping to guide the power, keeping it from burning me too badly. What got through before he got involved did little through my resistance, and I took the opportunity to leap away before Penny crashed into the ground. A skill has been created through a special action. Through the applied use of energy propellant, the skill Dust Mastery has been created. I ignored the window, focusing on the smoke and making sure I was ready for whatever she tried next. Was that your first time using dust in its raw form, by any chance? Penny asked before the smoke even cleared. Surprising me, it was a bit sloppy, I suggested, trying to smile. Being less than competent didn't really fit with the all-knowing villain persona, but I tried to mask it as best I could. Forgive me, no, I don't have much experience with dust, but though I'm rather late to the trend, I like to consider myself a quick learner. Drawing out another red crystal, I tried again, and this time it was far more streamlined and controlled, a result of both my new skill and Suryasta's skill. The flame flashed into the cloud, towards where I felt Penny, and I heard something akin to an impact. And then I saw Penny running straight through the blast. I aborted my attack, throwing myself to the side as she came, but her swords merged together, blade folding in half to form a gun. I saw a flash green at the ground below me before an explosion sent me flying into another building. Featherfall let my bounce off and I immediately started running, but she was already behind me. I felt her reaching out towards me and tried to duck, but she grabbed a hold of Dreary Midnight, and with me pulling one way and her the other, it came free. I nearly hesitated at that, but the gamer's mind kept me going, drawing a new crystal and throwing it at my feet, tossing myself boldly away with the resulting explosion. I came careening back to earth a building over and scrambled to keep moving, for whatever it was worth. Penny's voice carried through the smoke. That was an amazing second try, she praised, sounding honestly happy as she congratulated me. I could feel her approaching through Crocia Moors, and though it was probably pointless, I ducked behind a building. You are very skilled at fighting, as well, and very tough, too. However, I have been pushing you back since this fight began. You should surrender now. No one can question your skill or loyalty for going this far for what you believe in, but please give up. I don't want to hurt you anymore. I hummed thoughtfully, more to buy time than for anything else. But shit, my air affinity had dropped a fair bit when she removed Dreary Midnight, and with it my speed. I'd meant to buy a little more time by fighting back, but all I'd done was make her go that tiny bit further to finally crush me. If we started fighting again, with my speed lowered, it would not end well. In fact, I felt pretty doomed. And then my miracle came through. Your level has increased by 1. Volturnus, lingering at the edge of town, had been crushing every machine that managed to get near the town, all the surviving AKs. I figured that there had probably been something on the order of 100 remaining, if the ship I'd seen was anything to go by, and I'd known I'd been close to leveling up. Really close. I'd fought Grim back in Vale, gotten experience from quests, encountered a few more Grim to and from Atlas, and had shot down a bunch of robot-filled ships. I'd been pissed off that I still hadn't gotten that one last level I needed. Hoping Volturnus would be able to get me that last little bit I needed wasn't the greatest plan I'd ever had, though I preferred to think of it as having faith. It had been nothing but a desperate hope, really. In fact, it still was, because all that one level gave me were the points I needed to place my hopes on something else. But I figured and hoped and prayed that luck would finally come through for me, given all the shit it put me through. And really, it was the penultimate technique of the forgotten martial arts style of an ancient warrior king. It had to help somehow, and given the huge prerequisites, there had to be something great about it. First things first, I opened my status screen and raised my strength to 51. The skill Heroic Strength has been created through STR rising above 50. Heroic Strength passive LV1 EXP, 0.00%. An ability given to those blessed with tremendous power. The user possesses great physical strength, casually reaching beyond the limits of most men. 50% increase to physical attack damage. 50% increase to STR-related skill effects. And then I look out my book. You've obtained the skill White Tiger's 500 Years. White Tiger's 500 Years active LV1 EXP, 0.00% HP, 500 MP, 500. Legend tells that from 500 years of war, a tiger rose to rule as king of all beasts. The penultimate technique, the legendary Baihu, Lord of the West. 500% increase to physical attack damage. 500% increase to attack speed. 500% increase to movement speed. Additional 500 horsepower used per minute. Additional 500 MP used per minute. I actually managed a real smile at that before raising my voice. Shall I take this a bit more seriously, then? I bluffed, feeling just a little cocky. The games we play. Counterattack. It was hard to describe the rush of power that came over me. After a quick gesture to change my title, I drew upon Baihu's lost art, my life and power draining to fuel the flames as I burnt at both ends, though I was rather hoping I'd do better at lasting the night than a Kindle. It hurt for an instant, an agony like something was tearing me apart from the inside and eating me. After a moment, however, the bars on my status screen ceased their decline and I felt nothing but power. It flowed through me like blood and settled into my flesh and bones, reinforcing and empowering every aspect of the same body it had devoured for energy. And yet, despite the cost, despite the pain, I felt amazing. I felt strong, stronger now than I had once even dreamed of being, and I wanted to laugh out loud at the feel, or perhaps roar, declaring the might of Baihu's art for all the world to know. I restrained the urge calmly, but couldn't stop the smile that rose to my lips. It was like I'd felt that first time, when I put together Baihu's style in the forest outside my house. A rush of power that was at once humbling and uplifting, showing me how far I had to go but also giving me a taste of what it was like. For a moment, I actually thought about winning. Honestly considered the idea that maybe it was possible that I could beat Penny. It was so strange to even entertain the thought, but it lingered in my mind. It wasn't impossible, I allowed, considering it briefly. Not only that, but it was a lot more possible than it had been a minute ago. Unnecessary, too, of course. I didn't need to win, I just needed to buy time. Although, how much longer, I wondered, thoughts turning slightly. With dreary midnight gone, it would probably take longer, as Slavant's power would be greatly reduced without the cloak. Would it take 5 more minutes? 10 longer? That was a long time to run Penny around, especially with this style, by whose art wasn't about prolonged fights or wearing the opponent down and was about crushing them, completely and utterly. In moments, it traded enormous amounts of power for brief surges of unstoppable might. It paid only passing heed to defense with the shield that could be removed and leave the fighting style otherwise the same, while all the other techniques built off of one another, pieces to a puzzle. The White Tiger's 500 years was no different, making me run faster, hit harder and more frequently, but not making me any more durable, per se. It wasn't about withstanding attack, it was about evading them and putting the enemy down before it became an issue. I could rely on my natural defenses and aura in addition to that, substituting durability and healing for a firmer defense. Perhaps Baihu had done something similar in a fight like this. If I got to some more dust, I might be able to last anyway, restoring myself heavily each minute. So long as Penny didn't hit me, I could drag this out, maybe. But hadn't I already considered the disadvantages of a defensive battle? I was a bit better equipped for this fight now, but much of that still remained. No, more than that, it wasn't just loading the passengers I needed to be concerned with, was it? I had to escape with the ship itself, too, and with the reach of Penny's swords, she might make that difficult. It wasn't unfeasible, perhaps not even unlikely, that she could get aboard or inside the white whale itself as we tried to take off. I needed to do more than just buy time. I'd need to stop her from pursuing somehow and, if it was at all possible, recover my cloak. Or maybe I was just trying to justify things to myself. Maybe I just really wanted to play with my new toy. I dashed around the building, emerging into the street. Cold air brushed against my bare chest as my 4 eyes turned to the android. I saw her blades bobbing casually around her. Watch's green eyes shifted to focus on me in turn, and I was already closing the distance. I watched as her blades stiffened in midair, noticed them turn under her controlling strings, and saw them shift at last into motion. They were fast, still, even to my sharp eyes, but only about as fast as my body now was, or maybe even a shade slower. As the first blade reached me, the knuckles of my left hand brushed against the flat of the blade, pushing hard. I didn't try resisting Penny's inhuman power directly, even with my new power, but I didn't have to. A little force shifted the angle of the blade a bit further left and it slid past my face. My body leaned forward as I did, letting the second blade swing over my head, watching everything around me as much with Crocia Moore's senses as my eyes. I leapt forward, extending my right hand as I did and settling it on the flat of the third blade as it flew parallel to the ground. Such was the force of Penny's weapons that even as I settled my whole weight upon the blade, it only sank slightly, and I used that to my advantage. With the blade as my platform, I drew myself up and flipped into the air, feeling the fourth, fifth, and sixth blades pass through a target that was no longer there, and settled my eyes on the next 4. As I reached the apex of my ascent, they rose up to meet me, each aiming to stab deeply into my flesh. Settling my weight on not-so-thin air, I grabbed the 7th by the hilt with my left hand and pulled myself down past it, reaching out with my right to touch the 8th with my clawed fingers. There was a metallic sound as the blades slid along one another, but it was only so that I could push against it, and here, with us both in the air, I was the one to move. I slipped to the side as it stretched past me, falling just a hair faster and further than I should have. I rested my feet against the backs of 9 and 10 and lunged the rest of my way to the ground, landing gently despite the force. An instant after touching the ground, I was rushing towards Penny again, speed boosted by Baihu's techniques. The final pair of blades hovered just above her hands. Dreary Midnight was grasped lightly in one of the hands and the other was held out at my fingers, twitching with short motions. I lifted my eyes to meet slightly widened green ones, saw actual surprise covering Penny's face, but I didn't let it give me pause. Where before I had scurried in a desperate attempt to avoid it, I now stepped boldly into melee range with the mighty android. I felt a premonition of danger, felt her begin to move with Crocia Moore's, and still didn't hesitate in my advance. When the right blade rose and struck out towards my eye with startling speed, I twitched my head to the side, letting the blade graze my cheek rather than stop. The left blade rose a fraction of a second later, driving towards me with that same speed, but I lunged again, boosting my speed further as I closed in. There was a sharp clang as my fist drove into her stomach, touching her so. I felt her through Crocia Moore's, felt vibration rock through her from the blow, and felt, more than anything, the sheer, massive weight of her. But I still didn't back down. In that same moment, I used double strike for the first time in a real battle, 2 different blows connecting as one, each enhanced with power strike. I felt her rise to the tips of her toes and then off the ground completely, but I was already turning away from her, lunging backwards to slam my back fully into her chest, lifting her ever so slightly higher. As I did, I reached back, on hand grasping her hair and the other her rising arm. Then, with the full might of heroic strength, with jaws and rip, With the martial arts knowledge I gained from Tucson, I heaved with all my might, using my body as a pivot to bring her up, over, and then down to the ground. I sent her crashing into the concrete hard enough to send a spider web of cracks racing out in all directions, and I still didn't let up. Before she could withdraw her blades, I descended on her again, fist pounding down into her face with another double power strike, hammering it down like a nail until most of her head was below ground level with fissures stretching away from it. As the blades spun back towards their master, however, I withdrew, free hand reaching out to snatch my cloak from the robot's fingers, and she didn't try holding on. She didn't even try to stop me as I danced several meters away, though I saw brilliant green eyes follow my every move as I did before looking away. Above her, the 12 swords spun in a short circle, blades pointed down, ready to strike but waiting for something. "Huh," Penny voiced at last, staring at the sky ponderingly for a moment, apparently paying me little heed. In fairness, I glanced away from her myself as a new window popped up and a cheery tune sounded in my ears. "You've received the title the White Tiger." Glancing at Penny quickly, I bounded another dozen meters away before turning my back. I watched her like a hawk through Crocia moors and felt certain she was doing the same to me somehow, but since she was giving me a moment's reprieve, likely preparing something of her own, it seemed foolish not to take advantage of it. The White Tiger, obtained through the use of long-lost power. The tiger's tail has finally turned white. By incorporating the 500 years into Baihu's White Tiger, you have earned your position among his elite warriors. Train even harder to prove your skill further and uphold your title as Baihu's legacy. 60% increase the damage of White Tiger techniques. 60% increase to the defense granted by White Tiger techniques. 30% decrease in the cost of White Tiger techniques. Status: White Tiger's star low. As expected, an improvement on the tiger and the tiger's child. I wasn't certain what the status did, but every bit helped, so I changed my title and had to keep myself from bowling over. A sudden flash of pain extending through me, fire running down the length of my body together behind my eyes, in my teeth, at my hands and feet and the top of my head, tingling through my hair. After a moment, it faded, except in my hands until I felt Crocia Moore shift my gauntlets slightly, extending the claws. As my claws extended behind them, I touched my fingers to my mouth even as I prodded sharpened teeth with a tongue and wiggled my toes slightly. Though I couldn't see my eyes, I glanced up at my open status screen, searching, and wasn't sure whether to laugh or sigh. Race, funness. So even stuff like this was, well, it didn't really matter, did it? I guess this was a lie I'd made come true, and with any luck, it wouldn't be the only one. "Are you alright?" I heard Penny ask and glanced at her. She hadn't gotten off the ground, though she tilted her head back in its crater to look at me with concern. "You look—" "Oh, nothing worth the mentioning," I gestured dismissively, drawing dreary midnight about my shoulders. I didn't offer any explanation because, really, why would I? And it's not like I understood, either. "And you, Penny? I'm sure I didn't hurt you." She blinked slowly at me before smiling again. "I remain combat ready," she confirmed, still not getting up. "You surprised me, however, so I'm trying to think of a solution." I suppressed another sigh and turned to face her fully. "Oh?" I asked. "Did you come up with anything?" Penny put her hands to the ground on either side of her head and half flipped to her feet in an instant. 12 blades became 2 before folding in half, returning to their more gun-like shapes. And without another word, she opened fire. I was already moving, alerted by sense danger, Crocia Moors, and common sense. I lunged to the side, landed, and lunged again with barely a moment's pause to determine my destination. Bullets flew past me, flickers of steel and light I could just barely make out as they flashed through the air. It was easy to see Penny's plan. It was pretty much my plan turned against me, in a way. In the same way that I'd been able to dodge the swords when they'd moved faster than me simply by gauging where they were going and moving shorter distances. Faced with my suddenly increased speed, she had chosen to respond with an attack that required less movement. From this range, a small turn in her floating weapons could result in a vast change in the direction of bullets. Added to the speed of bullets, it was a good plan as far as Penny knew. I was a primarily close-range fighter, after all, and she'd basically shrugged off my dust attack like it wasn't even there. I'd proven that I could advance even against a tide of her blades, so she was choosing a form of attack that she thought had a better chance of hitting me, changing her strategy from forcing me into melee to keeping me at a distance. Whether it was because she was a robot or very skilled or a combination of both, I knew that Penny could track my movements and plot out forms of attack with tremendous speed. There seemed to be limits, possibly because her body couldn't keep up, and maybe also because calculating every possibility on a battlefield is pretty much impossible. But even as fast as I'd been suddenly moving, she'd been able to make slight adjustments to individual blades to try and get me. A pair of guns aided by that same ability. Minute adjustments made literally in between shots as she guided the weapons towards me. I couldn't deny that it was a pretty frightening combination, not just to be the target of but even to bear witness to. In moments, what seemed like 100 bullets cut through the air, each drawing closer than the last as she calculated and compensated. As I dashed and dove, bobbed and weaved, complete evasions became near misses. What started as almost random fire turned into something more controlled as she learned from success and failure both. The shots of one gun began leading into those of its partner. Bullets started guiding my dodges towards other threats. I suppose it shouldn't have been surprising, but Penny was a fast learner. All told, those weapons under her control. It was a good plan, but not perfect. There was no such thing as a perfect plan, not truly, and this one had a flaw. And it wasn't the person shooting as it might have been for someone else at anything. Penny was the strongest link in this combination. It was her weapons. That might have been a bit surprising for most people. There was a reason guns were such a common choice of weapon, after all. They were generally incorporated into pretty much all hunter armaments in one form or another, and there were a lot of good reasons for that. Weak or strong, small or large, man or woman, anyone who could pull the trigger could fire a bullet. How well it was aimed could vary great, as well as a number of other factors such as rate of fire and reloading, but at its most basic level, anyone who pulled that trigger could fire that bullet. It might hit for one person and miss for another, fire rapidly for someone skilled and slowly for someone inexperienced, but given the same ammunition, the same weapon, and told to fire once, the result would be roughly the same no matter who you had firing. It wasn't dependent on strength or speed, and, though it definitely had its place, even skill wasn't as big a concern as with earlier weaponry. And in many ways, that was a virtue. If you gathered 1,000 normal men, gave them guns, and trained them for a week or two, you could get a far greater result than if you did so with, say, bows. With the introduction of dust rounds especially, that was invaluable and had played a large role in much of Remnant's recent history, in the rise of the kingdoms and the defense of mankind. For the average man, there was no question that guns were by far the best choice of weapon. But things got a bit murkier when hunters got involved. It wasn't uncommon to see a hunter parry bullets or evade them. While the adage of bringing a sword to a gunfight held true generally, if the swordsman was a trained huntsman, well, I'd seen enough robots shredded to know how that went. Though there were many advantages to guns, hence why they carried them and incorporated them into everything under the sun. The same held true even between hunters. In many ways there were a lot of reasons for it, but in the end it boiled down to this: it didn't matter who held the gun. How fast you are, smart you are, strong you were had no effect on the bullet once it was in flight, with the possible exception of me, I guess, depending on how the appropriate skills worked. And while that was definitely an advantage for the majority of the planet, when you got into the outright insanity that defined most hunters, Penny's bullets were shot well, fired with inhuman accuracy and precision. She attacked carefully, a point to every bullet, a strategy unraveling. But though Penny was ungodly strong, that didn't make her bullets hit any harder than if she'd been anyone else in the world. Though a solid hit from her swords could send me flying and shear away half my health, that didn't mean the same was true of these bullets. So I did something that would have been insane for anyone without the abilities of a hunter. I advanced through the bullets, not in a straight line, of course. There was no point to making it easy for her. I flickered between points, zigging and zagging with the tiger's lunge, my re-energized arrow bolstering my speed even more. There were two sources of the bullets, her two guns, and I kept a set of eyes on each even as I monitored them with my elemental senses. With two lines of fire, it was hard to dodge them all, so I didn't. I outpaced what I could, staying ahead by sensing the danger and noting where the bullets were aimed. Of the bullets that made it through, I blocked what I could with my left gauntlets. When that wasn't possible, I chose what hits to take and tried to minimize the damage. I was grazed a few times, bullets brushing the skin of my upper arms, shoulders, and legs. Other times, I was shot outright, not entirely physical bullets driving into my chest. But I didn't go down. My defenses held, minimizing the damage. The tiger's hide even withstanding a pair of solid shots before breaking, and I closed the distance with speed that amazed even me. I leaned to the side to escape a bullet's path, bobbed my head once to evade another, leapt over a third, lowered my arm and then brought it back up to deflect a fourth and fifth, and lunged forward, taking a sixth to the shoulder. Penny brought her arms up defensively the moment she saw me closing in, crossing them over her face, but I went under her guard at first, driving a hand into a chest with double and power strike aiding the blow to lift her just off her feet. Her guns rotated in midair to point at me, opening fire again in an attempt to drive me off and push me back. I ignored them completely. As my hide broke under the first set of bullets, I drove Penny back with another set blows, pushing her higher and further. Crocia more sent flashes through my mind, images born from each stroke, and I sent a single thought back in return without letting up. I felt shots connecting, striking my aura next, but still didn't break away. I rained blow after blow down on Penny, pushing her back through the air, across the street, into the wall of a building, and, because it seemed fair to return the favor, continued my assault to drive her straight into it. I kept an eye on my MP bar as it steadily drained, each blow biting into it swiftly even as I activated the tiger hide again and again to block a few extra shots, and then, once it reached the halfway mark, I turned my aura off. The pain of the blow sharpened in an instant as the damage switched over to my HP bar, but I didn't let either fact stop me from smashing Penny out the other side of the building and into the streets once more. Grabbing her with my left hand, I drove firm blows into solar plexus, throat, and stomach even as I halted her flight with main strength and then grabbed her fully by the head and flipped her over onto the ground once more, turning my body into her chest to serve as a pivot. She hit the concrete with a crash that drove her shoulders into the ground and sent cracks running out even further than before. I didn't stop, though, but came down astride her and began pounding down on her crossed arms with steady, lightning-fast blows. While her bullets chewed through my health, I drove her deeper and deeper into the ground with resounding, metallic clangs, the images from Crocia Moors coming in quickening flashes with each hit. I beat her down until her entire upper body was below the concrete around her and still didn't stop. I only hesitated when the bullets stopped coming, and it wasn't out of any worry for Penny. A glance revealed gun barrels glowing a bright green, and my various skills aided by my functioning brain told me that was bad. I leapt into the air a moment before they fired, and green lasers drove large fissures into the ground on either side of Penny. A moment later, the android uncrossed her arms and placed them on either side of the hole I had put her in. She rose from the ground as I landed, standing with the sound of breaking concrete, and smiled at me. "Well, that didn't work," she said, brushing off her arms and shoulders. Her sleeves had torn when she used her arms to defend herself, and so had the false skin beneath, revealing now somewhat dirtied steel. I gave her a moment as she stood from the hole, mainly to take the chance to draw out and consuming another round of dust crystals to heal the damage I received and restore my MP. Maybe, HM. No, but I have another idea. "Oh?" I asked, bracing myself on the logical assumption that it wasn't good for me. Penny grabbed the handle of one of her guns and it unfolded back into a sword again a moment before she leapt into the air. I saw bullets race down at me from her remaining gun, but it was the sword she threw that I dodged, dancing a step backwards as it slammed to the hilt into the ground. A moment later, I had to dance back another step as she reeled herself back to earth and slammed her free arm up to her elbow into the concrete even as the other grasped her sword and pulled it loose easily. Without showing any sign of discomfort at the landing, she rose fully to her feet and ran towards me, sword in on hand, the other covered in powdered concrete, and the gun floating behind her. It was the type of image a smart man probably would have run away from. It probably said something about me that I returned Penny's smile, reactivated my aura, and ran towards her instead. The games we play. Result: the speed my new technique granted me was both a blessing and a curse, and for similar reasons. Things happened, strangely, both more quickly and more slowly, in several different ways. On the bright side, obviously, I attacked and moved much faster than I had ever dreamed of doing, exchanging hundreds of blows, doing attacks that would have been too quick to see before, shifting through the chaos with an easy grace. Despite that speed, everything seemed slowed down to my eyes and mind, allowing me to think about, plan for, and react to things I might otherwise barely have noticed. All of that was tremendously useful and were literally lifesavers. On the other hand, attacking 5 times faster meant spending energy 5 times faster, too. Even with my greater speed and attack power, truly matching or pushing back Penny required drawing on my other skills as well, lunging at great speeds to close or create distance, power strike to strengthen my blows, using my elementals to assist me in subtle ways, and much more. In fact, it was even worse than that, because of double strike, which effectively allowed me to hit twice with a single blow, but with each blow needing to be enhanced individually. The base damage of each hit was lower than a normal attack, but still high enough to make it advantageous, especially when I was leveling it up so quickly, none of which changed the fact that it drained MP like a sieve. My entire strategy was enabled by my situation on easy access to an effectively endless supply of restorative items. Any chance I had of victory was founded entirely on the fact that I was able to cheat like a son of a bitch, giving myself effectively infinite HP and MP so long as I didn't run out of items, didn't let my MP hit zero, and wasn't taken out by a single blow or quick series of hits. Without that, without the removed concern of how much damage I could take or power I could spend, I would have lost this fight very quickly. If I had been using solely my own power, I think I would have run myself dry in about a minute, maybe less, possibly a bit more. I hit fast but tired fast, as was normal with all of Bayu's techniques. As it was, I needed to restore myself every 20 to 30 seconds and occasionally turn off my aura to tank blows physically just to keep myself going. Things went fast and so did my power, but they also happened painfully slowly. They had before, of course, as I'd known they would. With a ship as big as the White Whale, a lack of hydraulic stairs was a painfully serious issue. I'd worked to compensate with Levant, had trained to do it as quickly as possible, but I'd known it would take a while, just as I'd known that it was unlikely we'd get out before there was a response. If Levant moved at top speed, there were no complications on either side, and the passengers cooperated perfectly. She might have been able to get everyone loaded in about 15 minutes. Realistically speaking, odds were better that it would have taken 20-25 minutes instead, allowing for difficulties and general stupidity. Far from ideal, but there's only so much you can do when you have to transport a large group of people while lacking a lot of infrastructure and under fire. Given the circumstances, though, it might be pushing higher than that. I'd gotten back Dreary Midnight fairly quickly, but I'd also had to split her focus occasionally. Because of that, it may well push as high as 30, though I held out hope I was highballing it. That's a lot of time to buy in any situation. When your perceptions were enhanced as high as mine were, it was a length of time that seemed to drag on forever. Penny and I traded blows beyond counting, metallic impacts filling the night air in a symphony that brought to mind the marching of soldiers and the hammering of drums. It was hard not to lose myself in the battle, simply because a large part of me wanted to let time flow past around us as we clashed, but I had to pay attention to the details and the moments, so it stretched on endlessly instead. I felt bullets beat a steady rhythm on my skin as we came together and heard metal ring as we parted. Every touch carried with it staccato images I perceived through Crocea Moors and Volturnus, images that flickered and vanished in almost the same instant they were made, an instant of perception. I felt pain and power flow through me as I was wounded and healed, exhausted and invigorated, and Penny and I fought like tireless machines. And all the while, I counted the glacial passage of seconds. I needed to pay attention to every moment, focusing my thoughts towards their intended purpose even as I kept track of the slow boarding of passengers. I monitored the skies around me even as I watched every move Penny made, on constant alert for new threats regardless of source. Penny swung her blade in an arc. I ducked under it, left arm coming up to brace itself against the android's reaching free arm even as I stuck a blow to it further up with my claws. Her sword stopped more abruptly than it should have been able to before it changed directions, coming back for another swing at my head that I stepped away from, driving a palm into her forearm as I went. Penny followed, advancing as I retreated, never stopping or slowing. She swung her blade again, gun firing above her as her free fingers flexed. She was silent again, green eyes wide and almost glowing as she stared at me intently, taking everything in, processing it, reacting. At first, her swordsmanship had been very clean and precise, almost literally textbook, but also very basic, something I suspected may have been literally programmed into her. She was good at it, but not great, because every attack was too exact, too precise, predictable and formulaic, responding to problems in the exact same way. Within a minute, that had changed. She began to vary her attacks as they proved ineffective, incorporating things she'd tried before to improve it. In mid-swing, she released her blade, letting it fly from her fingers in a wide, sweeping arc that I ducked under. Almost the moment I did so, she moved forward, jumping forward and coming down with enough force to lift small slabs of concrete. I leapt into the air the moment sense danger alerted me and touched her at the same moment. She drew her sword back to her hand and swung it over her, releasing it once more to bring it down on me. It bit deeply into the ground at my feet as I stepped back, but she just used that to reel herself towards me. An open palm strike passed through where my head had been a moment before as I ducked low, driving the heels of my palms into her knees and thighs in a series of quick blows before leaning back as she drew her sword from the concrete and brought it back up, tip arching just before my eyes. I turned the motion into a handspring, coming back to my feet as she took a step forward and swung her sword down again. I brought up both my hands, touching her forearm as I leveraged myself to the side before letting go. My right hand clenched into a fist and my open right covered it as I drove an elbow into her chest. Her other arm rose, outlined clearly to Crocia Moore's and Volturna's senses as I touched her, and I dropped to a knee as it tried to seize me, guiding it over my head with a pair of gentle touches. There was a moment's pause as I drew to the side, subtly palming a crystal from my inventory and consuming it to keep myself going as she turned to continue, and we were back in the fray. All the while, I kept my attention on her, as she did to me. Every moment I looked for a way in or a way out, a way to strike or to defend. Penny was crushing power, unending strength, a machine that never tired or faltered, and yet, for all that, intelligent and methodical. Every mistake she made was corrected, plans were modified on the fly, successes were noted and incorporated into further actions as she drove endlessly, relentlessly forward. Penny may have been innocent, but she wasn't stupid and she learned quickly. She drew ever closer with each attack, every failure building towards the hope of future success. I kept just ahead of her, slightly out of reach, and hit her 100 times to seemingly no effect. I saw the damage it did, chipping away at her in almost meaninglessly minute amounts, and kept going anyway, deeming it unimportant. I was speed, precision, great power applied accurately, carefully, deliberately, all leading towards the same end, each blow making careful progress, however small, not trying to match her power or even compete with it, but aiming for something else. We were different designs leading towards the same goals. I watched her grow stronger as we fought, learning and improvising with each moment. I did the same, skills improving quickly just to stay that one step ahead, considering her, predicting her, striking her as best I could to drive forward. We were like blades being tested against one another, being driven to our limits just to learn how to surpass them, and for a minute we seemed matched. The battle ran on, through the streets, atop the sides of buildings. The gun floating behind Penny took to shifting, sprouting into 6 controlled swords again, attempting new tactics as she tested new things. For a moment, she moved through them, blades driving into the ground and walls to pull her this way and that, drawing her through the air and altering her path. I drew her into a building, engaging her in close quarters and evading a dozen swords as I continued to pound into her. They consolidated into another sword afterwards as we dueled in limited space, and I weaved in between blades to get to her until she drove me back to and through a wall. The blade returned to its gun form in the streets as I had more room to dodge and maneuver, keeping on me with steady, mild damage as I drew closer again. We exchanged hundreds of blows as the minutes passed and still seemed matched. We went up and down the streets, over and through the buildings, came together and parted 1,000 times, and through it all seemed matched. Each of us was building towards something, drawing closer with every success and failure alike, yet seemed even through it all. To an outsider, it must have looked like it could go either way. Looks can be deceiving. As the fight drew on, things slowly changed as planted seeds began to grow. I kept her in the center of my attention, but the nature of it began to change, shifting with every action as we drew closer and closer to the end. What started as a battle became more of a dance, and I found my place in the dangerous, shifting steps and felt completely calm, with perhaps just a hint of something that might have been anticipation and might have been dread as the flow quickened and rose. All I had to do was, "Let's stop," I said as we fell down to the streets, drawing away suddenly instead of stepping forward. "There's no point in taking this any further." "What?" Penny asked, hesitating in her advance. "There's no point of taking this any further," I repeated. "This fight's over." Penny tilted her head to the side, blinking slowly. "Are you surrendering?" she asked. "I'm afraid not," I said. "I'm just winning. The ship will be loaded soon and I will depart. There's little reason to continue this fight anymore. It was fun playing with you, Penny, but I'll need to leave soon, so let's end this here." "Okay." "I cannot allow that," she replied, shaking her head. "I'm sorry, but I still can't let you go." "It's not a matter of allowing," I corrected. "I've already won and I'm going to leave now. I don't want to hurt you to do so, though, so please, for my sake, stand aside." "You've already lost." "No, I haven't," she said. "I am combat ready and I will never give up so long as I can still fight." She took a step forward and then began to run, but I didn't move. I didn't turn away, I didn't back down, and I didn't flinch. I just sighed quietly, stepped forward, and whispered just high enough to be sure she would catch it. "Right arm," I said as I stepped just to the side of the blade, dodging along the outside of her arm. My left hand came up to grasp her wrist, my right her shoulder. With each hand, I used the tiger's jaws, doubled with double strike, multiplied with power strike, rip, and crush, pulling it back behind her with all my might. But really, that was just the final blow, the straw that broke the camel's back. What happened next had been long in the coming. Penny and I had both been working towards something, trying to guide the battle in our favor, but the advantage had been mine, for I held the most powerful weapon of all. Information. I knew, if roughly, what she was capable of, but there were many, many things she didn't know about me. Her plan had been to wear me down, to improve her strategies and plans to fence me in and push me back, all leading up to a final blow, but my plan had literally been built with every blow, every exchange. Whenever I touched her, it had been in gentle touches, seemingly pointless strikes to her defending arms, to her legs, a work in progress from the very beginning, striking at weak points she hadn't even known to defend. So though I applied careful pressure and force, put my entire body into accomplishing one thing, and hammered, grasped, crushed, and tore with all my might, what happened next wasn't a matter of my strength. No, that was a small part of it. In all honesty, in truth, it was a matter of careful build-up, minute applications of crochet Moors and 1,000 instants of contact and flickering images, the build-up of many minor changes through her aura as the minutes dragged on, all leading up to one moment, one final push, an instant of strain that even her soul couldn't compensate for. And with a crack and a pop and a groan, with a small rain of bits of metal, with a sudden force giving way with all of that, I tore off Penny's arm. She stumbled then, as her body came free of her arm, and then fell. She tried to catch herself, realizing a moment too late that one of the arms she'd sought to do so with was absent, and then fell on her face. "I'm sorry," I said honestly, looking at the arm for a moment before setting it down on the ground. "I'd hoped to avoid that, but with this, it should be clear. Your father can fix that when you're retrieved, so just sit this one out for now, okay?" I won. Penny. Penny lay prone on the ground for a moment, not moving or saying a word. Ideally, she'd see this as a sign of overwhelming power and give up, or wonder how it was possible, or any number of other things, but after that moment of stillness passed, I saw her lift herself carefully with one arm, compensating for the absent one as if it were natural for her, and slowly rising to stand. "No," she said, looking at me with her green eyes. She didn't seem hurt or even scared. She didn't seem different at all. "Really, I already told you, I will never give up so long as I'm able to fight something like this. It doesn't even hurt." The sword in her dismembered hand's grasp twitched once before withdrawing. I watched it return to the side of its mistress, floating in the air near where she would have held it, and sighed again. "Penny, you are amazing," I told her. "To get up, despite that, to refuse to give up, you are simply amazing. But there is a difference between being brave and being reckless. There are times when you need to put everything on the line and fight, but for you, this shouldn't be one of them. Whether it hurts or not, don't put yourself at risk for something like this. This shouldn't be a battle you need to stake your life on. Accept your defeat." "I haven't lost yet," she said stubbornly, striding forward more warily this time. "I won't accept defeat no matter what. I will fight until my body is broken. For my father. I have to protect this world. I am ready. I am. So I won't lose to anyone." I looked at her quietly, observing her resolve, and exhaled slowly. "This really means a lot to you," I noted. "I hope your father knows how proud he should be of you for that. But you can't always win, Penny. And if you tear yourself apart trying to anyway, imagine what that will do to the people who care about you. You're still a child. You don't have to protect the world by yourself. Walk away from this fight, get stronger, and we'll play again some other day. But give up, Penny. Sit down and watch me leave. This isn't a battle you can win. You should know that already." "I know no such thing," she said, stump of an arm sparking. "It's only minor damage. I am still combat ready." "You're missing an arm," I stated. "I don't need my arms to fight," she reminded, twitching her strings. "And as long as I can keep fighting, you won't give up," I said calmly, nodding as I stared her down. "You sure about that, though?" Her float sword lashed out at my, flying through the air every bit as fast as before. I sidestepped, mind already shifting into action, focusing on the contingencies. "I'd hoped it wouldn't come to this." "That didn't mean I didn't expect it." "Left leg," I spoke. I lunged low, hand thrusting up into her chest, a series of blows that lifted her off her feet. I turned then, leg coming up to hammer into her stomach, driving her down into the concrete, and then I grabbed her left leg as it was kicked into the air. With feet planted, I grabbed her hard, twisting with my entire body, and weakened metal came loose. I dropped her leg to dodge out of the way of her returning sword, brushing off the bullets of her gun. "There," I said, rising and turning away. "Even if you can fight without an arm, you shouldn't be able to follow me with just one leg." I'd hoped it wouldn't come to this, but "Just wait here until your father comes to get you, okay?" Instead of replying, her gun unfolded into 6 swords, driving themselves into the ground and surrounding buildings before pulling taut, lifting Penny in the process. The sword she'd been using followed suit, giving her a full 12 blades, several of which moved to steady her, wires wrapping tightly around her upper body. "You're incorrect. If needed, I can keep fighting without my arms or legs," she claimed. I sighed, looking over my shoulder at her. "Penny, don't be a sore loser," I said chidingly, trying a different tactic. "You lost fair and square, so sit down and wait for your father to come get you." "I haven't lost," she insisted, sounding almost petulant. I looked at her, frustrated, saddened, and, more than anything, tired. I wondered how likely it was that she'd actually try to follow me if I tore off her arms and legs, and how likely it was she'd succeed. Despite her words, there was little to be afraid of, though. With the amount of effort she had to spend to just stay upright now, she was no threat to me. Regardless of her level, with one arm and one leg, I wasn't worried. Not about her actually stopping me, at least. How she was so stubborn that she'd literally tear herself to pieces before giving up, though. And yeah, it may have been a bit hypocritical of me to be upset about that, but my body could actually take whatever I put it through and I wouldn't risk my life unless there was a good reason. Penny was. Are you scared? I asked suddenly, pieces coming together. Of not being good enough to live up to their expectations? To be unable to fulfill your purpose? I saw her hesitate and suddenly wasn't sure what to do. I'd been on the other side of this issue before and I honestly had no idea how to resolve it. I didn't know what I could say or do to fix that. If there was anything, no one had ever told me. Certainly. But, Penny, you are a living being, I said. You're your own person, whatever you were created for. But if it's that important to you to fight, then so be it. I have a few more minutes. I'll fight until you understand. I haven't been defeated, she insisted again. I closed my eyes for a moment, opening them as I felt my body strum like a cord. You've received the title Heir of the White Tiger. Heir of the White Tiger. By proving your might in battle, you have obtained a position above all others. By fighting under the effects of the White Tiger's 500 years for 1,000 straight seconds, you have proven yourself worthy of carrying on your master's legacy. Even so, continue your training to obtain true mastery and stand above all as the White Tiger of the West. 80% increase the damage of White Tiger techniques. 80% increase to the defense granted by White Tiger techniques. 40% decrease in the cost of White Tiger techniques. Status: White Tiger Star Intermediate. I looked down for a moment before swiping a finger. I'm sorry, Penny, I said as what felt like a bolt of lightning raced down my spine. But you have. I lose. Huh. Penny sighed, resting on the ground amidst her pieces. I patted her head reassuringly as it rested on my knee, idly brushing away the chips of concrete that had tangled in her hair over the course of the fight. As if in response to her admission, screens began to appear around me. I made mental notes of most of them and then ignored their presence, though several caused my attention briefly. Your level has increased by 1. 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 You fought well, I said after a moment, tail curling around my waist for want of anything better to do. You went above and beyond what anyone could have expected or demanded. Do not be ashamed of being defeated, but consider it an experience to learn from. So long as you are alive, people can struggle on and improve themselves, going further and further despite the odds. So don't throw your life away because you are too afraid to admit defeat. Your life is too important for that. Penny was silent and still, though the latter probably had more to do with the general state of her body than anything else. I'd ripped off her other arm and leg shortly after the fight began and cast them aside. She'd tried to compensate with her blades and strings, suspending herself in the air, but though it had allowed her to keep fighting after a fashion, it had also seriously limited her mobility and preoccupied a fair number of her weapons at any given time, with a serious limit on her ability to fight at both close and long range and a serious drop in her defensive capabilities due to her loss of limbs. This battle had been over before it had even started. I'd known that. I was pretty sure she had, too, even before I'd pried open the mechanism on her back and tore her strings out. That didn't make admitting it any easier to admit, much less accept. No, more than anything, I guess I knew when you are weak, when you're not good enough, and when nothing you do is enough to change that. That's when it's hardest to accept the truth. If anything, Penny was taking this far better than I had when I had finally been forced to confront the fact that I was weak. She went silent and sad. I cried. It wasn't quite the same, of course. She was, after all, still an amazing person and a wonder of engineering, with tremendous skill in probably countless fields, whereas I'd been a failure at everything I had truly wanted for such a long time. But whether you've lived a life of power or weakness, I suppose defeat was a bitter pill to swallow. Perhaps even more so, for the knowledge that you still weren't up to the task. You'll get stronger, I continued. You learned a great deal in this fight and you'll learn more as you keep on living. That's what being alive is all about, Penny, and you still have a lifetime to grow and learn and improve. No, even more than that, you are unique, Penny. You're different from everyone else and that's not a bad thing. If there are things you want to protect, then repair your body, improve it, and grow stronger and stronger as a person until you can. Her eyes fluttered closed and she nodded slightly, not looking assured, per se, but at least listening, taking things in. I'm surprised you're telling me this, she said when at last she spoke. I'm surprised you're still here. I taped an armored nail chidingly against her forehead but allowed the change in subject. Things that are important should be handled with care, I replied. I thought you were in a hurry. My flight is in the last stages of its boarding, I answered. But though important, that's not what I was referring to. Lives. Children. It's worth it for you to learn these lessons now rather than destroy yourself pointlessly in the future. I looked down at her for a moment, thoughtful and just a tad worried. Penny. Does your father love you? I asked. She looked up at my surprise in her eyes. Even so, she answered without hesitation. Yes, she said. Very much. I see. I nodded slightly, deciding to trust her and shelves my concerns, hard as that was. I didn't see any signs of dishonesty or worry with Observe, so I guess he'll probably be terrified when he sees what happened to you. Yes, she said, eyes suddenly downcast. He worries a lot, even though he knows I'm strong. When he found out I was being sent on this mission, he was so scared, and I had probably told him it would be fine, that she'd stay safe and be smart and that nothing would happen like I'd told my father. I guess that made us both liars. I'm sorry, I apologized, closing my eyes. I guess I'm causing you both a lot of trouble, but that's why you need to understand, Penny. You can imagine it, right? How scared your father must be and how he'll feel when he finds out what happened. And if you died. She looked, if anything, even more miserable, but nodded again. Yes, she said simply, but one word was enough for this. I could hear it in her voice and see it with Observe the sadness she felt, the honest sorrow at the pain she was causing someone she cared about. I patted her head again, understanding completely. It's fine as long as you understand, I said. But since you got hurt because of me, I sighed slightly, musing as I palmed a blue dust crystal. I might have been able to heal her, though I wasn't certain of how Soulforge restoration would interact with such extreme wounds, much less a robotic body. In fact, I suppose your aura doesn't heal you normally, does it, Penny? I asked. Look over her status screen. She had a fair number of status effects I've never seen before, like Ex Machina, which I assumed had some effect of preventing natural healing. Though she still had some aura left, even her smaller wounds, like her torn skin, had yet to close. I suppose that shouldn't have been surprising given it was artificial skin. No, more than that, dismemberment wasn't something many people could recover from regardless of their aura. The fact that Penny could get new arms was itself amazing, and I knew she wasn't in pain. I could just leave her here and she'd most likely be fine. On the other hand, it just felt wrong to tear off the girl's arms and legs and abandon her in the middle of nowhere with no way of doing anything until someone came to get her. Gee, I wonder why. No, Penny replied, because I'm a machine. I sighed slightly, feeling bad but still thinking. Something like that. I mused. I might have been able to heal her with Crocea Moors, though I wasn't completely confident in my craft ability or knowledge of how she worked. I'd only caught glimpses after all, her aura fighting my control and blurring my vision each time, but it was possible. Of course, then her limbs would be functional again, which was itself a potential problem. I didn't want to leave her wounded, but if I healed her, she probably wouldn't continue the fight now. But even so, however, that made me wonder, even if it made sense for her to be unable to heal normally. No, rather, because of my power, even something like this. Yeah, after all, how many robotic teammates have I had in games? And healing spells always worked on them despite that, too. For me, whose powers worked off abstract things like HP rather than physical damage in biology, what did it matter if she was a robot? She had an horsepower bar, after all, and my skill didn't say it couldn't be used on robots. The issue of her getting up remained, but if it was me, I looked at my dust crystal. I devoured dozens of the crystals while fighting Penny, drawing life and power from them to sustain myself. I'd felt the power within, used it to fuel my aura and color it to change myself, again and again and again, because I'd experienced it so many times. Perhaps it was possible. Certainly, I'd done far stranger things and I'd considered the idea. As the fight wore on, I closed my eyes for a moment, falling into a trance. In a moment, my senses focused on myself, the patterns of light that shot through my aura, and the crystal that blazed like fire in the palm of my hand. I knew how the process worked, had experienced it so many times during the fight, and I knew how it felt. When I used a dust crystal as part of Soulforge restoration, I drew the energy out of it to replenish my aura and colored myself with its light in the process. The buff I received was a side effect, really, if a very useful and powerful one. But did it have to be that way? I focused and felt my aura change, and it felt almost familiar, both because of how I'd felt something similar recently and because of Jai. I guided my aura along its course and watched as it came together, an imitation of what I'd seen and felt. A skill has been created through a special action. Through the manipulation of aura's form and nature, you have created the skill Regeneration. Regeneration active LV1 EXP, 0.00% MP, 100. A skill to manipulate the body through the alteration of aura by imposing the element of water. Swift healing can be granted. Plus 50 horsepower per minute. Plus 50 SP per minute. Duration, 30 minutes. I drew in a deep breath, smugly self-satisfied. As expected of my bullshit power, the effect wasn't as quick as the status Soulforge granted, which restored 10 HP per second for 20 seconds, but is an effect with a much longer duration. Something like that, I said more confidently, means nothing to me. I touched Penny's forehead and felt my power flow over her. Her eyes widened slightly at whatever she felt in my tail and coiled from its place at my waist, wrapping around the arm I placed beside her body and bringing it closer to her stump, and smiled slightly when I same her HP go up a point after a second, metal edges twitching unnaturally. I did the same with her other limbs, reaching over her body to bring her legs closer, and then stood. I have a few things to take care of first, but it's about time I take my leave. It might take some time to heal, but you should be mostly healed in about half an hour, I said, brushing dust off my pants. Until then, try not to do anything to aggravate your injuries and remember what you learned today, Penny. But Penny asked, looking honestly surprised for the first time. How? It's the nature of the soul to try and return an altered body to normal, I said. As the nature of your body kept your aura from doing so, I gave it a little help. That's impossible, she said, lifting her head to look down at her still separated limbs with wide eyes. Impossible? I asked. Why would it be impossible for a real girl? Difficult, perhaps, but you have a soul like any other, Penny, rather than something as small as this. Remember that. I smiled at her and turned to walk away. You never told me your name. She stopped me before I could go. You already know it, but my name is Penny Palendina. What's yours? I paused in my stride for a moment, glancing over my shoulder contemplatively. I considered leaving her in silence, the mystery man who appeared and then vanished without a trace, or giving her a meaningless lie. I certainly wasn't going to tell her my real name, but the vague concern I'd felt niggled at me, a quiet, hopefully baseless thing. She'd seen the fake tattoo on my back, I reasoned. Maybe I had no idea what she could truly see through Lenore's effect, or if it'd work on her, or what its limits were. She'd probably seen my tail, at least, and she retained details about the fight, and, given the situation, would it do anything but strengthen the mask? Given I actually was a faunus like this, the odds of people making the connection were. I closed my eyes for a moment and chuckled slightly. No, more than any of that. Jianbing, I said. Should something ever happen, should they forget that you are a person rather than a weapon, search for that name. Goodbye, Penny, and fare thee well. The games we play. Return. You're unharmed, sir? Farai asked, waiting for me as I glided into the White Whale. I'd taken a quick trip through the town to make sure no one was being left behind before swinging into the dust warehouse to rob it blind. I felt a little bad about that, theft and all, but as it had been mine with what amounted to slavery and... well, the feeling passed pretty quickly. Was that a justification to make myself feel like I had the right to take it? Maybe, but whether for the return trip or once the refugees reached Vale, I was sure it'd come in handy. I glanced at Farai and then closed my eyes for a moment, smiling confidently. I still had my mask on, but my cloak was now around my waist, my upper body and tail revealed. Farai was the only one nearby, which made me wonder whether that meant the others were scared of me or if they were busy getting passengers in order. I could sense others nearby through Crocea Moors, drawing just close enough to peek glimpses at me, but the majority had withdrawn into the various seating areas in the dark bowels of the ship. I didn't answer the question, partially because I didn't want to invent a response and partially because casual arrogance portrayed a more reassuring picture of strength. Being under the wing of someone who'd won effortlessly and thought nothing of it looked better than being under one who'd been thrown around, nearly got crushed, and only won thanks to bullshit and cheating, even if the latter was true. The funny thing about Image, it was a powerful thing even if it was built out of lies. I was reminded of that just by looking into Farai's eyes and seeing the awe there. We saw your fight, he said, following me as I walked past. Against the hunter. At least bits of it, when buildings weren't in the way. All of that and not a scratch, and when you won. Is everyone in place? I asked easily, smoothly interrupting him. A part of me, a big part, felt uncomfortable that they'd seen me tear Penny limb from limb. As far away as they had been, even Faunus probably hadn't been able to make out details which would hopefully preserve Penny's secret, but I wondered what the people I was saving thought of me. Having seen that fight, were they uplifted by the image of a powerful protector or terrified that they'd climbed aboard a monster ship? I felt Crocia Moore's hum through the ship, reminding me of where I stood, of broken windows and scarred metal, of barren steel and torn carpets and cloth, and the white fang with them, bearing witness as I dismembered one of their enemies. It was hard to imagine a savior flying this monster of a ship. Farai said, stiffening as he got control of himself. Yes, sir, or just about. I sent the others ahead to make sure everyone was seated. We're, ready. He trailed off, sounding nervous, so I gave him my attention. Sir, he almost stuttered under my gaze. I don't know if anyone else has noticed or how many, but the ship, he gestured vaguely. It's damaged, sir, he finished lamely. I'm a pilot myself and, I saw some damage so I checked and it won't. He trailed off as I continued to look at him, swallowing slightly. I tilted my head, understanding what he meant, and then snapped my fingers. The ship rumbled to life. After a moment, I felt it begin to move, systems shifting and aligning to lift the ship and slowly withdraw the landing gear. I waited patiently as my elementals went through the well-practiced motions, power slowly draining to fuel their actions. I'd like to materialize them as soon as possible, but first things first. There is no need to concern yourself with the ship, I said simply, and he nodded quickly, eyes wide. One of the things I admit I was going to miss when this was over, not having to explain myself as a dark, mysterious, dangerous figure. No one asked me any questions. Of course I knew how to fly a ship, fight, heal, and any other skill I happened to require, however unlikely. No, there was no need to wonder how. I mean, what was I, a normal person? Supervillains or superheroes or criminal masterminds or whatever it was I qualified as now didn't need stuff like logical explanations. If a 16-year-old boy had snapped his fingers and made a massive, lifeless ship fly, there would have been questions, shock, confusion, demands for an explanation. But when the man in the Nevermore mask did it, for I just accepted it. Return to the others and make sure that everything remains in order, I commanded calmly. It's about time we left. Sir. The faunist bowed, taking a step away before lifting his head and turning away. I continued the rest of the way to the cockpit alone, drawing my elementals around me as I closed the door. With a moment's effort and few things from my inventory I'd given them form as well, and felt the burden of the ship shift, settling on many shoulders instead of just my own. I cast one last look out the window, glancing over the town. With sharp eyes I spotted a small figure prone on the ground, Penny slowly beginning to move her limbs with quick twitches and jerks before going still. Even as she did, she looked up at me, green eyes bright. Without another word, we were off. The beginning of my voyage home was thankfully less eventful than my trip away from it. We left before any new pursuers had arrived and flown full speed out of Atlas. I'd kept an eye out for trouble and done my best to make it as hard to follow me as possible, but for once it seemed I was lucky and I hadn't spotted anyone else in the skies. No one I hadn't left quickly behind, at least. Maybe it was just chance, maybe they were leery of devoting more resources to me than necessary with the potential threat of Zir still on the horizon. I didn't know. No one attacked me, though, and I was fine with that. It had been a long day. I sat in the captain's seat, eyes closed beneath my mask. I wasn't sleeping, of course too wasteful, and I couldn't afford it now, but I was unwinding within a trance, trusting my elementals to keep us flying straight and trusting myself to notice if something arose. Meditating aboard a moving airship was a strange and beautiful experience, like watching the world turn from far above. The patterns of energy that made up the world changed as we flew across the sea, colors of energy rising and falling, spreading across the surface and gathering in the deep. Being able to just watch it was relaxing. So was the fact that the mission was almost done. For the better part of a month, every hour of every day had been devoted to somehow getting to Atlas, somehow saving them, being strong enough, being ready, fighting the unknown and the uncertainty with constant effort. But now that was not quite done, but soon I was going home. Now I'd actually saved them. It was almost hard to believe. After everything, again and again, my attention would return to them, to the many tiny lights held in the sky by a cage of steel and thunder, wind and fire. I'd counted their numbers 5 times now, making sure they were all still there. Weiss and the White Whale, the Chase and Ziz, Penny. All of that, and somehow, I'd still done it. Though my mind's eye was cast out to the world, inevitably I'd find it wandering back to them, watching to make sure they really were all safe. I saw some lights darken and others brighten, some go still and others pace, each tiny light a life I'd saved, changing with every moment as they lived. And I drew myself back out of my trance and opened my eyes. I sat in a circle with my elementals, one of 5 points with Crocia Moore's at once in my hands and all around me, and looked at their faces before quietly leaving. I felt minds touch my own as I moved through the ship and touched them back gently, reassuring them as I made my way to the people above. Conversations died as I entered the passenger section, eyes turning towards me. Other voices continued in low whispers, confused by the sudden quiet, until they noticed me as well, and the process continued, spreading like a plague until it was silent but for scattered whispers. I saw Fry rise from a seat and then hesitate as the room hushed at my mere presence, casting glances at me that seemed uncertain, almost worried. I looked over them for a moment, glancing from face to face before speaking. "You must be hungry," I said, drawing food from my inventory. The meals I'd emptied the white wave of to prevent spoiling. Since food going bad wasn't a concern with my power, I'd heated them while training with Siriasta and then stored them again. All at once, the looks changed and I almost chuckled before quirking a finger at Farai, gesturing him to the front. In minutes, I was watching people move down the aisles, passing out food to hungry faunas who'd probably eaten far too little for far too long. They seemed to enjoy the airplane food, which really said all you need to know, and I saw spirits lift as stomachs were filled. I watched, looking at the faces as watching as friends and families spoke to one another, filling the dead ship with lively chatter that faded into background noise. I leaned against the wall up front, drifting in and out of focus as I made sure nothing went wrong, inside or outside of the ship. When necessary, I withdrew more food, smiling at the looks I received and more so at thanks and kind words, but otherwise just watched. It was nice just seeing them act hopeful and enthusiastic, even happy, because of something I was doing. It was nice. I'd seen them in horrible pictures, in the midst of exhausting labor, but now I was watching them just be people. This was the reason behind everything I'd done, and if so, that's okay, I think. Maybe kind of fragile though, I noted. It hadn't really been a priority when I noticed before, but there were a fair number who seemed sick, more who bore various injuries. The nature of the mines, I supposed. The boy in the fourth row had coughed 38 times since I'd sat down. The young woman on the left side of the seventh was eating with a broken arm. I saw cuts and bruises, scratches and scars, crude bandages, various men and women in states of illness and malnutrition and worse. It was a reminder that I was, hopefully, giving them better lives. I trusted Adam and Blake to see it through. Once I delivered them to their destination, still I wanted to do everything I could. I just wasn't sure if I should. I could heal them, of course would heal them, but there was one other thing I might have been able to do. Maybe. I've never done it before, but I knew the basics and I could probably do it easy enough. But the issue wasn't could, it was should. If I did, there was no way of knowing what they might do, but I could still guess where a few of them were probably headed, just statistically speaking. Even so, should I withhold the opportunity for a potential risk? Even knowing what could happen, wouldn't it be worth it for those that it could keep that much safer? And even if I didn't, they could find someone else if they wanted it enough, and I was sure a lot of the White Fang would be happy to help. Before that, shouldn't I give them a chance with no strings attached at better, safer lives? I closed my eyes for a moment and nodded to myself. Rising, I made my way to the coughing boy, people moving out of the way as I did. "That's quite a cold you have there," I said to him. "What's your name?" "Feeble," he told me, though I'd already known, looking up at me with wide brown eyes as small ears twitched. His mother swallowed, putting a hand over her son's and holding tight. I smiled at her reassuringly, or as reassuringly as I could in a Nevermore mask, and placed a finger on his head. I felt my power shift and flow as the boy coughed loudly one more time and then seemed to breathe easily. "There you go, Feeble," I said kindly. "That should be better. Now you're not sick anymore." His hand went to his lips as seconds passed and nothing happened, his mother and those around us turning to stare in awe. "How?" he asked. "Do you know what aura is?" I answered his question with another, kneeling to look him in the eye as he shook his head. Around us, I saw understanding on some faces, confusion on others, and smiled slightly, remembering. I closed my eyes for a moment, not that he could see beneath my mask, and found what I was looking for it is in passing that we achieve immortality. We took a winding course back to Vital with my aura-supported fuel economy. Taking a little longer wasn't an issue, and there was no point in taking any chances. I flew us down between the continents and then around the unpopulated coast of Vital, keeping far out to sea. We didn't have any major issues, my luck finally seeming to take a turn for the better. There were the occasional grim, of course, but nothing truly nightmarish. With my elemental's assistance, I generally spotted them first and just flew widely around anything I didn't like the look of. So what if it added a few dozen kilometers to how far we needed to go when fuel wasn't an issue? It was a lot better than risking any of my passengers. But besides the occasional change in direction and a few minor incidents with persistent grim that needed a hint, it was smooth sailing. Once everything in the cockpit was set up, it was mainly a matter of sticking to the course, beyond the occasional adjustments. Barring very rare exceptions or a screw-up, there wasn't anything but grim to run into in the sky, and the route I was taking wasn't near anything. Even the relatively rare inter-kingdom flights wouldn't so much as cross my path, much less at such a time that it might realistically endanger anything. With the amount of practice I had with the ship, it wasn't too difficult to fly the plane even outside the cockpit. So as I brought the white whale around the underside of Vital, avoiding any paths common to man and treading carefully around the grim. I did it among the people I had saved, drawing out the lights of their souls. Throughout history, there were a lot of different ideas and opinions about awakening aura, many schools of thoughts, and countless different methods stemming back as far anyone could remember, to say nothing of the myths about where it came from, and the commonality of it varied throughout history. At times, powerful users of aura had lorded its use over others, rising to power on the protection they could provide people from the grim and demanding payment in return, while in several cultures, one's aura could literally decide their role in life very early on. The nature of semblances had further resulted in many traditions believed to influence them, some quite barbaric if arguably historically successful. Depending on how far back you go in remnants history, you could find children being taken away from their families at a young age to be trained, marriages between peasants and kings based on the nature of aura, physical and mental brutality meant to influence the development of semblances in what were deemed useful ways, and countless experiments and forms of governance all surrounding it. No matter what age, however, the size and quality of one's aura was important, and it had been a power sought and wielded by countless heroes and villains, shaping the world into what we knew today. There were dozens of ways to awaken one's own aura and countless more suspensions and myths about the process. The Ice Lords of ancient Mandal had done it through a shockingly well-documented process involving careful administration of medicines, areas that were later found to be above dust deposits, now worn machinery believed to be a primitive ways of channeling the trace energy below, and horrifyingly specific forms of sacrifice to cause a reaction using the dormant aura within living things and maintain it for several hours for the sake of Mandal's oldest confirmed aura users. They were the monks that trained themselves for years to achieve it, grasping the power within through enlightenment. The oldest records of Mistral told of ritual battles being fought to awaken the participants' aura, as well as of the greatest libraries of the ancient world, with warrior sages fighting their ways across the continent to receive it. Vako had stories of the King of 40 Flames, supposedly an exile stripped bare and sent into the desert to fend for himself, yet who returned with great power. They'd found the king's tomb several decades ago, with carvings to match the stories and his honor guard all in place, proving the truth of his existence, if not necessarily the truth of his story. Remnants history was often like that, with it being near impossibly to separate fact and fiction because a nation had succumbed to the grim or war or countless other things. There was no way of confirming if the Ice Lords had based their experiments on earlier methods because the documents they referenced, the cities they referenced, had been destroyed. There was no real way of saying if the Prometheans had merely stolen the art from another society, because both were dust, and whether it had come to vital in one of the Freeing Queen's 1001 stories. Well, only about 3 dozen had definitively survived. Every kingdom and culture had its history and legends and tales, but the reason we called our world remnant was because it was all that remained. We couldn't even say where dust had come from or if the simultaneous emergence of different methods had been the result of independent study or somehow related. But there was one thing that was agreed: no matter where you were, the easiest way of awakening your aura was to have someone else do it for you. We didn't know where that method came from, either, but what few records we had seemed to imply that there had been a widespread shift to the method somewhere between 1 and 3,000 years, and knew for sure that it was considered the common method in Ansurinese texts 500 years ago. At some point, pretty much everyone had shifted to the method, and for good reason. It removed the complexity of the experience and just made it difficult. There was a process to it, of course, some tricks and methods and even a few risks, but if done properly, anyone can have their aura awakened because everyone had soul, and that's all you truly needed for the ability. Certainly, the quality and quantity of aura could vary tremendously based on God only knows what. Semblances, the expression of who you are as a person, even more so. But the basic act of using aura was within the grasp of anyone who had a soul, given a proper push. Well, it was a bit more complicated than that, granted, but mainly because you had to push really hard. But in the end, Awaken Aura Active LV1EXP, 0.00% MP, 2000, a skill to draw out the potential of others, and flowing one soul with another through the granting of great power. Sweep away the lies that hide the light within, releasing a soul kept bound by mortal flesh. Effect, awakens the aura of another living being, for it is in passing that we achieve immortality. Through this, we become a paragon of virtue and glory to rise above all. Infinite in distance and unbound by death, I release your soul, and by my shoulder, protect thee. I spoke again, power rising as my soul shined through base matter, burning brightly in the dark room. I felt it touch another, completely different in nature and shape yet undeniably like my own. It seemed trapped within something, blinded and deafened and bound. Alone, it struggled futilely, but I set it free with a warm touch and bright power, breaking chains and giving light to unseeing eyes. In the end, aura was one of those things that was easier given than grasped on one's own. A lot of important things were like that. Faith, love, happiness. The process was exhausting even after it had started leveling, my most expensive skill by far in terms of MP, even if it was a one-time expenditure, and yet I happily cast it again and again. I could afford to, thanks to the dust I'd taken from the town, and though it was costly in terms of the crystals, somehow this seemed like the most fitting use for them, and though there was a part of me saddened by the loss of resources I could have used in other ways, there was a much larger part that was simply pleased. As I saw lights rise up in countless colors and intensities, I felt quiet doubts dwindle away, felt more sure that they'd be safe when they left. If this was it, if the only impact I'd have on their lives was to save them once and bring out their own power, I thought I'd be content with having given them a chance. Done, I said kindly as the navy blue aura receded into his skin. Be sure to take care of Zora, Bosco. Next, Lord Jian, he returned, bowing lowly as he withdrew, something that had started early on. Even as he did, I saw him looking down at his hands in wonder and could remember the rush of power I'd felt such a short time ago. He retreated to his daughter's side, a small girl with dirt-smudged cheeks who I'd healed first and then enlightened. Many of the miners had minor wounds or illnesses of one type or another, and in between consuming crystals I generally had a moment to fix them. With any luck, it'd fix some of the damage and avoid later complications. As he did, he passed Farai, who stood with the other White Fang members and just watched me in muted disbelief as I'd enlightened 5 people in a row and gone on to 10, 100, and now nearly 1,000 times, something that should have been was, honestly, too exhausting for anyone to do with only someone powerful and experienced capable of it in the first place, given the cost. Well, it wasn't something that could be done casually. Generally, there was about a month or so at the academies like Signal where hunters gathered from volunteered and worked in shifts to pass it on to the new crop of students. To be able to do it this quickly, even I was amazed, and I was the guy blatantly cheating to do it. Raisa, I said, turning to the woman next in line before pausing and raising a finger. I followed the touch on my mind outwards, images flitting across my vision. Ah, it seems we've made good time. I rose smoothly and looked over the remainder less than 100 flunas. Now, perhaps another hour and a half of work or a bit more. I apologize, but I'll need to speak with my companions below, I said, honestly sorry. We'll continue after, however, as I'm sure it will take quite some time to get everything organized. Please forgive this delay. As I spoke, I heard mutters go through the crowd as people pressed up against windows, eager to catch a glimpse of what was outside. I kept my eyes focused on Raisa and the men and women behind, and saw her eyes widen as she realized I was actually asking for her forgiveness. Yes, she blurted and then flushed slightly in embarrassment. I mean, of course, Lord Jian. We understand, and, I inclined my head at her, slightly smiling. Don't leave until we get another chance to speak, okay? I asked. Sir, she nearly stuttered. Yes, sir. I was already walking away, moving towards the nearest broken window and sliding out into the open air. I fell for a minute and then felt the air catch me, letting me float my way slowly to the ground below. As I did, my smile widened and at once became something simpler. Hey, I said as I floated close enough for them to hear. Long time no see. Do anything fun while I was away? Adam and Blake watched me as I descended. The games we play. Reunion. I looked around discreetly as we landed, glancing at the long empty buildings. We were in what had once been a town outside the Kingdom of Vale, up until everyone inside of it disappeared never to be seen again, as towns outside the kingdoms were wont to do. Since then, it had apparently been decommissioned into the occasional training camp and rendezvous point for the White Fang. I saw about 24 uniformed men staring at me through their masks, standing beside smaller ships, including a small fleet of bullheads and large, heavily modified shipping crates. With a gesture, I had the vat tighten the air around us to make sure we could talk freely, and then focused fully on my friends. Adam spoke first, looking me carefully up and down. "You took your time getting back," he said, as if I'd just run to the store for some milk, playing it off like it hadn't been anything major. Even so, I could see the smile on his lips and didn't believe for a second that he hadn't decided in advance how to greet me. "Something come up?" Yeah, I answered in kind. "You guys missed your flight. I caught the wrong one, and it was all downhill from there." JBA's radical vacation adventure died young. "The good always do." He shook his head and then looked at me quietly for a moment, smile fading into seriousness. "I'm glad you're okay. I still owe you the drink." "Yeah, well," I shrugged like it wasn't even a thing, smile on my lips. "You know me, always flying into danger, sort of crashing my way back out." "I'm sorry," Blake interrupted, voice quiet. "You shouldn't have had to do this alone." I looked at her, which was hard, with the deep bags under her eyes making it obvious that things had been hard for her. It wasn't hard to guess why. When last she'd seen me I'd been in death's clutches, stolen away by a mythological monster for a mission she'd brought me in on, thinking, most likely, that she killed me even while probably on the run from whatever attention had fallen upon her and Adam, even if it had only been a week. Adam had a mask to hide if he'd been affected, but it hurt to look at Blake. I could only imagine how much more it had hurt to look at my family. "Why?" I asked her reasonably, even if reason didn't have much to do with guilt. "None of what happened was your fault or anything we could have prepared for." I knew how horribly the odds were, Blake denied, and I could see that her eyes were red. "I knew this mission was doomed to failure, but I saw your power and I just guilted you into it despite that, because I needed your power. You didn't have anything to do with it." "But I did nothing but ask," I interrupted her gently. "I could have backed out. I probably knew the risks even better than you did, even if I didn't see any of this coming. I accepted because it was the right thing to do and I don't regret it, and I certainly don't blame you for things you didn't have any control over. Hell, if there was anything at work here, it would probably have my fault because of my luck stat, and while that may have influenced things, I don't think it was the cause of anything, and, in fairness, I was lucky enough to make it back, apparently, so I'll call it even." I shrugged easily, maintaining the smile. "Let's face it. There were factors involved that we didn't know about and couldn't have planned for," I continued seriously. "I don't know what happened on your guys' end. A local named Torchwick interfered, working on something else," Adam put in. "I had to interfere to stop him before he ruined everything. I'll tell you about it later." "But a lot of that stuff would have happened one way or another," I said, nodding at Adam. "The specifics might have been different, but there's no way of knowing if they'd have been better or worse if not for my luck or our actions or whatever. I've complained about it a lot, and probably always will, but there's no way of measuring what my luck did or didn't do, and that applies to everything, the road not traveled and all that. We'll never know if things would have been better or worse if they'd been different. But what I do know is that if not for you, this mission never would have gotten off the ground and I never would have been able to save those people up there." I saw her look up at the white whale and pressed on. "If not for what we did, and I never would have made it. If not for the books and training you guys gave me, over 1,000 people wouldn't be here right now, wouldn't get a chance to start new lives. Rather than how dangerous it was, I'd prefer to think that all's well that ends well." And in my eyes, this ended pretty well. "Yeah," she said, at once seeming to agree and sound unconvinced. I saw her nearly smile before the expression became strained and faded slightly. "Thank you for everything. I mean it. You didn't have to." "But no problem," I shrugged, smile becoming honest again, and I gazed at the white whale. "I was glad to do it. Really, she began before stopping herself and starting again. "Thanks for helping me and them. If there's anything." "Well," I mused looking back at her, "I'm level 30 now. If you're up to it and my mother doesn't murder me, I wouldn't mind making a party and killing some Grim together. I'm a lot stronger now, so we can try our hand at some bigger targets, split the experience 50-50, and gain some levels. What do you say?" Somehow, I'm completely unsurprised. Adam shook his head. "You've got a one-track mind. Be on the lookout, Blake. You've seen what kind of insanity follows him around. I wish you luck." "Hey, don't think you're getting off light, either," I told him, pointing at him with a mock glare. "I only have a few levels to go before I'm within 10 levels of you, and then we're all gonna have fun. I learned the next of Bayhu's techniques, and let's just say I think we can make our giant Nevermore strategy even more fun." "Oh joy," he replied. "Oh fucking rapture." "The ship, boys," Blake reminded, still looking exhausted and sad, but somewhat less of the latter. "There's still work to do." "One sec, wanted to give you the heads up and talk about a few things before we take care of them." I paused, looking around the small town. "You can take care of them all, right?" "Yes. We're still waiting on several ships and it's taking a bit longer to get everything in place because of Ziz," Blake said, pausing for a moment in mid-sentence to close her eyes, apparently struggling to get her thoughts in order. Everyone's on guard, so it's harder, but we'll manage, Adam clarified. Okay, I nodded, deciding where to begin. It wasn't a hard choice, because there was something I wanted to put off. Anyway, I wanted to tell you I woke up the auras of the faunus on board. There was a moment of silence as they looked at me, staring. When you say you woke their auras, Adama began. How many do you mean? I said. Over 900. I told the rest I'd need to speak with you guys before finishing the job, but I'll get the rest later. The silence returned. Yeah, Adam said after a minute, Blake looking like she had a headache, or at least a worse one than she'd had before. I assume this is the result of some application of bullshit, but I'm still going to need an explanation for this one. I figured they'd be safer if I woke up their aura, considering the world we live in and how faunus are treated. I knew the general concept from the books I've eaten and read, so I figured I'd try it at least, give them the best odds I could. I explained. It worked, too, but the thing cost 2000 MP each time I used it, at least initially. Thankfully, when I was at the mine I stole the local store of dust, probably a day's worth or so. I told you the healing skill I used could restore MP, right? I used it to restore myself between castings. Did it about 1,000 times or so. I reiterate, he said. Bullshit. That's... He paused for a moment, frowning slightly to himself as he began mouthing what seemed like numbers to himself, probably calculating the effective cost, before shaking his head in irritation. Has it been improving? Blake asked, and I nodded. Pretty quickly, too. Sorta, I said. For an active technique, it's gone up pretty fast relative to the number of castings. As an example, most of my active skills take between 25 and 40 castings to reach level 2 and then go up quickly from there. For this, I reached the second level after 10, but it took about as many minutes and 20,000 MP. Each level reduces the cost by about 20 MP, which would be really amazing if it wasn't such a ruthless bitch to begin with. I'm almost at level 20 now, though, which still leaves it exhausting. Still, to draw out the aura of nearly 1,000 people in a day. That's amazing, she said. If you could somehow get it low enough to cast at a reasonable rate, or if you had a steady supply of dust. No, if you could get the skill to 100. Yeah, I said, smiling. I know. It's cool, even just thinking about it. If I could train it enough to use it easily. It'd take an enormous number of castings or a huge amount of dust, but I want to be able to enlighten people easily. If I could do it to 1,000 people in a day at this level, then in a few years or however long it takes. I shook my head. I chucked slightly, not even entirely sure what I wanted to say. Could I do it to a whole city? To everyone I met? If I could do that, how are you going to train it, though? Adam asked. The math is kind of against you. How many more dust crystals do you have if you used 1,000? A fair few, I said. Enough to have some on hand after this is over. You're right though, on its own it's not gonna cut it. Not even if I keep improving Soul Forge. I'm still working on how to handle that, even with the lower number of castings needed. I'll use it whenever I can, but it'll take a long time to level up that way. If I want to make headway anytime soon, I'd need either a lot of money, a lot of dust, or an even more absurd way of restoring my MP. For now, if I survive my triumphant return home, I'll practice it nearby. You'll draw a lot of attention that way, Blake warned. People who wake others under the table always do. I know, I said, thinking about if I even want to do it that way. It'd be a good way to make money, I mean, and I'm sure Junior could hook me up, but the type of people I'd be awakening that way would probably not be the cleanest of characters. I could do it for free, but that'd draw a lot of attention. Maybe not in a bad way, though. But for now, I think I'll stick to practicing it on animals. Animals? Adam complained. Really? I mean, is Vale not weird enough without a population of super animals? I shrugged, still smiling. It's an easy way to practice subtly, if I'm careful, I said. And I always feel bad for things in the wild who have to survive among the grim. That must be tough as hell. I'll try to keep it far enough from the city to avoid a horde of fire-breathing squirrels or something, and I'm sure I have some animal-related skills, but I shrugged again. Yeah, I said. Anyway, getting back to the point, I unlocked their auras and healed their illnesses and injuries, so they should be fine on that note. I just wanted you to know so you weren't surprised later. Anyway, I'll stick around to finish up the remainder, stick around long enough to see everyone off safely, and then probably head home, I guess. Besides that, what I really wanted to ask was, did you, get your message through? Blake asked quietly, and I nodded, feeling nervous and guilty and worried. Yes, we sent it anonymously after we were sure you'd be in the clear. They should have gotten it by now. Okay, I nodded. Right, yeah, okay, that's good. It's good you messaged us when you did, Adam said, continuing even after Blake shot him a glare. Before you called, we'd been discussing how to deliver the news of your death to family. We were gonna have to speak at your funeral and everything, and trust me, you wouldn't want that. It doesn't end very well when we have to write speeches. That is good, I said. If you'd told them how I died, you'd have joined me shortly after. Adam snorted. Still might have to go to your funeral, Huh? He asked. Do me a favor? Just go ahead and leave me everything in your will to make up for the inconvenience. Do me a favor? I returned. Go fuck yourself off a building. I'm bringing the ship down. I watched the bullheads rise slowly, lifting the shipping crates into the air. I bid goodbye to the faunas aboard, made sure they were all safely seated, and even used observe on everyone flying the ships to glimpse their motives and intentions, just in case. Now, I watched them go off towards new, hopefully better lives in Vale. With any luck, I'd see some of them around town, be able to keep an eye on them, and make sure they weren't having any problems. Maybe even lend a hand now and then, if anything happened. Of course, there'd be no way of truly knowing where any of them would end up until after the White Fang's work on that front was finished, but I could probably arrange things with Adam and Blake. I sighed. I knew what I was doing. I was looking for ways to stall. Now that I was so close, I found myself dreading the idea of going home, even as I wanted it more than ever. I resolved early on to tell my parents about my power eventually. I loved and trusted them and knew they felt the same way towards me, so I hadn't really worried about them knowing my secret. On top of that, I knew how strong they were and knew that they could help me grow stronger, too, so it only made sense to tell them eventually and ask for assistance. However, more than anything, I knew from the beginning that I'd tell them eventually because I wanted them to be proud of me. It was strange, in a way, how that worked. I'd kept it from them initially for no other reason than the fact that I'd still been weak. I'd wanted to strengthen myself, prove my worth, and rise to the challenges I'd failed before. First, prove that I could do it even if I knew I didn't need to be strong to earn their respect or approval. But now I was strong. I still had a ways to go, still had higher to climb, but I knew how much stronger I was than before. Some of the things I'd done had been due to luck, but not all of it. I'd stolen the white whale and made it fly because of my own power and skill. I'd fought stronger opponents and braved the lands beyond the kingdom, trained myself around the clock, mastered skills, and won. I knew how extraordinary some of the things I'd done were, had seen it in the eyes and faces of hundreds of people now. Yeah, I cheated a lot to make it happen, but against the odds I'd faced, who could blame me? It was still impressive as all hell, and I'd have been glad to have told my parents about it. If not for the whole terrorist thing, as expected of any plan, when theory met reality, things had gotten a little complicated. When I'd stolen the white whale, when I'd awoke Ziz, when I'd been stranded, when I'd reached the town, stuff had happened that I hadn't planned for. That was unsurprising, because you couldn't plan for everything. The unfortunate truth about strategy and, really, life was that stuff just happened sometimes and you had to deal with it. I'd known from the very start that I wouldn't be prepared for all the things I'd face. I knew that for all the planning I'd done, all the effort we'd put into preparation, in the end something would catch me off guard. Nonetheless, knowing you could be caught off guard was not actually a defense against being caught off guard. Things had happened and I'd been forced to think on my feet, roll with the punches, and try to make it through. I like to think I did pretty well on that front, what with surviving and all, but I couldn't much had gone according to plan. Originally, we were supposed to take off together, remain unseen, and get a massive head start on any pursuers. Instead I had to antagonize and harm someone who'd done nothing to me, organize a hostage situation in broad daylight, and act the part of a villain. Then, instead of getting to the safety of the Grimlands, I'd woken up an ancient super monster and been whisked away. When I had finally made my way to the mine after a huge delay, instead of hanging back while Adam and Blake dealt with anything that came up, I fought an amazingly powerful robot and ended up tearing her limb from limb. I had no idea if what I'd done in Atlas had circulated yet, but it barely mattered. I knew the picture my actions must have painted of me. I didn't regret what I'd done. Well, no, I regretted that it had been necessary to do those things. But the fact that I'd saved these people, never. But I did have to wonder what my parents would think when I told them everything. Would they see it the same way? Would what I fought for matter in their eyes? Would it seem worth it to them, justify my actions and crimes? Or would they be disappointed, angry? I'd saved 1,000 faunas from captivity and reintroduced the world to Ziz in the process. I'd liberated the enslaved and held a young woman hostage, defeating her and wielding her against her father. I'd threatened and bluffed, but who could tell what was truth or lie? Would they believe I wouldn't have hurt Weiss or the people around the airport? Would believing me matter? I think it said a lot that I wasn't worried very much about the repercussions of them disapproving. Even in the worst case scenario, I knew they wouldn't kill me or anything. I'd probably find myself in jail in short order, which, honestly, was fine. I mean, the nature of my power meant that I could improve my skills by struggling with something. So if I found myself in prison, I'd just grind my skills for getting out or meditate or whatever until it wasn't an issue. With my elementals, odds were good I could probably escape wherever they put me anyway, at least the first time I got arrested, and Adam and Blake would probably try to help, too. It'd make things harder, crush most of my plans for the future, and generally ruin things for me, but honestly, even that didn't worry me too much. It was almost odd how little it worried me, Really, I guess it was because, even if becoming a hunter had been what I dreamed of my whole life, I was smart enough or perhaps wise enough to know I could help people in countless other ways. Hunter or not, I could heal people, fight to defend them, awaken auras, and countless other things. If I found myself a known fugitive and forced to run and hide, I could deal with that pretty easily too, I thought. But if my parents thought I deserved it, if I'd really let them down that much, if I'd enraged them, if I could never go home again. I closed my eyes. I was overthinking things. I'd wasted all the time I reasonably could. I'd unlocked the auras of the remaining flunnies, stood guard over the town with Adam and Blake, and seen the people I worked to protect away safely. My mind supplied other things I could do to put things off, some of them rather strange, but it was time. Even if, thinking about, I did have to wonder what, if anything, would happen if I awoke the aura of a plant. John, Blake said, evidently noticing my discomfort and guessing its source. You don't need to go back yet. If you don't want to. They'd have only just gotten your letter. You've done more than enough to earn a break if. Adam grunted in agreement and I smiled at them both. Nah, I said. I don't sleep and I'd rather not dwell on this longer than I have to. Really, I shouldn't be worried. My parents are awesome. I guess I'm just worried about disappointing them, but at the same time, I want to see them a lot. It's stupid. No, Blake said, shaking her head slowly. But there was a lot of weight to that one word. Adam looked over at her and actually smiled at her and then at me. No, he agreed without any sarcastic remarks. My smile became a little sadder, a little more real. Yeah, I agreed quietly. Do you want us to come? Blake asked. I chuckled. Do you think that's a good idea? No, she said. But we'll do it anyway, if you need us to. I looked at them both for a moment before chuckling again, looking down. Thanks, I said. That means a lot. But no. I want to talk to them alone. I removed Dreary Midnight and stored it in my inventory, Lenore joining it a moment later. I stretched, tail uncurling from my waist, and then dropped my arms. I guess I'll stash the white whale somewhere for now, I said with a sigh as I floated upwards. Until we can make sure no evidence has been left behind, at least one thing at a time, I guess. I'll see you guys later, though. Don't forget, you owe me training and drinks. And just keep in touch. For a moment, they just watched me go silently. It made me feel cool and dramatic. Wait, what's with the tail? Adam ruined the moment as Blake tilted her head to the side. A little annoyed by the interruption, I said nothing and continued my ascent. After stashing the white whale in a safe, out-of-the-way place, or as safe as any place outside the kingdoms could be, that is, I ran the rest of the way to Vale, getting there a few hours later. Tailless, of course. I felt a little self-conscious, sweaty and dirty as I was, but I ignored the part of me that wanted to put things off just that little bit further and take a bath. Instead, I unlocked the door to my house and walked in, taking a deep breath. And though I'd thought about it extensively, there was really only one way to return home. I'm back, I shouted. Sorry I'm late. There was a moment of silence that was promptly broken by the sound of motion. I barely saw what grabbed me and lifted me into the air, but I was already laughing. There you are, my dad said, doing much the same. You're okay. You're alive, I said, hugging him back. He pushed me away a moment later, hands on my shoulders, expression darkening. Boy, you don't even know what you put me through, he said severely. When we got called back and you were gone and Ziz, I thought I was going to die. And then you took a whole week to tell us you were okay. Really? I was busy, I defended. It was important. More important than your father's life? He demanded incredulously. Boy, when this is over, you and I. Jack, shut up. At that voice, we both went silent, turning to face my mother. I hadn't even noticed her approach, but in the face of her severe expression my senses warned me of danger. I stood my ground as she approached, literally pushing my father out of the way. John, what were you thinking? She demanded. Do you have any idea? Her voice broke off into a sudden snarl as grabbed me and pulled me close in a hug that felt warm. It may have just been the burning wrath of her ire, but I preferred to think of it as a soothing warmth of home that was temporarily keeping that inferno at bay. Either way, I hugged her back with everything I had. We were so worried, she continued, voice no less furious despite how closely she held me. When we came back and you were gone, everything was going crazy because of what happened and you. Mom, I interrupted, more than a tad regretfully. I know. I was there. I need to tell you what happened. Then you have impeccable timing, Mr. Arc. A voice I didn't recognize made me go still. We were just talking about you. I looked up to see him standing there, cane in one hand, mug in the other. He was dressed all in green but for his black shoes, suit, vest, scarf, and pants. Against all of that, his gray hair stood out starkly, and while I didn't recognize the voice, I recognized the man. I looked to my father, who shrugged helplessly. I had to ask somebody to keep an eye on you while I was away, especially when you said you might be going into danger, he said in defense. It's not my fault you went above and beyond. the games we play. Second interlude, Penny Polendina. She closed her eyes and listened, the sense going far beyond the limits of a human being as she shifted her internal workings. She knew she shouldn't, but she had to. How could you let this happen? She heard her father rage, even far away as he was. I told you she wasn't ready. She could have died. Enough, Polendina, the general interrupted, voice tight. I am well aware of the error on my part, but it was an emergency. She was the only person available for the job that we thought might actually be successful, and it was not something that could be left alone. I sent the best person I could with all the resources I had available and hoped it would be enough. It wasn't, but you know full well I had no possible way of knowing that. What would you have had me done? Go yourself, her father said. Rearrange your forces, send someone more experienced. Anything but send my daughter into harm's way. She is my daughter, too. She heard a hand slam against a desk, perhaps the general rising. Don't you dare speak to me like I wanted this, like this was easy. But I know her, and I told her everything I knew. I told her about the situation, the dangers, the risks, and gave her the choice to make for herself. It would have taken too long any other way. She's just a child, Dr. Polendina returned. She is a huntress, Ironwood stated. The only huntress we had available. She is not a huntress, Polendina snarled back. Not yet. And she was only available because she wasn't ready to fight. If this clusterfuck is proof of anything, it's that. It occurred to her that this may have been the first time she'd ever heard her father swear, and considering why he was swearing, she curled slightly into herself, touching the damage on her arms, her legs, the signs that proved what her father had said, that she had been defeated, that she wasn't good enough. If that's what you think after seeing Penny's fight, you are a fool. Ironwood returned, sounding just as angry, startling her. She fought with everything she had, with the strength and will of any huntress. That she was defeated speaks only of the strength of her opponent, not of her weakness. She has the character, will, and heart I'd want in any hunter. Heart? There's more to victory than heart. We've always known that Penny had a heart worth of anyone, but heart didn't keep her limbs attached. Ironwood, I told you it would be years before all her combat systems were complete. Then complete them, Ironwood said, calming suddenly. She came home safely, Polendina, and she tested her strength, will, and mind. She learned more from this one fight than the last 300 simulations, and improved herself with tremendous speed. That she was defeated speaks only of the inadequacy of the tools with which she was provided. You son of a bitch. You have the gall to blame me for this? No, the general answered, remaining calm. The fault is just as much my own. We've all failed to make a body that can keep pace with the life we've created. But remember, that is the only reason she lost. Don't shift the blame onto her for not being able to win. She could all but hear her father seething. I don't, he said after a minute, sounding a little bit more controlled. I know that this was not Penny's fault. She has always been perfect. I would never blame her for not winning. But I blame you for sending her into a fight she couldn't win. As do I, Ironwood said quietly. It won't happen again. Because of the recording of her battle, what parts of it I shared. At least we've already received significantly more funding for the project, especially from the Schnee Dust Company. You should have all you need to finish your work and ensure that next time, she'll return safely. Schnee, her father must have sneered, focusing on a part of the statement. He's the cause of all this. I've told you before, and I've told you before, Ironwood cut off, that things are more complicated than that. The economics of the situation. I know the economics of the situation, her father interrupted in turn, and all knowing has done is make me more cynical. Yes, well, economics will do that from time to time, the general tried to jest before sighing at something. But you should know full well why I could just snap my fingers and make all the socio-economic problems in the world go away. As horrible as it is, it's not something that can just be done away with, and the SDC is not even close to the only group involved in this matter. Even if I could make it so that every honest miner was paid as befits their labor, that wouldn't make things better. The company's profits will plummet, and a basic cost-benefit analysis will result in most of them being laid off, and they'll be shoved into the streets again, where they'll either be forced to work for a competing company or into an even more reprehensible situation. I do what I can, and I'm sure that comes as a great comfort to the children who live in bondage and watch their parents die in mining accidents. It must be at least as comforting as it is for the children who watch their parents forced into whorehouses and servitude to try to get by, knowing they'd grow up to do the same. Both options are horrible, but I'm sorry, I just can't wave my magic wand and make hundreds of years of problems go away. They're in a horrible situation that breeds from a horrible environment, and that's not something quickly changed, especially amidst other problems, and the only quick cures would be worse than the disease. Tell me, Polendina, what would you have me do to fix it? Would you like me to overthrow the council and reign as a tyrant, making everyone obey my demands? Do you think it will make things better if I plunge Atlas into war and slay thousands to retain my power even as threats surround us? Or do you have a quick solution you've neglected to inform me of? Because I'd love to hear it. I know that the problem is not simple, Dr. Polendina said. They never are. But you sent Penny to defend it? I sent Penny to apprehend a wanted criminal who's proven to know far too much and who's been the cause of some of the biggest problems we've faced in decades. The awakening of Ziz alone. He is a problem that can't be ignored, made even worse by the fact that we knew nothing about him until he threw the whole world into chaos. She heard a beep and briefly wished she had video as well as audio. You weren't there for the initial meeting after Penny returned, so I doubt you've seen all of this, Ironwood said. Even if you have, I cut out a fair amount of it for Penny's safety. That's him? Her father asked. Are we sure it's the same man as in Vale? That's the distortion effect that surrounds him, Ironwood explained. And it makes identification rather difficult. Yes, but we've been cleaning the image as best we can, both from Penny's footage and my own, and I'm as sure as I can be. Body type is the same, height appears to be about the same. Comparable physical features seem identical, with some room for error due to the cleaning process. He identified himself as Jianbing, to Penny. So he's far from the first to take the White Tiger's name, Dr. Palandina replied, though there was amusing quality to his voice. No? She was confused by the word for a moment before realizing it must have been a reply to something she couldn't see. It's definitely possible he's just another person taking the name, but I went over the footage several times and I'm not so certain. Watch this. It was quiet for a minute and she assumed the video was silence, leaving her to wonder what they were looking at. Apparently she wasn't the only one. Am I looking for something specific? He father asked, but he did sound like he was focused. If you want an opinion on his fighting style, there are better people to ask than me. As a matter of fact, yes, there are, which is why I asked them, Ironwood answered. Something about his style seemed familiar, so I sent the footage to a friend in Vaco, who passed it on to Dr. Mfom, the head researcher of Baihu's relics. Apparently, he was both amazed and excited by it, confirming that it possessed many similarities to how they expected Baihu's style would have looked, even going so far as to say it may have been a more accurate depiction than their current theory and that he'd like more data to further clarify things. You suspect him of being a student of the style, then, taking the name of the master, or perhaps a descendant assuming an ancestor's family name? Dr. Palandina asked, sounding intrigued. Strange, but it's not unheard of for such a thing to occur. Humanity's lost so much, it's only natural that we'd occasionally find things. Granted, it's a bit unusual for it to do so in this manner, but some families keep their secrets well. They could have been outside the kingdoms or lain low through the wars. Perhaps. I'm not sure what this has to do with me. Those are all possibilities, perhaps even the most likely possibilities, but a more worrying idea came up, the general said. Look at these pictures. Notice any differences? It's not unusually for a faunus to have retractable claws or fangs. Relatively uncommon, perhaps, but, and this? Watch closely. Did he grow a tail? Her father asked, sounding more uncertain. Yes, Ironwood said. Note these images. This one was from when Penny removed his cloak. This one was from when he took it back. And this one was from just before he ended the fight. Even with the difficulty resulting from the distortion effect, he definitely had 4 limbs in the first 2 pictures and 5 in the last. Taking his other physical changes into account. A semblance? Her father mused. Physical alterations are relatively rare, as are effects that grow stronger over time or because of some variable, but neither is unheard of if we assume he's a student or descendant dedicated to living up to the name. If that drive was defining enough, it could result in a semblance that changes his body accordingly. It's mostly guesswork, but I wouldn't say it's impossible for a semblance to manifest in such a way. Though really, you can never truly say what is and isn't possible for them because they're so variable. I considered something similar, Ironwood agreed. But at this point, we've attributed so many things to his semblance we might as well admit we have no idea how he's doing what he does, and the features didn't show any obvious signs of fading. Another theory came up during review and it's out there, but I sadly can't say that it's impossible, so I want you to be informed of it. Listen. This time, there was audio and she recognized it instantly. Something like that, he had said, means nothing to me. The lifeless steel of her, strangely, moving without her input. She'd felt it shift and flow and grow. Impossible, she'd thought as she'd felt it. Her body had started to heal, as if she were alive. She almost missed the next words, lost in the vivid memory. So she heard her father sitting down. You checked? I did. The wounds healed. Not entirely. The effect eventually wore off, but most of the damage was gone by the time she was reached. And it was new material, things that hadn't been in place before. Not just steel but new wiring that hadn't been in her body before and more. She healed. How? Instead of replying, Ironwood continued the video. It's the nature of the soul to try and return an altered body to normal, the man said. As the nature of your body kept your aura from doing so, I gave it a little help. I called in several of the experts we'd consulted in the past to discuss the matter. They were dumbfounded and said they'd need to modify their theories accordingly, because they had no idea how he'd done it. But when I had them watch several parts of the video, they came up with several different hypotheses. Initial testing hasn't yielded many results, but, well, you know them. They're excited. What interested me, however, was a related possibility they raised about Jianbing. Her father began slowly, apparently guessing what he was getting at. You can't be serious. They think he might actually be Jianbing? It's nothing but a guess, Ironwood dismissed. Unfortunately, it may be the worst case scenario as well, and I can't immediately shoot it down. The hell you can't. Baihu lived and died a long, Long time ago. Do you really think he's some immortal warrior? And if he was, do you really think he'd only appear now? Of course not. It doesn't make sense for him to have been alive all this time and only just get involved, instead of during, say, the war. But his words were true, possibly to a greater extent than we'd ever realized. The nature of aura works to restore a body to the state it finds natural. If this is something that is true even of something inorganic, do you remember? Everybody who awakens their aura hears it at least once, so you must have. Her father was abruptly silent, so after a minute, the general continued. For it is in passing that we achieve immortality, he said. Through this we become a paragon of virtue and glory to rise above all. Infinite in distance and unbound by death, I release your soul, and by my shoulder, protect thee. It's strange. We've been saying those words as long as anyone remembers, and we don't even know why. Where did they come from? What do they mean? Immortal, infinite in distance and unbound by death. I've never really thought about it before today, and now I can't stop thinking about it. Even so, it's a ridiculous theory, her father said. It is, Ironwood agreed. At least as ridiculous as the idea that a soul could be created within a machine, I'd say. I wouldn't have thought you a skeptic, my friend. That was. His father paused before admitting, yeah, okay, granted. Still, it's only a theory, one of many and probably untrue. But he knows too much and we too little. He was a complete unknown until recently, someone we've never even caught hint of, and after appearing, look what he did. He flew straight towards us as soon as he escaped Vale and somehow escaped after it seized him. He played with Penny until his business was done and then tore her limb from limb. He trivially did something with aura that experts I pay hundreds of thousands of lien a year did not even know was possible until after he'd done it. The list of things he's done in the short time we've known he's existed might as well be titled Wait, How. It's possible, even probably, that any theories we come up with will be wrong because we have no idea how he's managed any of this. But we still need to be ready and prepared. What do we know for sure? He goes by the name Jianbing. He uses a style an expert agrees is probably the real thing. He's strong enough to fight Penny easily for a prolonged period of time without injury and then crush her quickly when he's done. Over the course of that fight, he began to develop more obvious faunus traits which, if not permanent, did not fade in the recorded aftermath of the battle, and seemed visually reminiscent of a feline. Immediately afterwards, he displayed a tremendous ability with aura, accomplishing what was believed impossible with the explanation that aura attempted to restore a person's to their proper form. He is a powerful member of the White Fang. Ironwood recited. Beyond that, little. But whether he's a student or a copycat or a reincarnation or a god knows what else, I don't really care. I just want you aware of the possibilities and prepare for them, because if they fight again, make sure he doesn't win. Okay, he said. Then we need to speak with Penny, the general said. She deserves explanations from both of us. She opened her eyes. It took a minute to recognize what she was feeling. It was so new, her nervousness, uncertainty. She wasn't accustomed to such things. Yet as she waited and the seconds passed so slowly by, she felt certain that had she possessed a heart, it would have pounded in her chest. Her fingers, still moving a bit clumsily, twitched slightly without her consciously asking them to, clicking slightly against the chair. She was more aware than ever of the world around her and the slow approach of her creators and, at the same time, more unsure of what to do than she had ever been. When the door opened, the words were out of her mouth before she could stop them. It's true, then? What he said? She asked, her voice sounding strange, colored by emotion she hadn't heard in it before. Sadness, fear, confusion, anger. She wasn't sure. All of them? None of them? Dr. Palandina looked at her and sighed, not seeming surprised or upset but merely tired. Penny, he chided gently. We've talked about this. You shouldn't eavesdrop on the conversations of others. Yes, General Ironwood interrupted with blunt honesty, barreling past his friend's attempts at a lesson, as he was wont to do. And know though more of the former than the latter, perhaps. So yes. As Palandina put his head in his hands and sighed, the general sat down in the chair next to her. Penny, he said, shaking his head. Your father and I didn't want it to come to this. We had hoped to shield you from this for at least a while longer. We'd tell you when you were older, we said, though we never could decide when you'd be old enough. In truth, I think we didn't want to tell you at all. That if we could, we'd hide this fact and keep it secret for as long as possible. But Penny, you deserve to know, and it would be hypocritical of me to treat you as both a huntress to be sent into danger and a child to be protected and deceived. The truth is, this world we live in, it's as terrible as it is beautiful. What do you mean? She asked, though she was starting to think she knew. Her creators glanced at one another and Dr. Palandina sighed again, nodding slightly before the general continued. There are reasons, he said, and excuses, and oftentimes, one is hard to distinguish from the other. The predations of the grim, the unforgiving nature of this world. Humanity has done a lot of things to survive. The awful truth behind the world we live in now is that it was all built upon someone else's pain. Our nations were built upon suffering and a history of atrocities going back far before the kingdoms, where the dangers of the grim met the terror and desperation of mankind. He closed his eyes for a moment. Horrible things have happened throughout our history. Sometimes there were reasons, Other times people looking for those to blame or to use, but a lot of the time I'd say we've come a long way and it'd be true, but it doesn't change how far we've yet to go. It's hard to truly explain the tragedies in our history simply looking back. Perhaps it is because we've lost so much of our history that we now cling to the few remnants we have left, however awful. The prejudice against the faunus is an old hatred, so deeply rooted that it's hard to even begin to extract. What about the council? She asked. Couldn't they change things there? Yes, perhaps, he answered, shaking his head tiredly. Yet the council is nothing but a representation of the wills of the people. Some of them hate the faunus or fear them, while others merely hate and fear change. Some know the numbers and worry because of them, and others know only what they are told. Some are intent to preserve their power, their way of life, their world. But others are different. They try and fight to change things. As is, mankind as a whole still does not accept the faunus, but slowly, I think we are taking steps towards being able to. Is it enough? She asked, images rising to her mind, of the building she'd explored after the white whale departed. Does taking small steps matter when things are so bad? That's the question, isn't it? He wondered, as much to himself as to her. I wish I could say I knew. I hope so, not just for the faunus but for everything. I work as both general and headmaster to try and protect and improve our way of life, to keep things safe even as I hope things change. However much work it is, it's my hope that with the power those positions offer, my friends and I might be able to make things better. That's what I've worked for, hoped for, since I was a young man, even if the goals have shifted over the years. But do we do enough? Can we protect enough? I don't know. I honestly don't know if I do enough to matter, but I do my best and hope it's enough. Penny, I've always wanted to be able to give you the answers, but here I just don't know. Are they right then? She asked, laying her hands flat on her lap to stop them from trembling, long since unsure how she felt. The White Fang? I researched them when I returned, and they aren't they the bad guys? I read about what they've done and it's but if they're really then aren't they? I thought we were. She tripped and stumbled over the words, uncertainty leaving her tongue clumsy, her mind uncertain, but the meaning behind them still seemed to go through. The general and her father looked at her sadly, as if watching something beautiful fade, and her father moved to take the seat on her other side, each placing a hand over one of her own. I'm sorry, Penny, but that question doesn't have a good answer, either, Ironwood said, raising the side of a fist to his mouth. They do horrible things. They kill, destroy, and terrorize. But they're angry and hurt and scared. For so long, the faunus have been subjugated and abused, and no matter how hard they fought, things scarcely seem to improve. Can they be blamed then, for fighting for their people? Before, the White Fang was a peaceful organization and yet accomplished so little. Can I honestly blame them, then, for using the tactics that prove to work when so much is on the line? Can I decry them for refusing to protest ineffectually? How can I blame people for fighting against their oppression the only way they can? And yet, how can I stand aside, when their actions hurt others? I could do either. He moved a hand on her shoulder, pulling her closer, and she let him, resting her head against him. Penny, I'm sorry, the general said. More than anything, I want to do the right thing, to be an example for you to look up to, but knowing what the right thing to do is can often be the hardest thing in life. And I can tell you how to find the answers. Sometimes, it's not even there to begin with. I don't have any easy solutions, Penny. I just try to help as many people as possible. Even though helping people often means hurting others. Some days, Penny, some days I hope I'm the hero, and other days I just hope I'm not the villain. And that, the worst part is, that's probably the legacy I'm going to leave to you. I don't want you to have to face decisions that have no answer, or do things while knowing it'll hurt people. I wish I could make things easy for you and give you a happy life and simple decisions, but what about me? She asked, and had she been able, she might have needed to blink away tears. Is what he said about me true, too? Isn't that why you keep me hidden? If people know that I'm a machine, will they? You're not a machine, the general said, drawing her fully into a hug. If anything he said was true, it was that you are a person, Penny, and as good a one as anyone I've ever met. A better person, even, than me. Don't forget that's true, even if people get scared or angry at you. You're real and you're a hero, Penny. I worried since the day you were born what people would think of you, what world I was preparing you for, but I believe in you from the bottom of my heart. I could lie and say your life will be easy or that there won't be people who hate you, but I believe that you are someone beautiful and special, that you're something new and unique, and you'll change things. I hope that others will see that, too. That with you as an example, we might avert the tragedies of the past, that those come after you might find a better world awaiting them. But she blinked rapidly, meaninglessly. I can't. He said quiet, resting his chin on her head. I know, and I'm here. The games we play. Random encounter. I remained calm thanks to my power and looked at the man without flinching or repelling, which should have earned me a medal. He knew about me. I was certain of that. But how and how much? What had he seen? He couldn't have been aboard the White Whale. Not only would I have been shocked if he could evade all my senses for such a prolonged period of time, but I'd seen him on the ground when I left. I hadn't paid him that much mind at the time, which I regretted slightly even if I had been more focused on other matters, but he'd been there. He couldn't have been on the ground and in the ship unless it was his semblance, somehow, or some planet bug I'd missed. The latter was unlikely when I had both Crocea Mors and Volturnus, but the former. There was really no way to know. This was Professor Ozpin. He could know. I stopped myself calmly. I knew the power of a well-crafted reputation. I only had to look at the one that had formed around me. It was something that had very real power, but that wasn't the same as it being real. I knew, if somewhat vaguely, about Ozpin. He was famous, a legendary hunter and trainer of hunters, a man even my parents looked up to who had looked after Vale for decades and had friends and allies everywhere. It would have been easy to fall prey to that, to assume he knew everything, had seen everything, that he'd lurked beside me the whole time and somehow kept me unawares, but that didn't make sense for a lot of reasons. While there was the possibility of him having a semblance that allowed him to know all and see all, there was nothing to support that possibility but awe and fear. If I excluded unsupported fear, what did that leave me? Logic. He couldn't have been on the ship. It didn't make sense, and if he had been, he'd have needed to stay with me for the entire duration of my trip even when things were going to hell. It meant not revealing himself even when it would have been wise to do so, not stopping me and making me turn the ship around at any number of points, not reacting to Ziz, not. It didn't make sense, and I couldn't see an easy way for him to do it any time after that, and I'd probably been off the grid. What about before the theft? That opened up a few more possibilities. It wasn't impossible, or even unlikely, that a man with Ozpin's power and influence could keep track of me while I was in or near Vale if given cause to do so. If I put myself in his shoes, I could think of a few ways to do it pretty easily. Maybe not everywhere I went, depending on a number of factors, but the stuff at home? He could have seen that with some cameras, maybe, or an informant positioned nearby. Though I had no way of knowing how good his intelligence was, he could easily cover a lot of the stuff in town, too. He'd just need to follow the car, see where I went, and respond appropriately. Depending on how prepared he was and what he'd set up over his decades protecting Vale, he could monitor everything from my house to. Who knows? I couldn't let myself assume he was all-powerful, but I could see him being aware of many of the things leading up to the mission. If Dad had given him a heads-up and a reason to actively look. Yeah, I could see it. And if he knew that, all it would really take were some friends in Atlas to know what I've done over there, like, say, the General. I needed to avoid overestimating him, but he was a very old, experienced huntsman with a lot of friends, and I couldn't underestimate that either, especially when I wasn't sure what resources he had available. Hell, maybe he did have some secret camera network. The question, then, was what to say. Even if he didn't know the specifics of everything I'd done, he probably had enough to peg me as the criminal even if I said nothing, so actually lying to him probably wasn't feasible. On the other hand, he wasn't arresting me right now. So, Professor Ozpin, isn't it? I asked. It's an honor to meet you, sir, though I can't say I expected it. Likewise, Mr. Arc, he replied, taking a sip from his mug. You had us all worried with your abrupt departure. I scratched the back of my head, giving a fake rueful smile. I saw my mom open her mouth to speak, but Ozpin shifted his gaze slightly and she hesitated, looked like she was going to say it anyway, and then bit down upon it. I saw her look over my head at my father, but whatever they communicated, I didn't see anything when I turned to face him. Feeling somewhat left out of the silent conversation, I looked my dad in the eye and tilted my head very slightly in the headmaster's direction. My dad glanced to the side and I was pretty sure that he communicated something with Ozpin as well before he gave me a very shallow nod. There were so many people not talking in here, I mused, that it was a wonder I could hear myself think. In the interests of saving us all a lot of time and effort, I said, turning back to Ozpin. Shall we cut right to the chase? I heard my mom sigh and saw her pinch the bridge of her nose. She moved to speak again, but halted again as Ozpin raised his cup in acknowledgement. What would you like to know first? I asked, just to make sure that he knew what I thought he knew. Even if I was pretty sure, well, it would be really embarrassing if he actually knew nothing and just tricked me into thinking he did. He gave me a knowing look which may or may not have meant anything. I could give a pretty mean knowing look myself because pretending you already knew something was a surprisingly good way to learn things you didn't know. I waited patiently as he took another sip of coffee, making sure he saw me completely at ease. Generally, one should start at the beginning when telling a story, he said, and I give serious thought to starting with my birth just to be a sarcastic twit. Before he smiled and shook his head slightly. But as you said, in the interests of saving time, let's begin with what happened after Ziz flew off with you. I must admit, I was rather worried for your life, Mr. Arc. especially after your extended silence. Your family was quite distraught. I remained focused and passive, even as I felt the guilt rise up. Though I could only see her out of the corner of my eye, I could see enough of her expression to tell we weren't done talking about that. But after what I'd put them all through, I deserved it. Even so, I had to focus. I could take his words as confirmation that he knew everything up to the white whale, maybe, unless he wanted me to think that. No. Simplest explanation for the moment. Yeah, sorry about that. This made things complicated, I said, watching him carefully even as I considered what to say. He didn't react, so I made sure not to, either. Last I saw, it was back to sleep. By the way, I can show you where on a map, if you need me to. Good news, Ozpin mused, looking down into his cup. Certainly, that would help matters. There's been rather a panic over its whereabouts lately. We'll need to arrange an explanation for how we came by the information, but I shrugged. If needed, I can send a message, I said, not elaborating. He looked at me obliquely for a moment, taking another sip of his drink. I suppose you could, he acknowledged, as if we were talking about the weather. Your story, then, Mr. Arc? Well, it's a long story, so forgive me if I summarize a little bit, but this carried me off to an island south of Atlas and tore the white whale apart, I answered promptly, having put my story in order. I decided to tell the truth, but I didn't want to let any major details slip in front of someone I didn't even know, so I abridged things slightly. I fixed the ship and flew up towards Atlas itself to do some stuff, which was when I sent the message. A few days later, I hit the mining town, fought some people they sent after me, won, and flew off with about 1,000 faunists that were being kept as slaves. I came back, dropped them off, and went home. I shrugged and gestured at myself. John, my mother spoke up at last, sounding simultaneously tired and annoyed. Good God, that's not how you give a report. Don't listen to her, son, Dad disagreed. The only thing that happens when you give good reports is that people make you give more. Your mother's had to give every report for our team in the last 23 years since the Vaco embassy thing. Shut up, Jack, she said, sounding even more tired. For his part, Ozpin just nodded in acceptance. I wasn't sure if he'd learned everything he'd needed from that or if he just didn't care. A rather remarkable adventure you've had, Mr. Arc, he said evenly. Perhaps there will be time for more details later. Nonetheless, I'd say you've performed rather remarkably given the circumstances. A number of your actions were questionable, but, well, I imagine such matters would be best left for your mother to address. Isabel? Oh, yes, sir, she said in a tone dark enough to blot out the sun. I figured whatever she'd done to Dad must have taken the edge off. I sighed. I love you, Mommy, I told her resignedly. Honestly, I wasn't even scared or upset considering everything. I love you, too, sweetie, she answered, patting my shoulder with a kind, gentle smile. Dad and I shared a look and I acknowledged that it was my turn to take responsibility for my actions. You're not going to arrest me, I stated, refocusing on Ozpin as I took a guess. But you still want something, right? I'm afraid I merely came to inform your parents of the news I received from Atlas, Ozpin said, adjusting his glasses slightly. He let that statement linger for all of a heartbeat before ruining it. Although, now that you're here, I could think of something for you to do. Oz, my dad sighed. Me? I asked. Or me? You, naturally, Ozpin answered without missing a beat. Though should you so desire, you may turn to yourself for aid. Ozpin, he only just got back, Isabel stated firmly. There are things that take priority. The headmaster of Beacon chuckled slightly, gesturing with his mug in acknowledgement. Merely a joke on my part, he said. I wouldn't dream of sending him away from you before even receiving his punishment, much less so soon after such an ordeal. It's nothing urgent, just some whispers in Mistral. Now then, I should leave you to your reunion. Jocks, Isabel. He nodded to each of my parents as he walked by, before pausing a moment to put a hand on my shoulder. We'll talk again soon, he said with such quiet surety that I just accepted it as true and nodded. Good luck, Mr. Arc. As the door closed behind him, I heard my mother sigh. That man, she said, shaking her head. I hummed inquisitively, not sure exactly which part she was referring to. Never you mind, she said, pinning me with a look. Now then. He left so we could speak privately. I think you owe me an explanation, young man. Yeah, I nodded. I do. I told them everything. They were my parents. I was allowed. I started, of course, with my power, giving them the longer explanation I had promised Dad. I'd explained the reasons I'd gone on the mission, how things had broken down and eventually escalated, my actions on board the White Whale and in the mining town. I told them everything I'd considered mine to tell. I was pretty sure they'd been able to make the connect between Tucson and the White Fang, seeing how they'd met him right before I got involved with all this, and from there it wasn't a huge stretch to the rest. But I told them how my world had changed literally and metaphorically, why I'd associated with the terrorist organization, why I'd caused them so much worry and pain. They listened silently until I finished, not saying a word but reacting differently. My dad occasionally nodded, raised his eyebrows, or frowned, depending on the subject, at first standing by the counter as he waited on the coffee machine. When it finished, He poured a cup for himself, one for Mom, and brought both over to the table where he sat beside me. I was aware of this mainly because I was trying not to focus on what my mom was doing. Namely, writing something down on a notepad she'd produced from a drawer. I was tempted to use observe on it, but it was like I wanted to know, but I didn't want to know. You're right, my dad said at last, finally breaking the silence that followed the end of my speech. Your power is bullshit. I know, right? I nodded quickly, smiling hesitantly for a moment before doing so more fully as he gave me a sure grin. Life as a game, he mused. Not a semblance I'd have thought of off the top of my head, but if you think about it, it's amazing. I agreed wholeheartedly. I mean, it took me a while to figure out how to use it right and all, but once it did. Well, I don't mean to boast, but I can throw a pretty mean punch if I need to. Pretty good at infiltration, too, sounds like, he said, leaning forward to rest his elbows on the table, fingers wrapped around his mug. You know, a lot of people don't believe it, but I used to be pretty good at some of that stuff myself. I took a moment to imagine it and laughed. Bars? I guessed. It's a tough job but somebody's gotta do it, he shrugged, smirk growing. A lot of people don't think about that type of thing when it comes to getting information out of people. But I know, I nodded. It was almost disappointing when I realized how easy it was. A lot of things are like that. He cracked his neck before resting his chin on the palm of a hand. They seem really amazing and difficult, but it's really just a matter of knowing what you're doing and practicing it. Well, I'm sure the people who make robots probably think that, too. I hummed in agreement as he looked at me ponderingly. You know, he mused, and don't take this the wrong way, because I'm not trying to knock your fighting skills or anything, but you would make a pretty amazing doctor. I always thought healers were pretty amazing. I mean, don't get me wrong, being able to slaughter monsters with a stick is pretty awesome, but there's a lot of times. Well, I wouldn't have minded having someone there to heal people. Maybe not the most glorious job, but saving lives with a touch. Pretty amazing. I'm not trying to sell anything but, yeah, I said, understanding. I know I haven't. Well, life's been hectic, but I've thought about it, too. I mean, I definitely want to get as strong as I can at everything and become a hunter, but healing the sick and the wounded, I have the power, right? And there's a lot of people I could help, if I keep training the skill. Nothing wrong with saving lives, Jock said. We could brag about our son the doctor. Right, honey? Mom looked up from her writings to give him a glance and shallow nod before returning to her work. I watched her drum her fingers, waiting for her to say something, but it never came. After an awkward moment, my dad continued talking, apparently trying to brush over the lack of response. Yeah, he said forcefully. Really? You've got plenty of options. That regeneration thing you mentioned was from blue dust, right? Think you could do it with the other types? If you can heal, empower, and fight, you'd make a great addition to any team. I'm pretty sure I could do it with at least red, yellow, and green dust, I said. I'll have to test with the other types, but still, haste is great and featherfall turned out to be surprisingly useful. It's really nice to not get smashed into stuff, you know? Trust me, I know. I've been through some walls in my day and rocks and trees. It's not fun. He shook his head. Healing, supporting, awakening auras. Not bad, son. Thanks. I fiddled with my drink absently, not really paying it any attention. Still need to train them all, especially the aura one, but it's cool. Not sure how I could explain any of it, but my dad gestured dismissively. Some of it will be hard, but I'm sure Oz will think of something for the basics. Trust me, the guy writes enough fiction to be a novelist, and it'd be great to have at least an emergency healer on standby. You know, I could probably get Oz to bend some rules and bring you with me on a few missions, if you want. Yeah, I asked, eyebrows going up. Me? Dad shrugged like it was nothing. Sure, let me tell you, if you know the guy, it's really not hard to get Oz to bend the rules. Nothing major, he said, seeing my look. No offense, but I wouldn't bring you along on the type of search and destroy missions I get sent on, but there's some village security stuff and such that could work. A lot of places like that have their fair share of sick and wounded. My team could deal with the actual security while you healed them. Might not be the most glamorous or exciting mission, but it could save some lives, and I'm sure there's some way of making it fly as extra credit or something. You could make some friends along the way. Some connections. I mean, if you want. Please, I said immediately, just imagining it. Going on a mission with my father, if as the medic. I'd love to. He smiled. I'll talk to him, then, the Arc Patriarch said. Maybe it'll even count as one of your questings? Maybe, I nodded, not even sure I cared. He seemed satisfied with the answer regardless. Any thoughts on what you're gonna do next, then? I tilted my head to the side. Probably just keep training. Working out for my physical states, reading books for my intelligence, that type of thing. I want to hone some of my new skills, too, like awakening auras. I figured I'd start small, though, in the hopes nothing goes wrong. Oh, he asked. What do you have in mind? I was thinking about starting a garden. Honestly, I admitted. I don't know how well it'll work, but maybe awaken some flowers or trees to start with. I figure the odds of things going catastrophically wrong will be lower than if I start with animals. After I know what's liable to happen and am confident I can handle it, I'll upgrade to some goldfish or something, and then advance up to stuff like dogs. I can probably get a skill to train them, too, so could work. He agreed. It takes a fair amount of training to bring out their full potential, but good hunting dogs are invaluable. There's plenty of stuff you can work on if you're interested. Let's see. I saw one guy who trained a falcon like that a while back and a few other animals. Plants. There've always been a fair number of experiments along that vein for crops and such, but I don't really know much about it. They never really implemented anything that I know of, but I don't know if they had problems or if the issue of awakening enough crops to actually matter just made it unfeasible for something we grow just to eat. I don't know. You can probably find something on that, though. I said. I'll look into that. I hadn't heard anything about that. Like I said, I don't know how that's worked out for them. Never really thought about it until now. He paused. Well, there was this one time, but it turned out to just be a guy who could make plant minions with a semblance. What was that like? I asked, somewhat surprised. I'd never heard this story. Dad's brow furrowed. Surprisingly horrifying. It's easy to make fun of a cabbage until it unfolds into layers and layers of teeth. He shook his head. Naturally, we ended up fighting the guy in the middle of a forest, too, and at night it was. He exhaled loudly. Something. He took a sip of his coffee, blowing away the last remnants of steam. It shouldn't be an issue for you though. I know a few people down in the agricultural district if you're looking for anything in particular, though. I'll have to look into it, I said. I never even considered the idea until today. I could just start with the trees and plants around here, but it's something to look into. Maybe see if I can awaken seeds and test them against normal versions of the plants, see if different breeds react in specific ways. It's neat to think about. I'll look into it. My dad chuckled. My son the botanist, he said. And the doctor and the captain. He was silent for a moment. I'm proud of you, you know, he murmured. Despite the danger and what happened. I won't say everything you did was flawless and you scared a lot of people, but I know why you did it. And despite the risks, you saw it through, even when you were alone and no one could have blamed you for turning back. I wish you'd called, that you'd told us, that. I wish a lot of things. But I get why, even as scary as it had been, and I'm proud that you saved those people. Jaune, you did good, son. I ducked my head but was pretty sure it didn't fully hide my smile. For someone who is probably an internationally wanted supervillain, I couldn't keep from lighting up at my father's praise. He shifted slightly to bump me with a shoulder and I laughed a bit before sobering and looking up. Mom's been quiet, I whispered. Dad sighed slowly and nodded. You about done, dear? He asked. She flipped a page in the notebook to scrawl something and then clicked her pen. More or less, she said, pushing her chair back and rising. Come with me, Jaune. I rose and came around the table with a nod. Where are we going? I asked. After a moment's pause, I continued. Did you decide on my punishment? I'm not going to punish you, Jaune. I'm going to teach you something, she answered calmly. Which is why we're going into the forest to train. Follow me. I nodded wordlessly, casting a glance back at my father, who saluted me with his coffee mug. I knew she wasn't really mad or not mad about the things I feared, at least, and given everything I'd done, this was fine. I'd take my medicine like a man. It's not like I feared pain or effort anymore. The games we play. Shift. The pain faded after a moment, but I laid there breathing hard, body pushed to exhaustion. I could already feel regeneration working to alleviate that, though, and I healed myself to hasten the process, clambering to my feet just moments after going down. As long as I was alive, as long as I had power to fuel my skills, what happened to my body was almost irrelevant, so I pushed on through, looking at my opponent. You've gotten stronger, my mother praised, waiting patiently as I rose. We stood together in the clearing I'd made during my training back. Wow, sometimes it was hard to remember that it was really not all that long ago. It was only a week or two ago that I'd been wasting away some time out here, training myself for the mission. I wasn't sure when she'd found this place, though it probably hadn't taken long after finding out I was missing. I wonder what she'd thought when she saw it. She must have known I came out here to practice, but what did she think when she saw the pockmarks I'd left behind beside the disturbingly pristine trees I'd healed? Did she see something in the marks, go over them again and again trying to discern some hint as to my whereabouts? I didn't know, and it made me feel guilty again. But now I was, well, getting my ass kicked. Honestly, she'd brought me out here to train, asking about my skills to begin with. I'd given her a rundown of what I could do, where I could give specifics: the MP costs, my MP and HP bars, how I gain my SP and HP by healing myself, how I replenished HP and MP at a rate of 1% a minute prior to other modifiers, and the general stuff about the gamer's mind and body, all of which she dutifully noted down in her notebook. I'd even listed my exact stats and given the general descriptions of most of my skills, though a lot of those things were more relative. As a result, I wasn't surprised in the slightest when she demanded a sparring match to test my strength. I wasn't surprised when she asked I show her my full power, either, though I'd warned her not about any danger to her, of course, because that'd just be silly. I still couldn't see her level, which meant she must have been, I wasn't sure, but at least level 70-something. I had neither fear for her safety, nor any delusions of victory. What I'd warned her about had been, quite simply, about the costs of the White Tiger's 500 years, and that just because the gamer's body and my various skills made it look like I was invincible didn't mean I wasn't taking damage. I didn't want her to splatter me on accident or something, so I made sure she knew my limits and that I might need to heal myself periodically. She'd nodded in acceptance and told me it wouldn't be an issue. It hadn't been. She'd just put me down hard and then let me scrape myself off the ground before going again. Even with my vastly enhanced speed, she kept up with me without a single wasted movement. Her eyes were alert and her face expressionless as she calmly parried each of my strikes with her sword, probably more to test my strength than anything else. "You used your fists as your weapon on your mission?" she asked as we fell into what probably counted as a relaxed rhythm when your level was in the stratosphere. I went to nod but aborted it to shake my head. "I had gauntlets," I said, hands on the restored Crocea Moors as I tried with all my might to push her back. "I wouldn't succeed, but that wasn't the point of the exercise." "Even so," she said, "take a step closer," with no apparent effort, pushing my feet back along the ground. I couldn't choose observe on her, so I wasn't sure how her strength compared to Penny's, but she wielded it with an ease and grace that set her apart. There was strength and surety in every motion, a silent confidence in her casual stride as she pushed back. "Is that your weapon of choice now?" I half shrugged, trying to stay upright and braced against the immense weight. "I needed a fighting style that was different from my own," I explained distractedly. "Fell a little behind because I trained my martial art so much, but the type of weapon doesn't really matter. I wanted to work on my swordsmanship some, though." She hummed and made a gesture like she was shaking something off her sword. I went flying again, barely managing to get my feet beneath me and bounce off the tree. "Not that I don't enjoy this, because I do," I said honestly. "But you're not trying to show me that there are bigger fish or something, are you?" Because boy, do I know. Half my plan was trying to avoid getting into fights against people I could lose again. I can use observe, too, and see people's levels and stats and such, so, well, I know where I stand with most of the people around me. Even if I can't see their levels and stuff, that just means they're out of my league. It's pretty hard to me to underestimate people, honestly. I mean, I'll fight them anyway if I have to. "But good," she said, coming to my side with that same casual serenity. She presumably passed through all the points between point A and B to get there, but I couldn't confirm that. I just reacted to my danger sense and brought up my shield in defense. Parrying even an absent attack sent shocks of pain through my arm and hammered me down hard enough that I felt dirt brush my ankles. Knowing where you stand is vital to any battle. Knowing when you have to fight and when you can avoid it, perhaps even more so. Your ability makes such things easier for you than most, and that's good. If you had fought the wrong person— I heard worry color her voice a moment before the pressure on me lightened. I didn't relax, still aware of the danger, but instead brought up my shield. She flicked her blade several meters away and threw me back. "You did well, Jaune," she said, voice steady once more. "I know something of the opponents you had to fight, the odds you had to face, and you did very well. And I won't insult you by saying you got lucky." "Nah, luck had a fair amount to do with it," I shook my head. "If I'd fought Penny anywhere but a dust mining town—" "Because I can see how far you've come," she continued as if I hadn't said anything. "But it's precisely because you've come so far that this is necessary. You've decided, haven't you?" I knew what she was asking and the answer was obvious, but I saw the gravity of her expression and knew how serious this question was, so I considered it silently for a moment. There were a lot of arguments to be made either way, but even so, the answer was still yes, I said at last. "I want to help people. Hunter, healer, it doesn't matter, but this is who I want to be. It's all I ever wanted." She nodded, looking at once saddened and proud. "Then, if your mind's made up, I will train you," she replied. "You don't need anyone to tell you that stronger opponents exist. You know that better than most your age. Your heart is in the right place and, though we'll discuss your actions later, I trust it and I trust you. Though you've made some choices I considered foolish, you made them for reasons I can see and understand, and you took my words to heart when it came to the value of wisdom. Granted, if I had known how deeply such words would shape you. Well, it doesn't matter, does it? You turned out well, Jaune. However, she turned her face away, looking up at the sky. I don't know what she saw there, but it probably wasn't just the stars. You probably know this, too, she said quietly. But we live in an unforgiving world. It's cruel to the innocent and the weak, and crueler still to those who fight to defend them. If you make a mistake out there, I can't promise you'll ever get a chance to make another one, and the awful truth is that we all make mistakes. Her lips tried to form words but couldn't seem to give them breath. After a moment, she closed her mouth, apparently changing her mind. I'm glad that I got to see you grow up, she said. All of you. I had friends who never got to do so for their children, and others who died too young to even consider having them. A lot of hunters simply disappear one day. Go out on a mission that no one knew was special and just never come back. Sometimes they leave behind bodies, Sometimes we don't even know until a week becomes a month. Your father and I have avoided that thus far, as have your sisters, but someday. Yeah, I said quietly, looking at the ground, remembering a child's fears, a sister's words, lies we all hoped were true. I know. I've seen a lot of good men and women go, she continued after a moment. Some of them maybe stronger than me. That I'm here and they aren't was only because of luck, skill, maybe a mixture. I don't know. But I do know that strength alone isn't always enough. Nor skill, nor even luck. The odds are against us, because we can win 1,000 times, but we only have to lose once, and it doesn't. She cut herself off for a moment, closing her eyes before continuing. Maybe that's why, she said, shaking her head. I didn't want this. I'm sorry. I told myself I wouldn't stop you and I won't, but I didn't want this life for any of you. But your sisters. One by one, they excelled. What I've seen others struggle with for years came to them so easily, and they were each so different, but from the moment they could answer it was like. She shook her head. They all wanted to be huntresses. They never wanted to be anything else, and everyone knew they would be great. One day, I knew they'd all surpass me, and some days I thought, God, some days I wondered if it was a punishment for living where others died, to send my children away to fight one by one. I've never thought about it, even when I left home to do the same. And then you were born and I saw how much it hurt you every time you struggled, and it was horrible of me. But at the same time I thought that maybe, if you— I'm sorry, I whispered. No, she said, shaking her head. Don't be. I'm proud of you and I'm proud of them. But I'm also scared for you all. And when you didn't come back, I thought that maybe this was it. The first. But you came back. I did, I agreed awkwardly. And they're all strong, so we'll— Yes, she agreed. They were all so strong. Maybe it was inevitable that this would happen, too. I always expected it, really, that one day you'd find your way and I wouldn't stand in it. But even if you're strong, strength isn't always enough to let you in. So I trained all of your sisters. When they decided what they really wanted, as best I could, I made sure they'd be safe. Is that why? I hesitated, unable to finish the question. Why they hate me? She asked calmly. They don't hate you, I protested immediately, even though I'd raised the topic. They just don't like coming home. I trailed off lamely. They probably don't hate me. Not really. She shook her head. Though if they did, I wouldn't blame them. I certainly hated my teacher, even if I owe her my life. I trained them hard, even when things came so easily to them, and I didn't let up. I told them what I told you, about the risks they'd face as hunters, and then I did my utmost to prepare them for it. I want to protect you all, but the truth is, I can't. So I'll make sure you can protect yourselves, even if you hate me for it. For you especially. I know what you can withstand and I wouldn't go easy on you, not when the things I teach you might save your life. Knowing that, is this still what you want? Of course, I said instantly. I'm not afraid. This body of mine will keep going no matter how badly I get hurt, and I don't sleep and I barely get tired. I heal quickly no matter what happens, and I learn fast. Whatever it is, I'm ready, but I want you to know, I won't hate you. She looked me up and down, sighing slightly. We'll see, she said gently. Unsurprisingly, my mother chose to focus on training the skills she deemed most important, in addition to my more general training, which was good, really. I had a fair number of skills I considered useful, but which were hard to train for whatever reason. Physically, endurance, for example, though undoubtedly usefully, was at once tedious to train and slow to improve, especially when I spent so much time training myself not to get hurt, if possible. Even with the training I'd underwent with Adam, and though I'd gotten a few extra levels in the stat during my fight with Penny, the stat was fairly low level in the mid-20s. However, my mom was pretty good at getting past a lot of those difficulties in her drive to help me improve, which is to say she'd started our training by lighting me on fire, and it had steadily progressed downhill from there. Apparently content with the evidence I'd provided as to the effectiveness of the gamer's body, She'd shown no hesitation in hurting me badly and had quickly gotten creative. I got hurt repeatedly, incessantly, even, with only my healing ability letting me withstand it all. She'd experimented at first, asking me calm and probing questions even as she twisted the sometimes literal knife. She was systematic about it, even drawing up a chart that took into account my MP regeneration, how much HP I had, and the cost of Soul Forge restoration to produce a very detailed chart of precisely when she could hurt me and how badly, periodically updating it as the skills improved and almost absently testing if there was a relation between physical pain and the rate of improvement. After she'd had time to accurately test it, she quickly set a tightly controlled pace and forced me to abide by it. I was cut, I healed, and was cut again, and it was almost frightening how tight of a grasp she obviously had over her own strength. Once she'd finished testing me, she hit me for exactly 1,000 damage, with the next blow doing the exact same amount. Whenever I told her the skills had improved, she modified her blows accordingly without even needing to test it, probably keeping track of the trends in the skills mentally. Over the course of 20 minutes, I had to heal myself over 500 times, maintaining my elementals all the while. When my MP was all but drained, she produced a blindfold, secured it tightly around my head, and sent me stumbling into the forest blindly with orders not to use my elementals to see. She then proceeded to attack me more times than I could count, even as I was tripping over roots and walking into trees, all to improve my ability to sense danger and respond accurately to it. When I failed to do so, I got stabbed. My reward for evading properly was not getting stabbed. She gave me more time to breath than when we trained, but I wasn't entirely sure whether it was to let me recover MP or to throw me off. There was no pattern to her attacks in timing, direction, or form, no rhythm to find and stick to, nothing to go off of but my remaining senses and my advanced warning of danger. It wasn't much to go off of with no experience, especially with surroundings as confusing as a forest could be, but she made me adapt and keep going through literally thousands of attacks. They were just slow enough that if I reacted quickly, I could evade them, so I knew she was holding back tremendously, but if I messed up she wouldn't stop the attack. I couldn't improve my ability to sense bloodlust because she didn't want to hurt me, but she wouldn't keep from hurting me, either. I knew what she was doing. Of course, physical endurance and sense danger were two of my most useful skills, at least potentially, as well as the most likely to keep me alive if something happens, reducing the amount of damage I took by a percentage. Notifying me of threats. I knew exactly why she was helping me train them both. Before anything else, she trained me to survive and come back home, to endure the same things that had ended so many huntsmen. "We'll do this first thing, every day," she'd said when she removed my blindfold. "At least for the time being. 3 hours of survival training before we get to work. After that, we'd started training other things focusing on my body. For now, it was basically what I've been doing before, but more extreme." Mom led the way to one of the training rooms in the basement and set me to lifting weights and such, though that might have been underselling it. "Since it's the first day, let's start with 10,000 reps, she said as she loaded more and more weight onto the bar, which had to be heavily reinforced to not bend under that much weight. Even so, she lifted it with one hand and passed it to me, an experience that nearly bowled me over. "That should be fine with a body like yours. I'll work on a more complete workout schedule in the coming days, but we'll focus on strength for now." I grunted in agreement as best I could beneath the massive load that had been set on the bar, getting to work without complaint. There were many times I thought I pulled things and even more where I felt things tear. Once, my arms pretty much gave out and I felt them break under the strain, but as she'd said, with my body this was nothing. The pain faded after a moment and left me unharmed, so I just healed the damage to my HP, and struggled my way back into position, continuing where I'd left off. She watched me silently for a while before moving over to a machine herself, and we worked in silence but for my occasional grunts of effort and pain, at least until Dad interrupted. "Hard at work, huh?" he said, a bag in one hand and a drink in the other. He sipped from it idly like an asshole as I struggled breathlessly with each rep. He must have seen the look I sent him because he smiled brilliantly and lifted it to brush condensation across his forehead, briefly closing his eyes in contentment. "I join you, but I'm already done for the day." "Right, dear. If you got what I asked for, leave it and go," she said without looking away from the ceiling. "Don't antagonize him." "Just watching my lovely family trying their best, my love," he said, setting the bag down beside my bench and patting my head. He held the car above my face, little drops of water occasionally falling to my face, brushing little streaks of moisture across it with a thumb. "This was nothing compared to what I had to go through when you were gone, just so you know. I didn't get off with just a workout. That's why you're getting off so light." She vented all her rage at me. "Jack," Mom said serenely, still not looking at him. "It's really not that bad," I said, half to him and half to Mom. "It's just hard, but for me, it's not a problem, as long as I don't die." "What did you get?" "Swung out to pick up some stuff from a friend at the university," he said, reaching into the bag to draw out a book as he took a seat on the edge of the bench. "He said he'd ship most of them later, but these should keep you entertained for a few days." His fingers covered a word, a name. but I read the rest of the front cover upside down. Theory of Games? I spoke the incomplete title aloud. Is that a textbook? Yeah, he chuckled, thumbing through it. I saw it and I knew I had to get you this one. It's not as fun as it sounds, though. Shocking, I said, tilting my head for a minute. My intelligence? There's no point in just training your body if we can train your mind as well. You said you could increase it by studying, right? My mom asked. Then we'll make sure you have plenty to study. I'll set aside specific times for it later, but for now, you can just do so through the night. I nodded in acceptance. What about school? I asked. I usually study there, before. Cancelled. Still, Dad said, closing the book and squinting at the back cover. Because of this, city's on alert in case it needs to evac, so school's closed until the situation drops a class or two. Probably have a week or two before Ospen gets everything fixed. I mulled over that for a bit before wondering aloud. Should I even bother going back? I asked after a moment's hesitation. It's kind of a waste of time now, isn't it? And I don't need to finish to get into Beacon, do I? Not much point now, Dad agreed absently. You'll be done with the material and then some soon. Anyway, I already finished reading all my school books, actually, I said. He snorted. Nerd. He drew the word out for several seconds, ruffling my hair. I'll handle it and I rather doubt it'll matter once we get you some street cred. Please stop, I asked, smiling at him. Another step closer, huh? He replied nodding as he put the book away. Keep taking steps like you have been and it won't be long now. How long do you plan on training him, dear? I followed his gaze to my mother, curious myself. She was silent for a minute before putting up the bar and looking our way. However long it takes until he needs to fight Grim to advance further, she said. What level do your stats need to be to learn by whose final technique? Physical's at 70, mental's at 90. I answered promptly. I can probably get the physical stuff up that high in a month or two. Should be able to raise my intelligence to 70 or so in that time, as well, if I have enough books. Beyond that, though, I don't know how long it'll take to keep improving. I'll stick at it, but improving them gets harder and harder. Raising them to 100 naturally could take most of a year. Then until his physical abilities and intelligence are at 70, she said calmly. It'll take some time to get everything in order, but we'll train his physical abilities and important skills by day and he can study and practice on his own at night, until they reach that point. Improving wisdom and raising intelligence beyond that is likely better done through leveling up, so after that we'll start taking him hunting. He has 30 points already, so he'd just need 4 levels. Sounds good, I said, starting to pant a little again. I think I'll get something good once I raise my skills past 100, too, though. 8 levels, then she corrected. After that, we'll see. Dad nodded. 2 months or so for the basic stuff though, huh? He mused and chuckled, ruffling my hair again just because he could. Pretty lucky timing. If you get done on time. What? I asked, pausing for a moment as I brought the bar down. My dad smirked and opened his mouth to say something, probably not an answer but something, when my mom spoke again. Jack, don't distract him, she said. John, keep working. You heard her, Dad said cheerfully, already at the door. Goodbye, my nerdy son and beautiful wife. Don't train too long or I'll order your favorite foods and come down here to eat them in front of you. You'd probably die doing that, I informed him, though quick breaths, giving him a nod as he went. I would have neither the ability nor desire to prevent your murder. He chuckled and closed the door. I made a note to ask him about his words again later and went back to work. I did another 130 reps before Mom spoke up. John, she said, your father's right. The timing is good. If we get done in time. Ospen asked me to look into something, as somewhat of an expert. If we get done in time and it's safe, would you like come with me back to my homeland? To Mistral? I asked and saw her nod out of the corner of my eye. It'll be just in time for the festivals, she said. I think you would like it. Do you? Of course, I said. I'll make sure to work hard. the games we play, materials. The next 2 weeks passed in a blur of focused effort. I didn't need sleep, and thus my mother's schedule left no time for me to rest. I trained in a cycle of focused mental and physical effort that never stopped, merely growing as my mother added to it, expanding to new skills as others grew. I bore it all without complaint, even when my body felt like it had been broken. I never stopped, never gave up, but merely rose again to keep going, stronger than before. The world almost seemed to slip away in the midst of it all, stripped down to the need to improve, the need to continue, until things like the time or the date just didn't seem to matter. But in time, life intervened. When duty called my parents to the city, they brought me along to give me a reprieve, an hour or two off from work, and let me wander the city and relax. A reward for working so hard, perhaps. Or maybe they were just worried about the strain they were putting upon me, afraid I might break. If so, I didn't share the fear, but taking a little time off didn't seem too bad, though it probably said something about me that I didn't waste it. After a quick trip to the market, I went to address something I'd been unable to until now. Jaune Tuxin asked, seeming surprised when he came to the front desk and saw me perusing his wares. Hey, Tuxin, I greeted, looking up from what I was observing, a book, a shopping bag in one hand. Looking up at my elder friend, I rested the bag carefully atop a bookshelf. You been doing okay? I was going to ask you that, he replied, shoulders sagging after a minute as he seemed to take in that I was really here. With everything that happened, Blake told me you got back okay, but things got pretty bad, huh? Well, I'm sorry. I didn't think. Nah, don't worry about it, I cut him off with a smile. It's no problem. Your book saved my life a few times, you know, and you got my messages through, too, so thanks. I wanted to come tell you that earlier, but well, things have been busy. With your family, right? He asked, seeming somewhat cheered by my reassurances, though his brow furrowed slightly. Everything go okay? Yeah, I nodded. Better than I'd hoped. My parents were really cool and understanding. I mean, I knew that before, but it's like... Well, you know. I do. He nodded, going quiet as he looked down at something on his desk. They're your family. You want to make them proud, even when... especially when it's hard, right? We were silent for a moment of semi-awkward mutual understanding before he lifted his head and gave me a smile. Must be difficult, huh? He asked, brushing the moment aside. That homecoming must have been something. I mean, when I first went to your house and realized who your parents were. Don't take this the wrong way, but after I took a brief vacation to one of the White Fang's hideouts, mostly because of the horrific monster, but, not gonna lie, there was a part of me worried about getting murdered when your parents made the connection. I came back to deliver your message and stayed to help the newcomers, but, well, it's still kind of nerve-wracking. I hummed understandingly. I don't blame you, I told him, pretty sure it had been a good move if he'd stayed. Well, it probably wouldn't have ended well for him. I tried leaving the stuff about you guys out when I explained things to them, but I came over just a while before you vanished, he finished, nodding. Not the hardest connection to make, but I figured you'd smooth that over when you came back. And hey, no police here, right? That's pretty good, all things considered. Definitely, I agreed. But I meant it when I said your books and such saved me. I'm sorry I couldn't do things as peacefully as we'd hoped, though. Things got hectic, he suggested, sighing as he rested his hands on the counter. Yeah, I know. I saw some of it. Between Torchwick and Atom getting surrounded. I get it. The people still got saved, though, right? That's the important thing. We wanted to give new beginnings and... well, all told, we had about 1,000 successes. Compared to that, he trailed off, shrugging his shoulder. His words were reassuring, probably because I agreed with them, but I had to wonder if he did. In the end, we'd all had our own reasons. For me, it had always been about the people who needed my help and who didn't have anyone else to save them. But for Tuxin and Blake, it had been about even more than that. They wanted to show the White Fang another way, show them that things didn't have to end in violence and bloodshed, and had recruited me to help them prove it. And I'd held a girl hostage, threatened people, fired on my pursuers, drawn out the Grim, accidentally awoke Ziz, and all around brutally crushed anyone who stood between me and rescuing the miners, even when it meant tearing someone limb from limb. There was more to it than that. I hadn't wanted or meant for it to happen, and I'd avoided hurting people as much as possible, but I'd also succeeded at stealing a super ship out from under the nose of some of the most powerful men on Remnant, at the most high-profile theft and rescue in recent memory. In every fight, I'd succeeded. What message did that send? And the worst part was, I wasn't sure how to feel about it. I regretted the necessity of the actions, yet I was proud of the result. I felt bad for failing Blake and Tuxin, but Adam had told me outright that he didn't think the peaceful methods Blake desired would work, that they hadn't worked, for social and political and economic reasons that were kind of depressing. Was he right? Or, More worryingly, did I think he was right? I hoped he wasn't. I was sure of that much. I hoped Blake was correct and there was some peaceful way to deal with all of this. I didn't want it to come to violence and I couldn't support the things the White Fang did. But with their situation so bad, with what I'd seen, with the countless other examples throughout the world, with all that happened to the faunas, I couldn't condemn them, either. I couldn't hate them for fighting what was done to them, even if I could hate the bloodshed it led to. I couldn't loathe them for picking methods that seemed to work, even if I was saddened by the methods that had failed. More than anything else, I wanted there to be a better way, but I couldn't think of one. I wanted to be able to do something, but I didn't know how. A part of me wondered if I'd know when my wisdom reached 100, but an even larger part worried that there just wasn't an answer to be found. It was easy to say the world had problems that needed to be fixed, but evidence would seem to support the conclusion that no one had actually done it yet. I sighed. You mentioned the newcomers were moving in. Is everything going okay? Any trouble with housing or jobs? Or I tried to change the subject, attempting to pull myself from the thoughts. It's difficult getting that many people situated, he admitted, but all things considered, it's going pretty well. Things are better for faunas here in Vale. Maybe it was because of what we just talked about, but a pessimistic part of me wondered if that was true and things really were better or if they were just closer to people who'd firebomb your house for bigotry. Thanks to some help from locals, a lot of them have already found work, Tucson continued, oblivious to my thoughts. There's always stuff to be done in the agricultural district and it's a pretty good way to get by if you're new in town. Speaking from experience, it's a lot of hard work, but it pays pretty well and after what they've all been through, well, I think they find that a pretty novel concept. Probably, I agreed, brightening a tad at the words. I awakened their auras so they should be okay. Actually, this sort of leads into why I'm here. Tucson squinted at me for a moment. You looking for another part-time job? He asked. Because with your track record, I don't know if the agricultural district would survive employing you. Please, think of all the faunas who need the work and all the people who need the food. Ha! I laughed tonelessly. Very funny, but no. I'm just looking for some books on the subject. I'm working on something. Yeah? He asked, coming around the desk and down a line of shelves. He paused for a moment, fingertips brushing spines, and frowned. What kind of something? And do you want gardening or farming? I honestly don't know the difference, I admitted. Both, I guess, because why not? I'm gonna try awakening the auras of plants. Tucson paused, blinking as he turned to face me. What? He asked. Why? To see what happens, I guess, I answered honestly. And to train myself, but, honestly, at this point I just really want to know what'll happen. A lot of people down in Ag have tried it and had a lot of trouble, so I kind of want to know how it'll work if I try. If I get a skill out of it, it should tell me exactly what it does, and even if it doesn't, observe should show me the results. I had the idea weeks ago but was so busy. It's been bothering me, you know. He considered that for a minute before passing me the books. Now I'm curious. Tucson shook his head, taking the money I withdrew from my inventory, but also kind of hoping that future generations won't condemn me for whatever happens. We all worry about that sometimes, I assured, putting a hand on his shoulder. No we don't, he denied. Well, maybe you do, but I mainly just worry about my books and sales. Need anything else? I chuckled a bit but checked the clock. Not today, I don't think, I said, shaking my head. I'll need to get back to my parents in just a bit here and this should keep me busy enough for now. I don't suppose there's been any word from Adam and Blake? He shook his head. Not for a while now. He shook his head. They volunteered to protect the refugees while they were moved around Vital, so they're probably busy. It'll take some time to make sure everything's settled. Ah, I said, not surprised but a little disappointed nonetheless. It didn't make a lot of difference since it'd be quite some time before I had time enough to do anything and I couldn't imagine life with the White Fang left them with idle hands, either. But could you message me if anything comes up? Will do, he promised, waving at me slightly. Good luck with your plans. Try not to create anything that'll get me remembered as the cause of the end times. No worries. You'll be a minor footnote in Jaune Arc's planned apocalypse, tops. I grinned as I turned to go before pausing. Though actually if you're curious, do you want to watch? His eyebrows went up. What? I pulled down the sides of the bag to reveal a simple red rose, planted in a small cup of soil. I'd picked up several different packets of seeds at the market, which I'd test and grow over several weeks to compare to any grown flowers I awakened, but for my first attempt it was a little silly, but I wanted the first plant I ever awakened to be something beautiful. You interested? I asked Tucson. Actually being present would upgrade you to at least accomplice in the case of any foliage-based doomsday scenario. Do you really want to just be tangentially related to the rise of the plant monsters? Gee, he said woodenly, pun intended. When you say it like that, how can I refuse? But despite his words, he was smiling as he leaned to rest his forearms on the countertop, and I returned it with a wide grin, locking the door before laying the tip of a finger on the rose's petals. For it is in passing, I began, closing my eyes and falling swiftly into a trance that we achieve immortality. I barely paid attention to the words I was speaking as the world unraveled into patterns of light and darkness. I saw Tucson, a body of color contained within a dim mortal shell. I saw the store around us, left marked by traces of the many lives that had passed through its door. However briefly, light and power bubbled up from the ground beneath us and streamed down from the skies above, immense patterns painted on the sky, remnants of God only knows what, and I felt the rose beneath my touch. It was a small and simple thing, a slowly growing light. It wasn't large and seemed unlikely to ever become so on its own. No, it was a rose out of season, grown only for its beauty and doomed from the start. A morbid thought, yet already I could feel the growing touch of death upon it, from its roots to its crimson blossom. I looked past that, beyond the traces left on its physical form into what lay beneath. It was alive, of course, but in a way that felt different from how Tucson was alive, only natural, I suppose, due to the differences between plants and animals. Still, it was alive and I could feel the light of it growing throughout its form, itself something strange yet familiar. I touched that light with my own, power flooding out of my and setting the structures of the rose alight with the bright color of my aura, shining brightly even as it pulled somewhere deep within, filling it even as it burnt away what concealed its own light. In a sudden flood, red light flashed throughout its form, leaving it bright to senses, and when I opened my eyes I saw that light sheathing its form for a moment before being drawn back within. Left blooming alone. LV 1. Oh, I said after a moment. It has a level and a title now. For a moment, we were silent, as if waiting for something to happen. With the red light of its aura drawn back within its mortal frame, the rose was left looking exactly the same as before. I wasn't entirely sure what I was expecting, as simply awakening one's aura didn't generally change who you are or what you looked like, but kind of anticlimactic, Tucson said, scratching an ear. I was about to open my mouth to agree when I was distracted. A skill has been created through a special action. By connecting deeply with the living creatures of the world, the skill Natural Bond has been created. A skill has been created through a special action. By promoting life within plants, the skill Green Thumb has been created. Natural Bond passive LV1 EXP, 0.00%. By developing a connection with forms of life around you, a bond has been formed with the natural world, only possible for those closely attuned to nature. Increase the effectiveness of survival and stealth by 10% in natural surroundings. Increase HP regeneration by 10 per minute in natural surroundings. Increase MP regeneration by 10 per minute in natural surroundings. Slightly increased closeness with natural life. Slightly increased resistance to natural poisons and diseases. Reduce all penalties from natural surroundings by 30%. Green Thumb active and passive LV1 EXP, 0.00%. The ability to promote life within plants through the usage of Aura MP. By converting Aura into a usable form, plants can be made to grow and thrive. Only possible for those closely attuned to nature. Spend 1 MP to gift 1 experience point to target plant. Enhanced plants regain an additional 10 horsepower regeneration per hour and after use for a number of hours equal to the skill's level. Increased closeness with plants cannot enhance plants beyond user's level. Oh, I mused, furrowing my brows. Something wrong? Tucson asked as he noticed my expression. I paused. I have no idea. I got some new skills and give me a second. Ignoring the fact that I still didn't really know how the hell closeness worked, much less with plants. The skills were pretty straightforward. Natural Bond seemed like a pretty damn good passive technique, if one limited to, I assumed, places that weren't urbanized. Still, it wasn't hard to find places where the natural world reigned supreme in Remnant, and as a hunter especially, I was more than happy with the bonuses. As something that I didn't have to pay anything for, it was pretty great. Green Thumb, however, left me a bit more confused. I mean, I guess it made a certain kind of sense. I'd never actually considered how magically causing a plant to grow would manifest in terms of my power, but if we considered experience the trait of growing up, I supposed maybe it wasn't that odd. Presumably, causing some form of permanent growth in an unnatural way would take the form of either stat boosts or else leveling, and I wasn't sure how stat boosts would be represented, since it would depend a great deal on the plant. Leveling as one grew up made sense with what I knew as well, even if I've never considered it in such a way before. It certainly seemed to be the case with, at least, small children. Except to be honest, I had no idea what leveling up meant for anyone who wasn't me or a member of my party. I gained 5 points every time I leveled up, in addition to a boost to my HP and MP, because I was a game character. I'd started at level 1 for presumably the same reason, even if that was usually the level of babies and small children. But other people didn't suddenly get points they could distribute however they wanted to improve themselves. No, more than that, they didn't truly have levels to begin with. Those were just markers that my power ascribed to them based on. What power? I wasn't sure. It might have had some relation to stats, but I didn't think that was all there was to it. If it did, and I assumed 5 stat points per level was the norm, then Adam should be far higher than the low 40s. No, even beyond his stats. In the right situations Adam's power allowed him to hit far above his weight class, such as when he'd wiped out most of the giant Nevermore's health in one hit. There was a charge time, but in terms of both stats and threat level, he was. So I wouldn't say level was just because of stats, nor would I say it was solely because of how big a threat someone was, and the latter especially was something complex and situational. Besides, similarly, people besides me couldn't increase their level solely by killing things and getting experience, so when they leveled up like Blake and Adam both had, what it meant was, I had no idea. The entire system was weird. It made a certain kind of sense when applied to me, but for other people, Adam, Blake, and even Penny all seemed stronger than their levels alone might indicate, but that could have just been because I had no idea what their levels indicated. So what the hell would it mean for a plant? Would it just make it grow to adulthood? What if I kept using it? If it reached adulthood at level, say, 2, what would happen if I raised it to level 10 or even higher? Beyond that, converting MP directly to experience sounded really amazing, and it was, to an extent. But at level 30, I now required millions and millions of experience points to go up a level, which translated to, well, a lot of MP. The skill was only level 1, so the conversion ratio might change, but, well, even so, I was surprised by the existence of such a skill. Was it limited to plants? Balance-wise, I guess it would make sense if the use of such a skill was limited to things that were normally immobile and mindless, but my power wasn't usually balanced. Still, I certainly hadn't found a way to use such a skill on myself. Did that mean anything? Or I sighed and shook my head. I loved my power, truly I did, but sometimes I wished it came with an instruction manual or something. Still, instead of wondering pointlessly, why not just see for myself? First off, observe, I said, focusing on the plant. Race, Rose. Sex, Newton per hour. Level, 1. Next LV, 00.0. Age, 1. STR, 0. Dex, 0. VIT, 2. INT, 0. WIS, 1. Luck, 15. Specials, Anima Synthesis passive points, 0. Not really surprising for a Rose, I guessed, except for the luck. The only thing that stood out about it was, I tapped its special ability. Anima Synthesis passive. The absorption of shed aura MP as a form of sustenance. For every point of aura spent nearby, gain 1 experience point. Range, 1 meter. Huh, I mused, frowning. But is that a semblance or just something normal for awakened plants? Either way, would that mean that I'd get double experience for each point I gave it? Already, I was thinking of ways to make use of such an ability, because I certainly spent enough MP to make such an ability useful. A meter wasn't that great range-wise, but there were ways around that. If I perhaps wore the plant, I'd need to set it up carefully, but I could heal and sustain it, so there should be a way. Perhaps if I attached it to my armor, if it absorbed the MP I burnt on a daily basis, it'd grow very quickly indeed. I had no idea what growing would do for it, but it was a tempting idea. In a normal game, I'd assume there'd be some benefit, like some hidden bonus reward to getting it high enough or some special power. Here, I had no way of knowing, and the skill itself didn't give an ability to actually control plants, but I could make use of this somehow, I was sure. An elemental, perhaps, or maybe I was getting ahead of myself. I shook my head again, focusing as I reached out to touch it and feed it my power, and then hesitated once more. No, I murmured. If I'm going to do this, then why not? Why not go all the way? Or at least try to? I could test the alternative later, but why not see how ridiculous this ability could be? Create party, I said, continuing once the window had appeared. Invite Rose. I was sure if Rose would be enough, but a window appeared in front of the plant, fading an instant later as the Rose entered my party. I guess creatures that couldn't make the choice for themselves automatically consented to party invites. And with it in my party, Green Thumb, I said, pouring most of my remaining MP into the Rose. It shook for a moment before suddenly sprouting, twisting, and growing larger and larger. Roots speared through the plastic cup around it and shifted the bag as flowers blossomed and spread. Thorny stems fell to hang from the shelf, reaching, almost grasping, but finding little else to cling to. Left blooming alone. LV. 2. I looked at its profile again and smiled in satisfaction. Okay, Tucson mused, mildly less anticlimactic. Still kind of disappointing, though. Just wait, I said, smiling as I pulled the bag up around the plant's sides. It was far too big to fit completely inside of it anymore, but it made carrying it a bit easier, even though I had to channel aura to keep it from punching holes through it. I'm interested. Now, I've got no idea what this means, much less what it could do, and I want to find out. Tucson sighed. Just tell me if it starts eating people so I have a chance to run away. Okay, he asked. Bah, I said. You'd never escape. Before long, it'll be a higher level than you are. Wait, what? Tucson asked, suddenly frowning. No. What? You're joking, right? I chuckled and picked up my new project before turning to go. We'll get you to level 12 in no time, baby, I told it, smiling down at it. "See you later, Tucson." The book trader sighed loudly, shaking his head, but he waved goodbye as I unlocked the door and left. "I'll call you if I hear anything from our friends," he said, lifting his voice as I went. "Thanks," I shouted back, closing the door with a foot. My hands were full of the thorny plant, but looking down at it, I couldn't keep my smile from widening. "Left blooming alone, huh?" My voice was softer now, gentle even though it probably couldn't understand anything I said. "That's a pretty sad title for such a beautiful flower," I continued. "But I guess it's not the season for you, is it? Still, instead of being alone, why not spend some time with me? And maybe let's see if we can find some more friends." "Okay." The rose shifted slightly, even though there was no wind. The games we play. Touch. My parents were still busy with hunter business when I went to the tower, so I concerned myself with my own matters. The rose was too large to carry comfortable in a bag anymore, so I addressed that first. Recalling the idea I had earlier, I equipped the armor I'd used while training with Adam and curled the plant around me with another feeding to assist the process and some help from crocea mores to shape the metal into place. I was left with a number of metallic shoots and stems curled decoratively around my armor, all leading to living roses around my collar and shoulders. Some healing here, feeding there, and liberal use of my power in its presence, and it didn't seem bothered by being effectively planted in metal. Later, maybe I could design something more suited to the purpose, but for now, it seemed to work. And though I'd never really considered wearing flowers before, but seeing myself in it, I thought the rose armor was at least as cool as my own Essie. My sisters would probably have liked it. At least, that problem temporarily handled, I moved on to the next matter. I'd bought packages of most of the seed types they'd had available, if with more of a focus on the flowers than the fruit-bearing plants. The fact of the matter was that I just wasn't sure how or would mess with things, and given that fruits were designed to be eaten if not by people then by animals, I was wary of starting with them. With flowers, there was still the potential issue of pollination, but it seemed like a lesser risk compared to the possible ingestion of altered fruits. Still, I'd have to keep a close eye on it, maybe build a greenhouse to act as a contained setting. I already had ideas in mind on what to test. I'd start by comparing different versions of the plants. There would need to be comparisons between ones enhanced early on, ones awakened in adulthood, those awakened young and grown artificially with green thumb, those grown with green thumb and then enhanced, on and on. I'd need to compare to a baseline, of course, but in time germination, pollination, and fertilization would all need to be tested and the effects on different plants compared. For now, though, I mainly focused on precisely which seeds to begin with, taking out a few of several different types and storing the rest away in my inventory, before refocusing on my current project. My MP was running low from the awakening and the growth I incited, so I found a quiet place to get comfortable and meditated for a short time, even as I called up a number of skills to burn ore for the roses. Crocea mores remained alert on the metal of my armor, shifting it in response to new growth, both allowing it room and gently guiding it. I noticed some oddities in the plant in the process as it seemed to grow accordingly, bits and pieces of it that should have been in the way shifted or even shrinking as it curled around me. Even normally important parts seemed to change, but then, it didn't truly need any form of sustenance but me, did it? Absorbing the cast-off light of my soul and profiting from my occasional healings, even systems that should have been vital were unneeded as it curled further and further around me in shifting steel designs. Then, was it growing that way deliberately? Noting those changes and even more curious, I put off awakening another plant to grow the rose further, letting the steel around me writhe. I guided it away from places that might inhibit my movements, and the plant itself seemed to respond to that, paths of growth shifting slightly, not like it was moving a limb, truly, but more like the directions it grew weren't random. I felt prickles as thorns grew, but my armor simply shifted to compensate, and between my vitality, aura, and various skills, it didn't hurt much to begin with. Getting out of the armor would be a bit tricky, but I could still entangle the vines, stems, and branches. For now, I was just curious to see how much the rose would grow and how much it could grow, but I held myself back. Now wasn't the time or place for pushing that particular limit, much as the question cried out to be answered, so I laid the matter somewhat reluctantly aside and moved on. Since the armor's weight was negligible to me now, I drew out some spare metal from my inventory and drew it over me, hiding the thorns while letting the flowers remain. There was probably a joke or comparison to be taken from that, but I didn't bother, and with the most attention-drawing features of my armor gone, I just sort of wandered, keeping to my thoughts. It actually took me a minute to realize I had nothing else to do. I'd thanked and touched base with Tucson, begun my desired experiment, and that's pretty much all I had planned for my day in Vale. Without room to experiment, I just didn't have a lot else to do, much less on short notice. Tucson was busy, Blake and Adam were gone, and my parents were preoccupied, which left me more or less friendless and alone. I didn't really know anyone else in town, except maybe Junior, and even that was mainly just a business arrangement. I knew the faunus I'd saved, I supposed, but I couldn't risk drawing attention to them by meeting them as G and Bing, and they wouldn't recognize Jaune Arc. I guess I just didn't know a lot of people anymore. I didn't really think of myself as cold or unsociable, socially awkward, maybe, but that was different, and I certainly didn't mind people. My mom had always told me that strangers were just friends I hadn't met yet, and I tried to live by that. It's just I was busy. My power allowed me to train around the clock, so I did. I hadn't had a lot of close friends before, admittedly, but I'd been friendly enough with my classmates. But when I'd gained this power, it had simply taken priority. I mean, this was my dream come true. Could anyone blame me for giving it my full attention? Would anyone else have done differently? I liked having friends, of course. I mean, who didn't? I was kind of proud that I'd managed to reach out to Blake and Adam, to the people I had saved, even to Penny. It's just that I didn't mind being alone anymore, either, because I could always train, could always improve myself. For me, someone who'd always been weak, I was fine working constantly for 2 weeks or 2 months or even 2 years. And if someone came up to me or I came across them, I would reach out, but that didn't happen a whole lot while running around a forest. Even with the people I was friends with, it didn't really bother me if Adam and Blake went off to do something and left me behind. I didn't like being truly alone, but in the same way I knew that my parents and sisters' frequent absences didn't mean they didn't love me. I understood that there was more to friendship than proximity. Added to the fact that I had my elementals to keep me company and I was never really alone anyway. Did that make me seem distant? I knew I'd kinda blown off a lot of my school life when my powers had set in, and I'd be dropping out of school soon, too. But I really didn't mind anybody, and I'd never be against making friends. If I saw some of my classmates, or even people on the street, wounded, I'd heal them. If I saw someone looking sad, I'd ask what was wrong. I just got wrapped up in things. My parents understood that. So had Blake and Adam, right? I sighed. This is why I prefer keeping busy. I don't know if it was just me or a result of being an INT and WIS focused character, but my thoughts just tended to wander. Screw it. Levant, Suryasta, Jihai, Volturnus, I murmured quietly and calling my elementals to my side. I didn't manifest them, but I didn't need to in order to see them when they appeared, reclining in various states of ease on the surround architecture. I didn't say anything and I didn't have to, but as I continued my walk through the city, I saw them whenever I looked up. Not necessarily nearby, oftentimes just looking at the city or the people in it, but always there, and that put me at ease. When my aimless wanderings took me down a dark alley and through one of the worst parts of town, it didn't bother me for a moment. In fact, I just found a place to sit and watched people pass me by. Oddly enough, even the few people walking the darkening streets didn't come near me. It was probably the roses, I thought with a smile, cheek resting on a fist as I rolled a seed between the thumb and forefinger of my other hand. I pondered it absently, noting it was a zinnia, and chuckled to myself. Since no one else was around and the armor covered my face besides to absent friends, I said, lifting it a tad as it grew into a small flower, roots curled about my covered fingers. I coaxed them away, draw the flower up to the blossom into my armor, gently touch the white petals with a finger, quietly falling into a trance as I worked to draw out the light within it. It was glowing a gentle white as I opened my eyes to check on it before returning to my meditation, drawing in power. I saw the rose, roots and stems growing through my armor in a color distinct from both my own and the new flower. After a moment though, I felt something shift and change, like a drop of coloring diluting in water, except upwards. The dim white of the new flower mixed with brighter red of the rose, starting a shift where they touched that grew out from the connection, quickening as Crocea more shifted to make room. I drew myself from my focus carefully, looking down at the new plant with a slight frown. Already, its coloring and very shape was shifting closer towards a rose. Something new? I looked above it and then at my rose, finding the same words above both. Who would inhabit this bleak world alone? LV4. Race, plant amalgam. Sex, Newton per hour. Level, 4. Next LV, 37.2. Age, 1. STR, 2. Dex, 1. VIT, 3 INT, 2 WIS, 5 luck, 15 specials, anima synthesis LV. 5 passive, green binder LV. 1 active and passive points, 15. Well, I mused, pondering the plants thoughtfully. You're good at making friends, obviously. I reached out to check the change skills when a whisper of wind touched my face. I looked up to see Levant suddenly sitting next to me, eyes staring down the street. Levant? I asked quietly. What's wrong? She turned her gaze back to me, float up to my ear with no other motion. When she spoke, it wasn't with her mental voice but as actual sound, carried on the wind. I looked up to see Volturnus stretched idly atop a lamppost, unbothered by it being a hologram. Jai stood at the edge of a drain, eyes closed as water rushed beneath her. Suryasta stood behind me when I looked back, his demeanor at once reminiscent of a fire about to start and the works mankind had drawn from the flames dangerously and restrained. Okay, I said, patting Levant's head as I rose. She smiled slightly, a simple, gentle expression not at all fitting with the sounds that had come from her lips. Let's go see. Then, it probably went without saying that cities were noisy, with thousands and thousands and thousands of people living their lives. It was only natural for it to be loud, even beyond what was immediately audible, though there was a lot to be heard in even out-of-the-way places, if your ears were good enough. Levant's were, or rather, as an air elemental, she didn't need ears to begin with because all the air within a rather large volume was under her influence. She could hear things simply by the vibrations they left in the medium. She could feel sound in a way far beyond all but the most exceptional creatures or machines could perceive. Granted, a lot of the things she heard, she probably just ignored. As I said, in a place like a city, there were a lot of sounds and most of them probably didn't mean anything to her. Levant was the wind, old beyond reckoning despite her young appearance, and, in her life before becoming my elemental, had probably borne witness to the rise and fall of empires, great loves and betrayals, and countless acts of heroism and depravity alike. But what did any of those things matter to the wind? Hell, from the perspective of the elements, mankind was a new fad and, between the Grimm and ourselves, probably not one that would stick around too much longer. Even if the wind somehow did have a mind of its own, some strange form of awareness independent of its summoning, what reason did it have to care if we laughed or cried, suffered or rejoiced? But I cared about those things, and Levant cared that I cared. So when she heard, amidst the countless noises of the city, the sound of people suffering, she whispered them to me and I acted. It wasn't a single sound, not even close. The sad truth was that in a city as large as Vale, there were countless people suffering in ways beyond counting. There were people weeping over broken hearts, people drinking to numb the pain, addicts shaking and wasting away in back alleys, sounds of violence, the results of accidents, sickness, poverty, hunger. There were a lot of people in pain. I knew mentally that it was nothing in the grand scheme of things, that only a tiny fraction of the population was suffering at any given time, but a fraction was suffering all the time. The faces changed, the reasons changed, but someone was always getting hurt, whether by others or themselves or things that no one could control. And there were so many. Another horrible truth was that you couldn't save everyone. You couldn't even help everyone. There were lots of reasons, from situational factors to opportunity costs to countless other things, but you couldn't even come close. I knew that the moment I heard 100 voices in pain, listened to a wave of suffering so immense that individuals were dragged under and erased, there was nothing I could do to help them all. But not being able to help everyone, I reckon, was no reason not to try to help as many as you could, nor did it lessen the value of helping people. So I tried. From sound alone, much less the wash of different voices Levant brought to my ears, it wasn't possible to determine who was most in need or where they were or who should be helped in what order. This was, I realized a bit belatedly, my first time truly out in the city with Levant, to say nothing of the first time she was doing this. She was trying to help, but I don't think she really knew how. She knew that people were in pain, but I wasn't certain she completely understood the concept, and her main link to the human experience, probably wasn't the best example to learn from in that regard. Neither Levant or I would be bothered, or even truly wounded, by say, a few bullets or a car wreck. So what did either of those things mean to Levant? She wasn't truly alien, she was intelligent and capable of learning, but this was something she'd had neither experience with nor use for. So instead, she just relayed everything, knowing I didn't like it when people were in pain, and that told me a lot, but not really what I needed to do something about it. Later, perhaps, I could teach Levant how to distinguish between and decide the value of targets, but for now, for lack of any better option, I just asked her to cut down her range, limiting the number of voices to those closest before letting her guide me to specific voices. I spent a moment listening and heard something very familiar, picking it out amidst the noise. She pointed and I followed. There, she spoke into my mind, distant and gentle at once. Even without her words, I could hear the sounds of crying from within the alley, and it seemed like I wasn't the only one. But I met the severe-looking man's eyes calmly and said nothing as I continued forward. making him hesitate. Level 6, I noted absently as I stopped before him, skimming his profile with a moment's focus. A past record and some time. I'd like to hope for the best from those around me, but given the circumstances. Leave, Ekru, I said with a sigh, gesturing dismissively as I dropped his name. You don't even want to try. And then, just in case, I added, I'll handle this. The man paused at my words and gave me a once-over, but I couldn't imagine the streets of Vale were especially kind to those inclined to harass a strangely dressed passerby. He saw the armor, the roses, and how I held myself and wordlessly decided to be elsewhere. I watched him leave calmly and then walk down the alleyway. Hello? I said, though I knew full well where they were. Are you okay? The crying went belatedly silent, dropping into frightened, shaking breaths. I gave them a moment before moving with slow steps into their view. Curled together beside a cardboard box someone had put in the alley were a boy and girl, hands and faces smudged and dirtied with the general grim of this part of the city. Matching blonde hair and brown eyes made me think they were related, which I confirmed with a glance above their heads. Twins of some kind, most likely. Though the sister looked a fair bit taller, she'd probably just hit a growth spurt already. Hello, I said again, tone gentle as I crouched slowly. I made sure to stay far enough away that they weren't in easy reach, trying to allay their worries. Are you okay? Neither said a word, clinging tighter to one another as they watched me with wary, fearful eyes. It seemed like a rather extreme reaction. I'd have figured the flowers would have allayed some of their suspicion. It worried me enough to press a bit harder. You're Johannes and Margaret Wilde, right? I asked, taking a chance by saying their names. Your parents must be worried sick. You know us? Johannes asked before his sister hushed him. No, they aren't, she said venomously. She left us here. I frowned. Did she now? I murmured. What that implied made this more complicated beyond what I could easily deal with, honestly, but then it's worse than I thought. Still, you can't very well stay here. This isn't much of a place for children. If someone besides me had found you, and someone almost had, I thought. I wasn't sure if they were lucky or if I was, but I couldn't leave them here. And who are you? Margaret nearly sneered, a surprising amount of bitterness in her voice. I only hesitated for a moment before shifting my armor subtly with Crocia Moors and lifting my helmet. The name's Jaune Arc, I said, smiling at them. I'm a hunter. Well, I'm training to be one. I help people like this. Here, I won't hurt you. I lifted a hand for them to see before slowly extending it toward, just one finger extended. I paused as they cringed away slightly, halting until they relaxed, before gently poking the boy and healing my minor scratches and bruises closed and a bit of color returned to his cheeks. He let out a little sound of astonishment, his sister staring at him with wide, astonished eyes. I smiled at her warmly and held out a hand to her, waiting as she deliberated before touching her fingers to my own, healing her when she did. See? I said, trying to sound cheerful to distract them from the situation. Good as new, right? Margaret hesitated for a moment before drawing her hand back to her chest, looking nervous. It doesn't matter. It was hard to remain smiling hearing her say that, the dejected quality in her voice nearly dragging it from my face, but I pressed on, trying to look calm and kind and serene. Sure it does, I said. We don't want you or your brother getting hurt now, do we? It doesn't matter, she insisted, tears forming at the corners of her eyes. It'll be okay, I said soothingly. I wanted to reach out and pat her head, but no, I kept out of her space, kept my hands still and where she could see them. I promise. I'll handle it. You? She demanded. What are you going to do about this? She gestured vaguely at what? I had no idea. As it happened, I didn't really know what to do about this situation, either, besides taking it to the police. I mean, sure, there was a part of me that wanted to go hero of justice and track down the parents that had apparently abandoned their child, but that wouldn't actually help the kids and there was a chance, however slight, that this was a misunderstanding. Either way, though, the wise thing to do would be to take this to the VPD, which is what I intended to do. But should I just pick them up and haul them to the police? I could probably do it pretty easily and it'll be the fastest way, but I didn't want to. Looking at them, seeing how they'd reacted to my presence, I could see how alone and scared they were and I wanted to. Well, I'll help you, of course, I claimed. I may look a bit odd, but I'm a bit of a hero, you see. Like, I searched for an example they'd recognize and smiled. Like Tenrei, I said. But you don't even look as strong as Vav, Johannes said with innocent skepticism that made me flinch. His eyes widened. Wait, I'm sorry. I sighed to myself as I slouched. It's okay. I guess it was kind of arrogant of me to compare myself to X-Ray in the first place. Johannes looked sad for me, to the point that I thought he might cry again. Margaret just looked at me like she thought I was very, very sad. But I continued, pulling myself together. Believe it or not, I really try my best to help people. I found you that way, you know. I was patrolling for those in need. Really? Johannes asked, amazed. Really? I said solemnly. I keep on the lookout for anyone I can help. Prove it, Margaret said, seemingly on the verge of rolling her eyes. I said before thinking for a moment. Okay, I actually detected several other distress signals in the nearby vicinity. There's even one. I paused to glance at Levant. Over there, I pointed in the same direction as her, standing to hurry towards it. Johanna scurried quickly after me, causing Margaret to rise in alarm and swear like sailor. But she followed both of us out of the alley and into another one a ways down the other side of the street. I paused at the entryway, scanning the filthy but seemingly empty alley with a slight frown. There's no one here, Margaret said, panting just a bit as she caught up to us and looked around. You're not very good at this, are you? I ignored that, listening as Levant amplified the sound of painting breathing. She'd made it loud enough that I hadn't realized it before, but I probably should have guessed, given what Levant was doing and if I followed the direction. I got down on my belly and peered under the old dumpster, squinting against the shadows. Hey, little guy, I cooed, observing it. It was a small dog, hidden in the shadows and the filth and looking awful, filthy, hungry, sick, wounded. He looked terrible. I think he was one of the Aglesian breeds, maybe a husky or something, but I didn't have much of an eye for dogs. It could have been a mutt, too, I guess, but whatever it was it must have been on the streets for a while now, though it barely looked capable of taking care of itself. A glance at its status effects. Definitely sick. The injuries it had taken fighting whatever it had fought were infected, as were its ears and parts of its skin. It had worms, fleas. The list went on and got worse as it did. I was honestly amazed it had survived this long. It must have been really lucky, especially to have lasted long enough to meet me. Or, I wondered not for the first time, was this my luck? It didn't matter. I placed a hand on the underside of the dumpster and lifted it absently so I could see under it better, making the children gasp at me or the dog I wasn't sure and causing the puppy to growl. A surprisingly fierce sound, if one full of pain. Shh, I said soothingly. It's okay. It's okay. I lifted a hand, reaching towards it, but its growl merely got louder. It didn't try to move or run, probably incapable at this point, but it didn't stop, either. You're a fighter, huh? I said in the same voice, pausing as I reached out. The armor had been designed with Crocea Moore's gauntlets in mind, and without them, my hands were bare. Probably for the best, I thought as I turned off my metalor and hide. If my hands had been armored, it might hurt itself. I reached out to touch the dog and was unsurprisingly bitten, but it was so weak it didn't really hurt even without several of my defenses. As it held onto me, I gently brushed its snout with a thumb and began healing it. I stayed like that for a moment, supporting the dumpster and gently stroking the dog as it healed, but after a moment it let go of me on its own, allowing me to scratch its muzzle and then its ears. After a moment, I was even able to gently coax it out and lower the dumpster again. The little dog sniffed my face once and began licking it as I finished up the last of its healing, looking healthy again. It's still dirty and missing a lot of hair. Even so, as I picked it up and cradled it gently, I saw some of the hardness in Margaret's expression melt away. Fine, she admitted, grudgingly. I guess it's hard to believe you're a complete asshole when you've got roses and puppies. I smiled at that, scratching the dog's belly absently, even as I wondered when a prepubescent girl learned to swear so easily. I probably wouldn't like the answer. Do you do this all the time? Johannes asked, looking exceedingly impressed. Save kids and puppies? Not all the time, I admitted honestly after a moment of thought. But whenever I can, I suppose. Are you? Margaret asked, looking abruptly uncertain. Are you going to take us back to our parents? I looked at her for a moment, judging her reactions. No, I said. Not if they left you here. But I'll take you to people who can help you. Will you go with me to the police? She was still for a moment before nodding, moving so I could walk past her, following me with her bother in hand a moment later. Hey, Mr. Johanna said after a moment. Does your radar pick up anyone else who needs saving? The games we play. Detect. An hour or so later, I was waiting in the police office lobby with a lap full of dog. Healthy or not, he shook and panted hard, frightened by the presence of so many people, and probably would have reacted violently had I not continued to pet it and whisper softly. As long as I did that, he seemed content to stay put, though I had to keep petting him to stop him from growling, and I was thus left sitting with the dog on top of me. He wasn't heavy or anything, but he did seem pretty certain that there was no justifiable excuse for me not petting him or moving or anything. We weren't alone, of course. The kids sat beside me, legs swinging freely, and then there were a few others in seats throughout the room. After picking up Johannes, Margaret, and the dog, I meandered in the general direction of the closest police station, pausing somewhat frequently to address anything Levant alerted me to. Because Levant didn't distinguish based on the degree or even species, that meant progress had been fairly slow, but, well, I helped a fair amount of people. I think I'd seen a lot, too, from a man suffering from arthritis have trouble walking down the street to a domestic dispute I'd interrupted. I'd healed the man and he'd been on his way, but in the latter case, well, things like that were more complicated. I'd broken and entered, kind of. Well, really, I just sort of unlocked the door with Crocia Moores and opened it to get a good look at what was going on, interrupted with a pretty lame "I guess it was unlocked," and taken some pictures with my scroll. Nothing huge or anything, but I made it clear I knew what was going on and didn't like it, and having someone barge in like that, well, that changes things. I hadn't shouted or threatened or thrown a punch. This really was a matter for the police, after all, and such a thing would just complicate things for them legally, but I'd stood my ground calmly. When I'd seen the thought of threatening me or beating me down cross his mind, I stared at him until he thought twice. Then I'd left with the victim, talked to her about coming with me to face the police, and had eventually brought her along. Things had continued along that vein. Levant led me to a cat with a broken leg and I healed it. She led me to a minor car accident and I'd fixed a small concussion. There was a drunken man getting sick outside a bar who I'd done my best to fix up and get sober before letting him go on his way. Besides the abandoned children and domestic abuse, there had been a few other things that seemed important, but a lot of them weren't really the type of thing I thought I should interfere with directly, especially at such a time. I'd tell the police about a building I was pretty sure was being used by dealers, because if I went in myself I'd probably make legal action harder. There were a few other places I'd noted, but, well, maybe a part of wisdom was knowing not just how to act but when to act. That's what I thought, at least. Regardless, with a few exceptions, most of it was fairly small stuff, especially in comparison to the white whale incident, but I still thought of it as pretty important to help people in need, even if they weren't being held slaves. Still, as worthwhile as it had been, my actions today had been inefficient. I've never really considered its use for this particular purpose before, but my power was well equipped to handle stuff like this. I just lacked any experience doing so, something I'd need to correct. But really, between my elemental senses, observe, and my other abilities, I could pretty easily help people this way as well. No, even beyond that, just my ability to see people's titles. I supposed it wasn't really surprising given the nature of my power, but sometimes it still surprised me a little how many ways I had to help people with my ability to adapt and excel in any situation given enough time. It was really more of a question of what I should do than what I could do. Though I dismissed them as empty words before gaining this power, my mom had always said I could become whatever I wanted. Now, I guess that was factually accurate. It wouldn't be immediate, but if I dedicated myself to something hard enough for long enough, my skills should let me become a master in any field. The only question was which field. What I wanted more than anything else, what I'd always wanted, was to be a hunter and defend the world for the monsters at our door, and that was a good choice in a lot of ways, I thought, because our history was all too full of nations that had succumbed to the darkness. In time, I could become a legendary warrior, push back the beasts, and slay even the most deadly of monsters as I helped further the borders of mankind. I had no idea what my limits were in the long run, in a year, 2 years, a decade. When I was my father's age, what would I be capable of? I couldn't even guess. But being the slayer of monsters and defender of the innocent was a good choice, and one that let me go further by gaining experience quickly. But there were other problems in the world besides the monsters, and I could fight them, too. I could become an investigator easily, even with just my passive skills. I could observe the details on evidence, gauge suspects, watch out for titles, and hunt down the monsters inside the system. As a healer, if I continued on this path, I'd be able to cure any disease, close any wound, save countless lives with but a touch. I could probably develop some sort of political skill, too, if I figured out how. Perhaps I could even help unite the humans and the faunas. Or maybe I could build technological wonders if I focused on craft, advance mankind that way. I could become any of those things, maybe all of those things. But what was the right choice? Even if I could do everything, I couldn't do everything at the same time, so what should I focus on? And when I had the chance, especially while I was still at relatively low levels, to shape my entire destiny, but into what? I knew that I was far from the only 16-year-old with uncertainty about the future, but with power like mine, the choices I made could affect so many. I sighed quietly, but even with my wisdom high as it was, I was uncertain about all the choices I was making for my own life. I don't think I was up to weighing the implications all of my actions and decisions might have far in the future, and if even the short time since I gained my powers had proven anything, it was that I had no idea what the future held, for me or anyone else. For now, I should just Jaune Arc, right? I looked up to see a man in a neat suit with salt and pepper hair. Several officers, detectives, and lawyers had filed in and out since I reported what happened to people I'd brought in, but this one was new and familiar. Maybe that's me, I said, patting the dog to indicate why I didn't stand. I looked at him inquisitively for a moment, trying to place his face. Do I know you, sir? I think we met once or twice. Yeah, he said with a smile, leaning against the side table to my left. Name's Delric Albion. I worked with your mom and dad a few times. Last time was about a year and a half ago, I suppose. They invited me over a few times so we might have seen one another. To be honest, though, I recognized you because you look a lot like your father. Your parents know you're here? Already sent them a message. I nodded, kind of surprised they aren't here yet, actually, but they got called in for something earlier. Must have turned out bigger than they expected. That happens, yeah, Albion said, looking over me closely. He didn't comment on the armor or the roses, but if he'd worked with my parents, he'd probably seen weirder. Everything okay? Yes, sir, I replied. Just here for emotional support. Really? Yeah, he asked, lifting an eyebrow as he looked over my little group. Sini drew away, looking elsewhere, while Levi, a young man I'd picked up who seemed to be having problems with his life in general, stared at him nervously. Margaret, in contrast, looked really bored, her brother already sleeping in the chair next to her. Our mom left us in an alley, she said, the words slightly bitter but otherwise without inflection. She could have been talking about a sudden rain shower for all it colored her tone with annoyance. Albion raised an eyebrow at that, glancing at me as I sighed. I nodded at him in confirmation. One sec, he said, pushing off the wall to wander off for a minute. When he returned, he was idly flipping through something, brow furrowed. He must have been a fast reader, though, because he finished the rest of it in a few more seconds, and then sighed. Busy day, huh? I shrugged. What were you doing that close to the FF, anyway? He questioned. The headquarters is in Midtown. Keeping busy while my parents were held up, I said honestly. Ended up wandering up north? He asked, eyebrow going up again. It didn't really look like he was suspicious, but more like he was looking at a member of my family. Mom's been training me, lately, I said defensively. There wasn't a whole lot else to do on short notice. His expression cleared as if the words explained everything, though he looked at me with enough worry that I assume he knew my mother. Well, whatever the case, it's a good thing you were there. Your parents will probably be here. Woo! I heard my dad shout, door slamming wide open to reveal his grinning face. If it isn't Da. How you doing, Rick? Mr. Albion rolled his eyes but smiled a tad fondly. Jack, he said, I was just telling your boy here that he did a good job. It seems he spent his day actually being a productive member of society. Ugh, why? My dad asked, expression pulling back. I'd heard you were downtown and hoped you'd had fun or something. Helping people is fun, Dad, I chided. He snorted, but gave me a smile as he rustled my hair, sending the dog in my lap rolling. Oh, he said, looking down at it. You pick up a puppy, John? He reached towards it and was promptly bitten for the attempt, which did nothing but amuse him further. What is it? He asked. An Abyssinian? I think so. I shrugged. Don't know a lot about dogs, though. It is, Albion said surely, not even giving the dog another glance. He'd shifted his attention to look at each of the people I had brought in turn, observing them closely. It likes you a lot, whatever the case, my dad continued, glancing over my armor with a small smile. You heal it? I glanced at Mr. Albion, a bit surprised he'd bring that up here. I mean, I wasn't really hiding it since I'd used it liberally, but he probably knew what he was doing, I thought, trusting him. Yeah, I said and saw Albion's eyebrows go up. He was in a pretty sorry state when I found him. My son's been practicing to be a healer, my dad bragged to his friend easily. Gonna be the best in Vale before you know it. How bad? I hesitated for a moment before rattling off a quick list of what he'd suffered from, making my dad's smug grin widen. You got the flowers too, I see, he noted, surprising me again. You want me to talk to your mother about keeping the dog? I said, brow furrowing as I looked down at the puppy. I was surprised he would bring up something like this here, but I scratched the dog's ears and it panted happily, lifting a paw to pant it against my chest. Sure, I said, at least. I mean, Yeah, but my dad snorted. Rick's got good eyes, he said meaningfully or perhaps warningly. It's why he's so good at what he does. Why thank you, Albion said, bright green eyes fading abruptly to a more worn color. I was going to mind my own business, though, Jack. Jaune Arc laughed. And I was gonna speak to you at some point. Anyway, wanted to talk to you about my boy here. Oh, Albion said, casting an easy glance around. Shall we talk in my office? Then you'll be okay? I asked, kneeling beside the children. You're sure? Margaret almost rolled her eyes. My dad and Mr. Albion had left to discuss matters in the latter's office, so I remained with what I considered my charges. Well, really, all I'd been able to do was sit beside them and wait as the police did their jobs, giving reassuring nods when they were called into offices to speak in private. Sini had been called in first, thankfully, and after all the physical evidence was recorded, I was finally allowed to heal her. She gave her statements, handed over all her contact information, and had her relatives were contacted, one of whom swung by to pick her up. Levi's issues were, well, more complicated due to both his own history and that of his family, but I vouched for him as best I was able. All in all, though, they were private matters and I wasn't allowed to listen to what went on behind closed doors and, more than that, didn't listen out of respect for their privacy and the sensitivity of the issue. I trusted the police to be able to handle it and to do all they could. Except, well, given the circumstances it came as no surprise but Johannes and Margaret had their parents called in for the investigation. Naturally, stories would need to be taken, evidence gathered, social workers would probably be involved, among who knows what else. I understood it was a complex issue made even more complex by the apparently conflicting claims of the parents. But it was still worrying that they were being asked to enter the same room as their parents now. I knew mentally that nothing would happen in a police office and the officer who'd come to speak to Margaret had made it clear she didn't have to face them yet if she didn't want to. But it's nothing, she said confidently, sounding for all the world like she meant it despite the somewhat nervous motions of her fingers. I ain't scared. Do you need me to? I began to offer before she did roll her eyes. Go, she insisted, and I rose hesitantly, still carrying the now sleeping puppy. I'll ask my dad and Mr. Albion if I can call later and make sure you're okay, I promised as I shifted Johannes into a more comfortable-looking position where he slept beside his sister. Whatever, she said, though it almost sounded like a thank you. I sighed quietly and nodded at her before leaving. I barely made it out of the waiting room before I heard my name. John, my dad smiled. You done? I scratched my head and nodded, if a tad uncertainly. My dad laid a hand on my shoulder and squeezed it reassuringly. Don't worry. I'm sure they'll be fine, he said. You did good, son. Mr. Albion told you? I asked, though it wasn't really a question. Rick told me what you did. Yeah, he said, bobbing his head. But you gotta understand, sometimes you have to do the best you can and trust others to do the same. You knew your limits and that's good, so leave this to the VPD, okay? Yeah, it's just. I struggled to find the words. I know, he said, understanding as I knew he would. As a hunter, John, the future's always uncertain. You know that as well as people twice your age. I nodded. But we face it, even if it looks bleak and it seems hard to find the light, he continued. We face the unknown, fight the monsters, and risk our lives. That's what being a hunter means. But we do it all for the sake of others, to protect people and try to create a brighter future for them. Facing danger and uncertainty for that. How could we not? When it's something for us to bear in place of others, we'll face danger proudly. And yet, sometimes it's not. Sometimes we can't protect them, and even when we can protect them forever. You can spend a month guarding a village and slay any grim that comes close, but what will happen after you leave them behind and go protect someplace else? There's no way of knowing, I said quietly. He nodded. So we do the only thing we can, my father said. We do everything we can. We fight hard and we protect them with our lives and work together, and we hold on to hope even when it's hard. And it can get very hard, son. No matter what anyone says, it's not easy to believe, much less to trust people you don't even know with the lies of people you do. He nodded back in the direction of the children and at the police that must have been with them now. But even if we don't know each other, so long as we share the same goals and hopes and dreams, that's enough. No matter where we come from or what brought us together, whether we're hunters or soldiers or policemen, we fight to protect people. When you grow up and have to fight, when lives are on the line and you stand beside people you barely know, remember that it doesn't matter how they got here, only why they came. And that applies here, too. You're worried about them, about their parents and their futures, and it's scarier than facing danger yourself because you can protect yourself and they can't. But you brought them to the police for a reason and you can trust them to handle things, right? Being a huntsman means you've got to be strong, but it doesn't mean you have to be able to do everything yourself. That's why we work in teams. I nodded but stayed silent for a minute. Is that why you spoke to Mr. Albion? I asked, looking at him closely. Because you want me to work with them? Well, I don't mind, but I didn't mention that I'd worked with Blake and Adam, because I was pretty sure I didn't have to. My dad's lips twitched. Nah, that's something different, he said before giving me a meaningful glance. Though getting some experience working with the police and making friends wouldn't hurt. Neither would some experience with this kind of business. I nodded, understanding. But I'm not too worried about you in that regard, he said, ruffling my hair. It's just important for us all to be reminded now and then it's okay to worry, but it's okay to have faith, too. For those of us who are powerful especially, it can be hard to remember that just because you can stand alone doesn't mean you have to. Even if we have gotten told 1,000 times already. God. I chuckled a little at that, smiling up at my old man. Not an issue for me, I said. I know I've got a long way to go. Maybe, kid, he shrugged at me, lips twitching. But you'll get there eventually. Just remember you don't have to protect everyone by yourself. I nodded and we were both silent for a minute as we walked through the darkened streets. I want to do more than just protect people, I said suddenly, because I know I can't be everywhere. Can't save everyone. I know nothing I do will ever truly change that fact, too. But if they'll be safe only because I'm there and be in danger if I'm gone, that's stupid, isn't it? I know I'll be gone eventually, so I want to help keep them safe, even if I'm gone. That's why. He chuckled and put a hand on my head without ruffling it. I know. But that's gonna be a lot of work, even when you do get it cheap enough, and it won't fix anywhere close to everything. And just getting that far. You told me how hard it would be, he said seriously before suddenly pulling me close with an arm. I had to adjust the dog in my arms to keep him from being squished between us, and he let out a chuffing breath in his sleep. Well, but I know you'll do it eventually, Jaune, even if it is difficult. I huffed a bit from beneath his arm, though I wasn't really upset. Of course, Dad, I asked. I already know I can do it, so why would I ever give up? He laughed, messing with my hair again. That's the spirit, he said. Anyway, I talked to Rick and HM. Am I getting you to help him or him to help you? He seemed to muse over that for a moment before shrugging with a smile. Well, I arranged for you two to help each other. How about that? He asked. You should be able to learn a fair bit from him. Fighting's not really his specialty, but there's a reason he was put in charge of so much stuff. I was gonna talk to him eventually, but since you were here anyway, well, you're old enough for some of the work and he can pull a few strings. It'll get you some experience or, you know, explain a few things. I nodded. Although, he mused, it'll have to wait until after your mother's done with you and Mistral, of course. And I said I'd bring you along on a mission or two. Your mother will probably think of something else for you to do, too. Wow, I guess you're pretty busy. Huh, Jaune? You say it as if it had nothing to do with you. I shook my head but didn't, both trying to fight the smile. It's fine, though. I let the silence return for a moment before sighing deeply. So, I said at last, how are we gonna explain the dog to Mom? I figured you'd just awaken its aura, bring it home, and not even acknowledge that anything was different. My dad replied like it was nothing. They say it's better to beg for forgiveness than ask for permission, right? Personally, I never saw a lot of point in apologizing unless you made things worse, though. And really, if there were explosives wired throughout the entire building, odds were it was gonna end up exploding eventually. Anyway, I looked at him for a long moment and then sighed again. That explained a few things, but yeah, okay, I said, looking down at the sleeping bundle in my arms. Just a dog. LV1. I laid a hand on the dog's head and closed my eyes, reaching out to the light trapped within him with now long since practiced ease. I muttered the words under my breath but barely heard them as light flared and burst forth, shining trails outlining a weakened mortal form and feeding it power. It shone brightly beside my own and felt different from a human's, more tactile in a way I wasn't entirely sure how to describe. But I drew myself away from it, drawing a deep breath as I looked at the somewhat startled-looking pooch, who let out tiny squeaking barks as his head swiveled and he looked around. I scratched him behind the ears to calm him down and he immediately quieted. I gave him another once-over. Mystic Dog. LV1. A skill has been created through a special action. Through close bonds and a steady hand, the skill Beast Tamer has been created. Not bad, my dad said. By the way, does he have a name? The games we play. Pets. My mom pinched the bridge of her nose. You named it after the Tiangu? She asked, looking down at the tiny dog that now panted up at her happily. It sneezed, the act shaking its entire body, and then looked around in confusion which seemed to simultaneously fill my mom with disapproval and nearly make her laugh. When I had brought him home, she'd greeted him with a poke, apparently trying to confirm what she was seeing, and had received a now nearly customary bite in response. She'd watched it nibble on her finger for a moment and then flicked him hard enough to send him sliding across the floor. She'd picked him up after he'd lain there for a moment and had watched him careful, both of them having apparently accepting that she was the boss with a gesture. He'll grow into it, I said, thinking of his namesake. A legend in Vaco, though after Ziz, who was I to say whether it had or hadn't been real. The Tiangu had terrorized the lands and skies of the West long ago, possible even before the days of Zhao Zeng. Descriptions varied and may or may not have been exaggerated, but, well, it had been one of the monsters that had gone down in myth alongside the Ziz, and had left a legacy of countless tales behind it. A beast who'd sundered the land and darkened the skies. It was one of the most famous and fearsome monsters of Western legend. In comparison, the puppy I'd named after it could be lifted comfortably with one hand and found its attempts at aggression met with amused laughter. I'd chosen the name for several reasons, most of them pretty simple. I thought it was a cool name, for one thing. I mean, given that we were all still alive, the Tiangu probably hadn't actually blotted out, much less eaten, the sun, but it made for a neat tale and a funny name to give to a tiny puppy. I'd considered naming it after a famous hunting dog, of course, such as the legendary Laleps or the loyal Argos, some of the most famous hounds in Mistral's history, but it was shocking difficult to find one that hadn't died horribly or tragically. Then again, it was hard to find legendary hunters that didn't end up dying horribly or tragically in the line of duty, pretty much for the same reason. Still, while naming it after something that died in an awful manner may have been respectful of their sacrifice, I had luck enough that I didn't want to risk it. The Tiangu had supposedly been driven off, but it was one of the few dog-like creatures who'd walked away from everything thrown at it. Yeah, it may have been a horrifically destructive monster, but that was no reason not to think positively about the situation. And, well, it was stupid, but perhaps a name from the West just seemed fitting, for something weak looking to become strong. After all, you can just call him Goo, though, I continued. That's what I call him, isn't that right, Goo? He barked, looking at me upside down with a patting, puppy dog grin. My mom just shook her head. You do realize that Goo means dog, right? She asked. Yeah, so? I asked, wondering what her point was. My mom rolled her eyes and checked the dog's teeth, ears, and fur, even as it panted happily in her arms. You'll take care of him, feed him, and train him yourself, she said almost absently. It wasn't a question, but I answered it regardless. I intended to, I replied. I already awakened his aura and I got an animal training skill out of it, too. I'll train him up in no time. Good, she said, a little more sternly. It doesn't matter if he does it to us, but if he persists in biting anyone who comes close, someone will get hurt, especially with an aura. Make sure that doesn't happen. I nodded. He won't interfere with your training, either, she stated in the same tone. We missed today and that's my fault more than yours, but we did and we will make up for it. We have a long way to go still, especially with your new friends in the mix. No problem, I said. I was going to get back to work anyway. The flowers are fine, too. She frowned again, looking me over carefully. Even after spending hours in solid metal, the flowers remained vibrant and continued to grow. The traits from the two flowers that had been a part of it had begun mixing more and more as the day went on, whether as a result of time or the plant's continued growth. Either way, I couldn't deny that the possibilities intrigued me. In the midst of everything that happened, there hadn't been time to check precisely how the process worked, but if it could merge with other plants, draw them into create a greater whole. It was just a flower now and there were probably limiting factors, but it wasn't impossible to imagine a living, sentient forest. There was no way of knowing how the specifics worked without testing it. Of course, so I would. Before long, I'd add some new plants to the amalgam, maybe some lilies or lotuses at first. Simple and beautiful things. I'd need to define the precise limits and carefully control its growth, keep it from running out of control, but the idea of it all, I wanted to see it grow. After all, it was. Be careful, John, my mother said, echoing my earlier thoughts. You said it gained intelligence and dexterity as it leveled. I trust you, John, and I know you're smart, but however fascinating this might be, you have to be careful with this. In a way, you've created life, John. You've crafted a mind that can live and grow. Who knows how far, and you have to be responsible for it. I'm not. She frowned, seeming to search for the words. I'm not telling you to stop it, she said slowly, or even to limit it, necessarily. But the creation and care of another life is something that needs to be done with wisdom and understanding, and you have those. But, John, whatever you do with the life you now hold will shape its future. The choices you make for it, how you raise it, It's not easy to tend to another, and it's not a role you can put on and then discard. Even beyond that, you may have started something huge, and if anything were to go wrong, you need to be smart about this. I know, I said, immediately becoming serious. I had to admit, this really wasn't a conversation I had expected to have with my mother for a long time, and it was weird as hell, but I gave it the attention it deserved. I want to make it grow, but that's because I want it to grow, and I want to watch what it grow into. I get that I've made something new, not just a new life but a new form or life, and that there are obligations that go with that, even beyond making sure it doesn't grow up to eat people. I need to keep it safe, and I get it. I do, and I will, because wow, it's amazing, isn't it? She looked at my face for a long moment, possibly wondering about the series of life choices that had resulted in her becoming the sort of grandmother to a sort of plant baby, but then nodded. It's different from a normal child, she warned. It'll make things both easier and harder for you. I'm sure it will grow fast under your care, but make sure it does so properly. Also, my dad said, wandering back in after raiding the fridge for a sandwich and a drink. Remember that I am your creator is not an effective argument or defense with babies, nor does it make them obey. Speaking from experience. My mom turned and gave him a look that could have melted the skin off a lesser man. Jack, she all but growled. This is serious. So am I, he said, glancing around at the non-humans in the room. Sup, dog. Sup, flowers. Goo panted happily, mouth dropping open in an ever wider grin as he came over to pet it and then pat the flowers. Anyway, we talked about what we'd do if he ended up making an AI or something. He shrugged. This is kind of like that. I'll go buy you some of the classics so you know what not to do. And don't worry, I'll swear of mowing the lawn and stuff. My mom closed her eyes and exhaled slowly. From how long she remained that way, I thought she might have been counting to 10. Anyway, are you gonna keep carrying her around like that? My dad nodded at my armor. From what you told me, she might be getting pretty big. You'll need to figure something out for that. I reached up to touch the blossoms on my chest and nodded. Yeah, I've been thinking about that, too, I said. But I'd like to keep her close, too. I've been thinking about what could be done if she merged with trees and such, but it can be hard, watching them grow up. Dad shook his head before pausing. I mean, granted, she's growing a bit faster than your sisters, but John, Mom said at last, staring a hole in the back of my dad's head. Start training. I nodded and rose from my seat. Come on, Goo, I said, moving to the door. Let's go get some exercise. Goo barked and ran after me when my mom put him down. As I opened the door, my mom stopped me again. Wait, John, she said, pausing for a moment before asking her question. What's her name? I was silent for a moment, tilting my head to the side. Coming up with a name for Goo had been easy enough, since there were plenty of good examples to draw from. I didn't want to give either of them stupid or silly names. I wanted them to mean something, even if they didn't understand what they meant. It was something that mattered, like how I'd been named after my mother's teacher, the Hatchet. For Goo, a tiny dog I'd found near death, it was at once something to strive for and a promise. But, well, there were a lot more famous dogs than there were famous plants, or maybe I just had more knowledge about the former. It was just as well, I supposed. I wanted to think about them, to show that I'd given it serious thought instead of granting them dismissively. I didn't want to say the same thing for the flowers as I had with Goo, either, but left blooming alone, I thought, looking down at the petals of the flowers and their many brilliant shades. Out of season, a rose born to be beautiful and then die, but it hadn't. Then, if it had survived the summer. How about autumn? I said, smiling as the question mark faded from the sign above the rose. With my business done and my parents filled in, I threw myself back into my training, redoubling my efforts to improve myself. Though I called Margaret periodically to check up on her as I'd promised, I largely fell back into the routine of my schedule, training both my body and my mind. Sometimes, it almost felt as if nothing had changed, that the break had never occurred, but that was just the repetitiveness of my days talking. This stage of my training was all about honing my fundamentals, creating something to build upon through repeated effort. Training my stats was a lot harder than training my skills, but they tied into everything, and even a slight boost to strength could be multiplied many times over when I called upon my powers. So I ran and I lifted and I studied the days away. It was kind of funny in its own way, how whatever happened, I always seemed to come back to this. What was that old saying? Before enlightenment, chop wood, carry water. After enlightenment, chop wood, carry water. Even when I could scarcely believe how much some things had changed, I was amazed by how other things just hadn't. Hell, sometimes I imagined myself 10 or 20 years from now, training for months to get one more level or grinding some new skill. Granted, my new companions necessitated a bit of a shift, but even they didn't really change things. With Autumn and Goo in my party and my power thus extended to cover them, I mainly just went about my days with them at my side, keeping an eye on them and helping them improve where I could with my new abilities. The skill I'd gotten while awakening Goo Beast Tamer facilitated attempts to train animals in a way similar to Green Thumb. Except not really. Beast Tamer active and passive LV1 EXP, 0.00% MP, 100. The power to hasten the training and growth of an animal through a resonance of souls, only possible for those attuned to both animals and nature. Increase the effectiveness of training on enhanced animals by 100%. Increase the HP and SP regeneration of enhanced animals by 100%. Increased closeness with animals. Additional 50 MP used per minute. Enhanced animals cannot be trained beyond the abilities of the user. As usual, my power wasn't very clear, but essentially, it allowed animals to improve their abilities, that is, what my ability translated as stats, skills, and possibly even levels more quickly under my care. I'm never quite sure when it came to stuff like experience and levels and other things that really only applied to me, but I'm pretty sure it amounted to gaining double experience. Whether it was or not, though, Gu trained beside me all the time, running with me day and night. When he got tired, I restored his stamina with a quick heal, gave him some food and water, and we got back to work. Most days we'd run around Vale a few times in the mornings and evenings, and he'd spend the rest of the day by my side, either sitting near my feet or playing around like the puppy he was. Though I trained him in other things during what free time I had, mainly just basic dog stuff I'd looked up on my scroll. He was still a puppy and a long way from being a hunting dog, but I kept a close eye on him and watched him grow both larger and stronger as time went on. Someday, when he was ready, I'd take him out to hunt Grim and improve his level as well as his stats. I was nervous about allowing a level 1 dog fight monsters, but I also knew well that there were more to fights than what my power interpreted as levels. He was growing quickly, physical stats rising as he trained beside me, and eventually I was worried about putting him in danger, but I knew that by the time I did, he'd be more than up to facing it. As for my daughter, in many ways, Autumn was the opposite of Gu, growing fairly quickly in level but very slowly in stats. Because of the amount of MP I burnt in a day, she'd quickly fulfilled my claim and surpassed Tucson, growing until she could no longer easily be carried by me. She grew in twisted loops and thorny vines, sustained more by my aura than any other form of sustenance, and growing to reflect that as she grew further and further from a normal plant. A tad sadly, I'd finally crafted the armor and some other spare metal into something between a baby carriage and a rickshaw and begun to pull her along behind me. I tried to think of it as just another form of strength training, but it still left me feeling oddly disappointed. But I didn't stop her from growing, even when it made it harder to keep her close. I assisted it, at least where I felt right doing so. Though her vitality had improved a fair bit as she'd gotten bigger, things like her dexterity and intelligence improved much more slowly. Though she'd built up a number of points through leveling as a member of my party, without true sapience and mobility she had no way of spending them. It was possible I could have found a way around that, somehow, perhaps spent the points for her. I hadn't found anything when I checked, but that didn't mean there wasn't one. Perhaps I could control her somehow, call up her screen, and make her increase the appropriate stats. And yet, I waited patiently instead, allowing her to grow on her own. Because for all I wanted to speed the process, that was just my own impatience at work. I knew that she'd gained intelligence in time, knew that she was becoming slowly more mobile, and so I didn't want to interfere. Because each of those points, I knew well their value, and as much as I wanted to spend them for her, it was nothing compared to how much I wanted her to be able to spend them for herself, to choose how she'd grow and develop. Regardless of what I wanted or suspected or desired, I wanted it to be her own choices that defined her, so the points were a birthday present of sorts, for the life I had created. Which isn't to say I did nothing. I helped her grow in every way I could, shedding massive amounts of aura when I had some to spare, and though she didn't truly need them I nonetheless made sure she had water, nutrients, and light. I even researched some studies on plants and music and followed them, and, of course, I brought her other plants. I didn't force her in that regard, either, but I didn't have to. In the same way that the rose and the zinnia had melded without my input, Autumn naturally sought to reach out to other plants. I simply assisted her by awakening more flowers and leaving them for her to meld with, for with each plant that joined the amalgam, she grew. Her flowers blossomed in increasingly varied shapes and colors, roots and branches shifting in both shape and function as they did. She took in lotuses and lilies, sunflowers and hydrangea, irises and carnations and more until, in time, she seemed more in cloak of petals than a coil of thorns. And with each, she grew a tiny bit stronger, a tiny bit smarter. Hundreds of flowers came together and then some to create a being that was still more than the sum of its parts. And yet, I sighed as I rose from my meditative state, knowing it was time. I'd felt it, seen it for weeks now, and I knew what I had to do. I guess you can't grow much more that way, can you, girl? I said, Gu's ears perking up as I finally rose, brushing a hand through the flowers in the rickshaw. I'd gotten more than a few strange looks around town for running with it and my dog, but that didn't matter to me, compared to this. I'd kept her close to my side for nearly a month and a half now, letting her gaining experience with each point of MP I spent, and I spent a lot of MP. Every day, I burnt tens of thousands of MP, shedding it and swiftly refueling in a trance. In this relatively short time, I must have spent several million MP, probably not even enough to raise me up a single level anymore, but for Autumn, who would inhabit this bleak world alone. LV19. Autumn rose. I felt the blossoms and branches shift slightly at my touch, a definite reaction to contact, to my presence. She'd come a long way, such that even with the addition of many flowers a day, she couldn't grow very quickly anymore. Each flower gave her power, mass, experience, but at this point it was a negligible addition. She needed something larger now, so it was time to try something bigger again. Slowly, carefully, I lifted the thorny length of a branch, Levant assisting with the buoying winds to support more and more of her. I needed to reinforce and enlarge the rickshaw several times as Autumn had grown, and all told, she was at least 1,000 kilograms of plant. Even with the modifications I'd made, the rickshaw was only able to hold up because of Crocia Moore's assistance, and pulling her around had become my main form of strength training of late. And I wound the totality of that slowly around the large tree I'd been resting under, curling it around the branches and trunk. It looked, more than anything, like a many-limbed creature was trying to devour the tree, with dozens of impossibly long and flexible branches rising out of Autumn's main body on the ground, a tiny little thing, compared to the branches and roots that grew so unbelievably. Then, when I was done, I laid a hand on the ash tree's trunk and took a breath, leaning my forehead against it as I closed my eyes. By now, the ritual was long since routine to me. My soul flowed into the ash, starting at the roots and rising up towards the sky through the trunk and the branches. All but leafless in the fall, the barren branches grasped at the sky and I felt them as I could feel my own limbs. The light within the tree was concealed by the muck of material existence, but the concealing detritus cracked in a moment under my touch and it shed its restraints as easily as it had its leaves. I exhaled slowly and stepped away from the tree's murky green light, kneeling beside Ash and Autumn. When the light faded, nothing had changed. It was still an ash tree decorated in Autumn's coils. Not surprising, honestly. This wasn't the first time Autumn had sought to meld with a tree and failed. The difference in size and relative power between her and a tree interfered with her green binder, and no amount of slow struggling on her seemed enough to change that. Eventually, she'd give up and I returned her to her carriage. But today, things were different. My training was nearing its end, with less than a week until Mistral. My physical stats now lingered near 70, close enough to rectify before the tournament, but my intelligence, having started nearly 10 levels higher, it went without saying that it was the first to reach the benchmark. It had taken just a little over 5 weeks of training, in fact, with the rest spent trying to improve it yet further in the time that remained. Yet with it now over 70 and my physical stats still trailing a bit behind, I'd spoken to my mother and she'd agreed. I'd be spending the remaining days focuses on my body instead of my mind, even just taking into account the time it had taken to reach 71. It wasn't worth it, comparatively, especially when I could do this instead. I brought my status screen up and made my changes, inhaling deeply as I did. By raising INT above 100, you have gained a random ability related to your brain functions. The skill Clairvoyance was created. By raising INT above 100, you have gained the passive skill Medium Mana. By raising INT above 100, you have gained the passive skill Mana Regeneration. I smiled, looking down at my hand as I flexed my fingers. Let's try this again, dear, I said, touching her roots. Green thumb. Even more flowers bloomed across Autumn's limbs until the ash was all but hidden beneath their bulk. But it wasn't enough. Not yet. It's fine, I murmured. I can do this all night. The games we play. Alerts. Once skeletal branches were now adorned in leaves and flowers of every color, blossoms growing on bark and branch as much as anywhere else. Standing out against it were deep discolorations where autumn had once been wrapped around the tree, marking where the organic material of the two plants had melded together to create something new. Though once an ash tree, The plant amalgam seemed unable to decide what it would be now, and its structure and design varied from branch to branch, the bulk of its trunk shuddering and shifting occasionally as it followed suit around the lesion like remnants of their fusion. The tree's bark seemed to ripple in slow motion, setting down patterns and colors and even the occasional half-formed image as it changed. In one place it might be smooth, in another covered by almost scale-like patterns, though some of the oddity was hidden by the growth of the even stranger flowers. Before, the flowers had been varied, the result of many different plants coming together. A lotus might burn with the colors of fall, or a carnation might slowly take on more aspects of a lily, slowly creating something distinct and different and new in each blossom, but all leading back to some recognizable source. If you knew what to look for, a specific flower might combine a shape with a strange color or find a middle point between two extremes, but you could still see where it came from. But autumn had grown beyond such things now. Flowers I couldn't identify grew from the wood of the tree or rose from the dirt around it, reaching up from the roots. A flower would fall away and something more vibrant rise in its place, white petals catching the light strangely and sending it back in opalescent shades. A fern-like leaf would twitch once and close, as if growing in reverse. Vines would fall from branches and twitch occasionally, curling oddly. I could recognize it all, ascribed traits to plants I'd seen and studied and knew existed, but they weren't plants I'd given to autumn. It was strange. What had once been a simple tree now seemed almost alien, something unreal, beautiful in some ways, but also something that put you on edge, something that looked wrong. And yet, you've grown a lot, I said, smiling. Though someone else might have been frightened or alarmed, I wasn't off-put in the slightest by autumn's changes. Part of that may have been the gamer's mind, part of it might have been that I knew my own power, and part of it might have simply been that I was feeling bizarrely hopeful. And to the extent that I felt nervous, it was for a different reason. I've said it before, but my name's Jaune Arc. I was the one who woke you up. I'm kind of your father, you could say. I even gave you a name, Autumn, because you survived the summer and because you have such beautiful leaves. Do you know what summer is? Or what? Can you understand what I'm saying? Now, Autumn's branches creaked slightly as they moved, shifting unnaturally in the windless night. There was the sound of leaves moving and brushing together, but even that seemed off. Deliberate, maybe, but she reacted to my words. She'd moved. It was still slow, cautious, and careful, but she'd reacted. I'd spent all night observing her closely as I urged her to grow just a bit more. I'd leveled up Green Thumb greatly in the last few weeks, and I knew Autumn's own skills had improved as she'd grown, but this, I'd actually done it before I left for Mistral. I'd wanted to do at least this much, to guarantee nothing went wrong in my absence. As she'd grown ever bigger, I'd known that taking her with me would be unfeasible, but I needed to ensure that she'd be okay. In the body of an ancient tree with roots set firmly down, supported by the many plants she'd made a part of herself, I knew that she'd survive, and if I'd gotten her far enough to be able to understand what I was saying and react to my words, it was thanks to my new skills, I thought with a fierce grin. I'd strongly suspected that reaching 100 would give me something good, but 3 skills that had surprised even me. Medium mana capacity, passive LV1 EXP, 0.00%. An ability given to the few mana users that are born with an exceptional ability to handle mana. Mana-based attacks are 15% stronger, 10% less MP used for all attacks. Mana regeneration, passive LV1 EXP, 0.00%. An ability given to those with a special heritage that allows for faster recovery of MP. MP regeneration increased by 100%. Clairvoyance, active LV1 EXP, 0.00% MP, 50. An ability given to those with the natural ability to clearly perceive the world through forms of extrasensory perception. Takes the form of enhanced visual acuity and perception beyond the limits of normal eyesight, as well as optical interpretation of information. Range, breadth, and visual processing increase with skill level, INT, and through related abilities. Additional 50 MP used per minute. All 3 were powerful skills even separately. Together, though, they were something else, both for what they said and what they didn't say. Medium mana capacity, even beyond the cost reduction to my other skills, seemed to have increased my mana capacity, despite nothing indicating it. I wasn't sure why that was the case. Perhaps it was a set amount that did not change as the skill improved? But it wasn't. It meant I suddenly had a lot more MP to work with, especially with mana regeneration assisting it. Boosting my passive MP regeneration from 1% to 2% on top of my increased MP meant I could maintain far more skills than before, as well as restore my full power much more quickly. Clairvoyance, the random ability I'd gotten for going over 100 INT, didn't play into that combination directly, but made up for it by simply being an amazing ability all around, so much so that I had to wonder if it was truly a random selection at all. Had I gotten lucky, or had I gotten lucky? Either way, I'd struck gold when I received it. At its most basic level, it improved my sight, allowing me to see far further and more clearly than I had with even Lenore. But then my affinities and skills came into play. I wasn't sure if it was because I was a game character, but really, It reminded me a great deal of some of the games I played. Sonar vision from Levant, thermal from Siriasta, what I assumed was EMF from either Volturnus or Crocea Morse or perhaps both. The list went on and on. For a long time, I'd used them to perceive such things for me and notify me in abstract was, but now I could see it for myself. And it didn't stop there. Perhaps it was because of my meditation or past experiences, but surrounding Autumn, Goo, myself, and everything around us, I could see auras as clearly as if I was wearing Lenore, if not more so. When I'd used my power on Autumn, encouraged her growth with my own energy, I'd been able to see it with my eyes as well as feel it. When it came to applying aura, the addition of sight to what had formerly been only touch, Goo barked, drawing me out of my thoughts and self-praise. He stood beside Autumn, front paws on the tree's trunk and head stretched back to look at me. I saw patterns of dark-colored aura ripple and pulse around him, colliding with Autumn's own in a prismatic display as the tree continued to shift. I frowned. Autumn, I said again, watching her continue to sway her limbs, brows furrowing in concern as I approached carefully. Of course, she didn't reply except perhaps by shifting herself in my direction a bit more than others, almost as if, oh, no, shit. I continued my approach until I touched the tree as Goo had, hands flat against the trunk. The movement of her branches halted as we touched, or rather, as my aura touched her own. God damn it. I'd hoped that as you grew, with so many plants and such a high level. I sighed quietly, the happiness I'd felt at my power and success draining swiftly away. But of course, you can't see, can you? The way you perceive the world is. I reached out beyond her trunk, or extending to grasp her own. I held her like that for a moment, watching the light of my soul surround her own as she calmed, quieting slowly at the contact. I'd just been thinking of how much of a difference even one additional sense made when it came to aura, but Autumn was blind and deaf and numb and damn it, I whispered, suddenly feeling exhausted and awful. I wondered to do. I mean, the life I'd created had suddenly gained awareness of the world, not merely as a plant but as a truly sapient creature and one locked within a body that could not see or hear or feel, but for the touch of another's aura. Something like that. It was a problem I had to make a priority. In comparison, the trip to Mistral was effectively meaningless. I couldn't leave her alone and scared for days or weeks, even if she could survive without me. If she'd been able to see and hear, that might have been different. I could have left her with my father, if I couldn't find another solution, or made plans, but no, I told myself. First of all, none of that mattered. I shoved it from my thoughts and focused, gathering my power. As I touched her aura with my own, I shifted my power in a careful pattern, tracing slowly. Can you hear me? I said pointlessly. I wasn't communicating with her through sound, but through the touch of my aura and not in the form of words, either. For what grasp would she have of language? Instead, I tried to give a feeling, to express something without words to someone who wouldn't understand anything I said. Really, what I was trying to do was something ridiculous, akin to teaching a language I didn't know to a newborn. If it was possible at all, it'd take years of trial and error to slowly establish meaning between us, but if it was me. Please, I said quietly, repeating the message carefully, again and again and again. Please. A skill has been created through a special action. Through the repeated connection of souls, the skill Floral Communion has been created to speak with plant life. Floral Communion passive LV1 EXP, 0.00% MP, 40. The ability to comprehend and communicate with plants. At this level, simple communication with an appropriate target is possible, limited by the target's intelligence and sense of its surroundings, as well as their ability to respond to stimuli. Increased closeness with plants. Duration, 30 minutes. Yes, I near shouted, smiling again. Hell yes. Thank you. Of course, with my ability, something like this was nothing. Really, I've done way crazier things. This was just. I used the skill and tried again, speaking slowly to make sure I was understood. It wasn't much at all like talking, but it was something, and I was able to tell the nascent mind within the tree that I was here for her, who I was, and what was happening. I was able to connect my mind to her slowly and hear her respond, however sluggishly. And so I tried to explain and allay her fears, keeping things simple as I did, even as I used the skill frequently to try and improve it. With my improved MP and mono regeneration, and with the skill's duration, I cast it until I had almost no MP, and while the skill lingered, regained MP to cast it even more. As the skill improved, I tried to explain things to her, though I wasn't sure how much she truly grasped. I explained that I'd created her and how and why, told her about the world around her and tried to paint it in a way that she could understand. More than that, I tried to explain my power as the gamer, trying to somehow convey what it meant. My power, the party system. The point she had was that the solution it might well have been, but how did I explain that to someone who had no reference point? Perhaps I should try something else. An elemental. Perhaps I wasn't sure if it would work for this, but I could certainly try. Or, If not for me, then perhaps she could use an elemental. The affinity required for the skill and how difficult such a thing was to get for anyone who was me rendered the ability pretty much impossible for me to teach to others. But if anyone was likely to have a plant affinity, one would imagine it would be a sentient plant. I had options, was the point. I just had to figure out. A screen appeared before me so suddenly that I nearly stumbled back. It was one I didn't recognize, yellow in color, and I would have sworn at it if the gamer's mind hadn't conned me. Instead, I took a deep breath and looked at it, figuring it might actually be important. I stared. "You have one new message." "What?" I murmured, looking around as if I might find a message box somewhere. I had a new message? What kind of message? From who? And how? The only messages I got were from... I paused before reaching into my inventory with one hand, fishing out my scroll. Sure enough, the light was blinking, indicating that I had a new message. I eyed it strangely. I suppose it wasn't that odd. Relatively speaking, in games where you had scrolls and such, it wasn't uncommon for you to get an alert when you got something, except I never had, even when I'd gotten messages in the past. So what was going on? Had my power changed somehow or... No, I thought as something occurred to me. This was something new, and it just so happened that I had just gotten something new. I turned off most of my abilities to maximize my MP regeneration, but I'd left several on for being useful, including my new clairvoyance. I'd kept it because being able to see my aura made speaking with it that much easier, but it had interacted with my elemental affinities. I mused. Could it be interacting with... I suppose it would be the gamer's body? It wasn't that hard to believe. The information I got from Observe appeared to me in the form of a pop-up window, so I knew stuff could work like that, but I hadn't. It didn't matter, I thought, though a part of me was tempted to just ignore the damn thing. Only a few people had my number, none of whom would call me for no reason, especially at this time of night. So I opened it, keeping one hand on Autumn's trunk reassuringly, and checked my messages. It was from Adam, I noticed with a bit of surprise. "We need to talk. Meet me at the shop." I pondered the terse message with a slight frown, musing over it. The shop meant Tucson's, of course, but for Adam to call me and request a meeting, he probably just wants to hang out, I said to myself. Get me that drink he owes me. I waited for a moment to see if I believed it and shook my head. Even though I'd sent some messages to Ozpin and things were beginning to calm down a bit, they were still very much on the edge, and Adam Jianbing's most well-known accomplice probably wouldn't risk meeting here in Vale just to hang out. I'd figured we wouldn't meet each other for another few months. In fact, for him to call me this early meant I had no idea what it meant. Trouble, I guess. And if it was trouble, Adam either needed my help, in which case it must have been very dangerous, or else wanted to warn me about something, in which case it must have been catastrophically dangerous. Either way, I should go see what he had to say. But with Autumn still in this state, leaving would probably mean abandoning her for hours, maybe longer, if things were bad, and possibly a lot longer if things were really, really bad. A part of me wanted to swear, because good God, nearly 2 months of peace and things choose to pop up now. I considered asking him to meet me here instead, but would that have been too risky? Adam was a wanted criminal, while I was, well, an even more wanted criminal, but better hidden, walking around when he didn't have to, coming to my house. Logic and wisdom said I shouldn't risk it, but I nearly growled when I heard something that made me turn around. The sound of another screen appearing, and again, I stared. It would have been a normal status screen, if not for the fact that it was completely blank and released a strange, alternating hum. "What the?" I muttered, frowning as I tilted my head. What was this supposed to mean? Was it another new window caused by my clairvoyance? And if so, what was it trying to tell me? Or, I looked up at Autumn. "Is this yours?" I asked, both aloud and with my power. For a moment, there was no reply, and then she started melting, branches beginning to droop under their own weight as bark liquefied and droplets of plant matter fell to the ground. "What the fuck?" I swore, immediately trying to heal her. I used Soul Forge first, pulling out a dust crystal when it did nothing. When that didn't work either, I tried regeneration and green thumb, but neither made a difference. I started panicking. I exhaled slowly and used Observe. Her HP was full, I noted in relief, so whatever was happening wasn't hurting her in that sense. I skimmed her stats quickly on my way to her statuses. My gaze snapped back up as I caught something, mouth opening. WIS, 111. As I stared, Autumn shuddered once before abruptly falling to the ground in a splash of liquid plant matter that sent goo running back, whining in distress. I swallowed once, observing her again. She was alive, but the puddle stirred as something began to rise from it. For a moment, it was a misshaped blob of gleaming fluid, but it quickly seemed to solidify into something. I wasn't sure how to describe it. Like a snake, perhaps, but not. Tough-looking green flesh in place of scales, a flat expanse where the eyes should be, and a mouth with teeth as long as my hand. It fell back into a puddle an instant later and rose anew, forming something that could have been the upper body of a human, if a human had no head and forearms and was made of intertwining branches. But again, it liquefied and returned to the ground. For a moment, the fluid was still enough that I considered approaching, but in a sudden flurry of motion it rose into a spiked expanse of whites and red, like a giant starfish made out of barbs and thorns. It held that form for a moment and I had a sudden feeling that I was being watched, even though there was nothing indicating eyes. But then the two fell away and it returned to a quicksilver expanse. After a moment, it began to shift and swirl like a whirlpool, fluid rushing towards the center even as it shrunk in size. And all of a sudden, there was a rose, rising serenely from the dirt. Not a bush, even, but more like something one might find in a vase, dismissing the fact that it seemed to have roots. I hesitated for a moment and then approached, kneeling beside it to touch the stem with a finger. "Autumn," I asked, "are you okay?" The rose shifted, blossom turning to face me, even turning it in a gesture that reminded me bizarrely of someone tilting their head. I exhaled hard, shaking my head. I searched for the words and couldn't find them, but at last settled on a smile. Hello, Autumn. I'm Jaune." I couldn't actually say I had the slightest clue what had just happened or how I was supposed to react to it. I mean, I could make a pretty educated guess that in raising her wisdom over 100, Autumn had either gained a new skill or greatly increased the effect of one she already had. But wow, I had not seen this coming and it was something. But if there was anything I was becoming really good at, it was rolling with the punches, literally or metaphorically. I took a moment to process the situation and accepted it as strange, important, and definitely in need of further investigation, but also helpful in solving what had previously been a major problem. Given the situation, I was willing to put it aside for a time, until other matters could be addressed, which was how I ended up walking through Vale in the dim light of morning. Looped around the wrist of my left hand was a leash that connected to Goo's collar, the dog trotting happily along by my side with a patching, doggy grin. Autumn was curled around my right arm, and I meant curled. When I'd picked her up, her stem had shimmered momentarily before bifurcating up to the blossom, both ends stretching and curling around my forearm in a crisscrossing pattern that left me with a bracer of binding stems leading up to a flower that sat atop my wrist like a liking watch. More alarming were the inch-long thorns it sprouted, more reminiscent of an Adlesian blackberry than a rose, but I was fortunately very durable. I stretched my aura to cloak Autumn as well and allowed my vitality and physical endurance to reduce the damage from the vines to almost nothing, with a bit of regeneration and some periodic healing taking care of the rest. Still, I'd need to sit down and talk to her about it as soon as possible. While it didn't bother me any more than Goo's bites had before it, someone without the durability of a hunter could find themselves seriously hurt by it. Worse, it seemed like it was only a matter of time until she learned the tricks of one of the many poisonous plants that inhabited Remnant, at which point she might honestly kill people. Right now, she was still just a mostly blind child holding on to her father and donning her defense mechanisms in preparation of a potential threat. But I pat her reassuringly as she squeezed my arm rhythmically, probably more to feel the vibrations caused by my heartbeat than anything else, and was once more reminded that someone without the training and defenses of a hunter would be dying very quickly right now, bleeding out through dozens of deep cuts. Then again, I'd spent an alarming amount of time in situations that would have killed me a little over 3 months ago, now, and it was quite possible that I was about to add another mark to that particular tally. I felt justified in being cautious. As I turned down the street towards Tuckson's book trade and slowed my pace to cast my gaze over the street once with my normal eyes before calling upon my clairvoyance, causing the world to shift. It was hard to describe how things looked when my skill made them clear, not because the effects weren't obvious, because good God were they hard to miss, but because it was hard to describe. Human sight is trichromatic. That is, we perceive 3 types of color, mixed in thousands and thousands of different ways to paint the world we see. It's more complicated than that, and there are a bunch of factors that can affect it, but that's the basic idea. However, if you've ever seen a picture of the electromagnetic spectrum, the section for visible light is just this tiny sliver. What if you could see a bit more? What if, instead of 3 primary colors, you saw the world with 4 or 5 or even more? I wasn't sure how many I was seeing right now, but it must have been quite a few. Color swirled for a moment before settling, and I could still see everything the same way on one level, but on another, something that should have been black glowed with neon light. Things that had long since faded from human sight marked the world in splatters and streaks, while color hummed throughout everything, rising into the air. And I made it sound like those were separate things, but they weren't. They were all happening at the same time to everything. That's the world under the full power of my clairvoyance, my so-called clear sight. And it was clear, in a way, like I was seeing through a window that was smeared with mud for everyone else. But that much clarity. It was like a light that illuminated to the point of blindness. I had to focus to make any sense of it, draw individual forms of perception from the chaos. Maybe later, when the scale was leveled after weeks or months of use, I'd be able to look the whole picture, but as it was now I had to take glimpses. But even so, a tiny fraction of what clairvoyance could show me was still more than most people would believe. With the store technically closed and business afoot, the windows of Tuckson's store were opaque, hiding everything inside. I peered through them from several hundred feet away, looking into the front of the shop and then through the parted curtain of the back as I switched my sight, seeing two people. One was Adam, the other Tucson. Drawing back, I kept walking, glancing around a bit to see if anything else was afoot. I was cautious, or, I preferred to think, smart, but I wasn't worried about them betraying me or anything. I mean, I wasn't stupid. I knew Adam's loyalty was to his people first and foremost, but I also knew that we were still friends and that in the short time we'd known each other, we'd gone through a lot. He knew I wasn't prejudiced against the Faunus and that I'd risk my life to protect them if I had to. Even if I assumed that he was cold enough to just call a friend out somewhere and kill them for being in the way, which really didn't seem to be the case, I was pretty sure he had no reason to do so to me. Tucson, one of the more peaceful members of the White Fang, I especially couldn't see going along with it without dropping some hint of warning. And even beyond that, I trusted both of them. That did not, however, mean I was completely at ease. In fact, because I trusted Adam, I treated this seriously, making sure I didn't see anything unusual. After confirming that Adam and Tucson were alone and there were no suspicious individuals eavesdropping, I made sure nothing else stood out. No strange men stood nearby, no oddly placed electronics, nothing. The area seemed clean. The only question was, I felt my lips twitch as something caught my eye, colored brightly in the light only I could see. I checked around again to make sure no one was watching, that I wouldn't give anything away, and then waved at one of the nearby rooftops. There was no reply, but I saw her react. It was possibly, vaguely possible that I was using caution as an excuse to play with my new toy, but God, I felt like a secret agent. A movie secret agent, that is. Not one that shifts through people's trash and makes phone calls, fun as that could sometimes be. If only I had a suit, I lamented to Goo, who looked up at me with delighted incomprehension. I walked down to Tucson's store and entered with barely a knock. "Sup, Adam, Tucson," I said even before they came into sight, simply because it made me feel cool. "We gonna leave Blake out in the cold?" Adam brushed the curtain and looked me up and down, not seeming impressed by my remark, much less off-put. "What's with the rose?" Adam asked, immediately assailing the foundation of my suaveness. "It's my daughter," I said a bit curtly. At that, he actually did pause. He looked at me silently for a moment, watching me with a blank expression before replying. "I don't know how to process that," he said at last, to which I shrugged. He opened his mouth and raised a finger, preparing to ask something, and then seemed to change his mind at the last second, pointing to Goo instead. "You got a dog, huh?" "Yup," I replied easily. "His name's Goo." "But seriously, is this guy's night or something?" "It is now, I guess," he mused, shrugging at my glance and elaborating. "Blake doesn't like dogs." I raised an eyebrow. "Isn't that kind of clicky?" I asked, trying not to smile. "Underneath Blake's poised exterior lays a very grumpy cat," Adam said solemnly before smirking ever so slightly and kneeling to scratch Goo's ears. "Where a month ago, that would have gotten him a probably meaningless bite. Now the dog allowed the contact," sniffing Adam's hand. "Tail's gone." "Took off the title," I answered, looking down at him. It struck me suddenly that Adam was beating around the bush. Wow, this must have been pretty bad if Adam was hesitant to address it. I mean, if we were talking about Clukies, Adam was the bull in a bookshop, currently, but the fact remained. He could be subtle, careful, even cautious, but given the choice. In fact, several thoughts connected all at once and I looked over my shoulder. "Blake might not like dogs," I said, feeling the thought out. "But she was out there before I showed up. I thought maybe she was on watch." "But if you thought there was a chance you were being followed, you wouldn't be here, would you?" "No," Adam said, light gleaming off his mask. "I wouldn't." "Then why?" "Because it's White Fang business," he said, standing and above her pay grade. Maybe that was true, I thought, but it seemed safe to assume it also meant she wouldn't approve. "White Fang stuff," I said aloud. "Stuff you can't even tell Blake?" "Then why tell me?" "Is this about Jianbing?" "No." He shook his head before pausing. "Yes, maybe. I don't know." "That covers just about everything," I nodded. "There's something going on in Mistral," Adam said, ignoring my remark. "A deal that's been in the works for a while, maybe pushed forward by you know what. The White Fang's putting the finishing touches on negotiations with someone, and I'm going to Mistral." I nodded, absently wondering how he knew that. "But, if this is big White Fang stuff, why not just not tell me? I mean, you know I'm not gonna rat you out or anything, but it doesn't have a lot to do with me, either. So why tell me about something you wouldn't tell Blake?" "Because, you'll be in Mistral," he answered, "and I have zero faith in your ability to keep from getting wrapped up in this somehow." That seemed fair, I acknowledged, "but that's not all," I said, belief the words firming as I give them voice. "There's more at stake here. You said this was pushed ahead by what I did." "Do they want me to?" "Yes," he said, and no. "It's complicated, I can tell." I frowned. "After word got out about your name and success, It got a lot of attention and interest. Adam shrugged. A lot of people want to meet you, bring you in on things, get you involved. But at the same time, no one knows a thing about me, I guessed, or what I think about things or what I intend to do. It's like a lot of people want to listen to me, but no one can guess what I'll say, right? Basically, he said, making me squint at him. And if she knew, Blake would want me to say one thing, I said. And you and the leaders of the White Fang would want me to say something else, right? Basically, he repeated, sighing. I cracked my neck. You should know already, I said. I don't have a solution to the White Fang's problem. I can't appear and tell everyone to lay down their arms and embrace tactics that almost certainly won't work. But I can't truly support the things they do, either. If you're worried or hoping I'll make an appearance. He nodded, unsurprised. I know, he said. I already told the others you probably won't attend, but I figured you should at least know about it. Like I said, with your luck, there's a real chance of you getting involved somehow, and I really don't want you to stumble into this blind. The others. It occurred to me that I never did find out what exactly Adam did in the White Fang, beyond break faces. I mean, I had my suspicions. Of course I didn't want to stereotype because everyone has a hobby, but his grasp of socioeconomics and politics was a bit better than I would have expected from, say, an enforcer. And now he was apparently playing the role of emissary to Jianbing, with everyone just accepting it. In fact, thinking about it, I never found out what role Blake played, either. Really, the only member whose purposes I actually knew was Tuckson's. I glanced at the store owner who toiled in the back room as we talked. He kept his head down and stayed out of the way, but I noted that he was still inside, despite Blake being kicked out. Maybe, I appended, maybe I knew what Tucson did. Okay, I said. Thanks for the heads up. I take it that means you'll be in Mistral, then? Adam shrugged. I took it as a yes. Blake coming, too? I wondered. He grunted. I took that as a yes, too. Maybe I'll see you guys there, then. Hopefully not, he said, giving me a half smirk. But probably yes. See you later. He stepped past me, reaching for the door. Hey. I stopped him suddenly and saw him turn his head slightly to show he was listening. Can I ask you something? Well, two things, really? He said, but didn't leave. Out of curiosity, how'd you know I was going to Mistral? Maybe we were keeping tabs on you, he said, sounding amusing. My mom's been training me, I answered. Adam clicked his tongue. Poor you. She's spent the last 2 months nearby, I continued, though I smiled at his words. I guess she had a reputation. You weren't keeping tabs on me. He chuckled. Fair enough, he said. But you already know, don't you, how paperwork falls in all sorts of hands? Ouch, I said, trying to keep from smiling even as I felt a little concerned. You would use my own spy magic against me? Absolutely, he smirked. Though I only saw it by accident. I recommend not being obvious about it if you don't want a lot of attention drawn your way, but you might want to look into why your mother's going to Mistral in the first place. I'll do that, I nodded. And again, out of curiosity, and yeah, actually, you probably shouldn't tell me even if I won't say anything, but who are the White Fang negotiating with? You're right, Adam said, opening the door. I shouldn't tell you. As he turned around to close the door, though, he stopped for a moment and shrugged. A human, he said. A human, I repeated. Like me? No. Adam shook his head, closing the door. Not like you,